Jon Snow was born into the cold of the north, yet the first time he opened his eyes he did not know it. He was a babe swaddled in rough-spun cloth carried against Lord Eddard Stark's chest from the aftermath of the rebellion that toppled the Targaryens. His origins were a hidden thing, guarded as jealously as the winter winds that howled outside the walls of Castle Winterfell. Had history followed its natural course, Jon would have lived and died as the bastard of Winterfell, haunted by questions of blood and identity. But in a twist of fate that changed the shape of kingdoms, King Robert Baratheon, still flush with the heady triumph of victory, granted a strange sort of blessing that altered Jon's life forever. For reasons of his own, perhaps haunted by memories of the sister he had loved, Robert gave his assent to Ned Stark to raise Jon as he truly was, a child of House Targaryen. A child who would not wear the label of bastard if Robert had anything to say of it. Ned Stark's carriage was stiff and silent as he brought the infant from the Tower of Joy. There was Dawn, the sword of the fallen Ser Arthur Dayne, glinting in the corner of the dim entryway, a lonely relic of the final confrontation. Ned could never unsee the blood in those dawn-lit stones or the broken bodies of the King's Guard who had fought to the death to defend a child only to yield him into Stark hands in the end. Tower of Joy was an apt name and a cruel jest at once. Lyanna Stark had perished within its walls, but her final words resonated still in Ned's mind. "Promise me," she had said, voice trembling on the threshold between life and death. "Take care of him, Ned. Keep him safe from Robert. Keep him safe from all who would harm him." But the rebellion was over. Robert was king, seated upon the Iron Throne in a swirl of muscle and black hair, his warhammer replaced by a golden crown. He wanted the Targaryens exterminated, at least that was what Ned had believed. Yet the day Ned arrived in King's Landing, the child hidden beneath his traveling cloak, he stood before Robert and told him a carefully measured truth. There was a baby, the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, and Ned had given his word to shield the boy's life. Robert had drawn breath to rage, his great hands trembling with the urge to smash an invisible foe, but then something closed in the king's face. Some memory, perhaps, of Lyanna's laughter, or of the promise of spring that had once blossomed between them. The silence in that throne room felt more devastating than any bellow of fury could have been. "By the gods, Ned," Robert muttered, fingers tightening on the arms of the Iron Throne. "You test me with this." Ned was already braced to do whatever it took to protect the child, bear the king's wrath, deflect his suspicion, face condemnation as a liar and traitor. But Robert sighed deeply, turned his face away, and stared out at the columns of the Great Hall, the columns that dripped with the memories of Targaryen kings and queens. "What's done is done," Robert said at last, the echo of heartbreak in his eyes. Lyanna was no fool. If Rhaegar left her with child, gods be good, it's too late to cry over spilt blood. This war has cost enough. Take the boy back to Winterfell, Ned. Protect him. But know that if ever he turns into some dragonbound threat, I'll have no mercy. For Lyanna's sake, he can live. That is my final word on it." Ned lowered his head in gratitude. He pressed a hand gently to the baby's blanketed form. And so it was that Jon was not forced to hide behind lies, not forced to bow his head in bastard shame. Ned had returned to the north with a royal decree that the boy was under the protection of the king's will. Officially, the realm believed the child to be Eddard Stark's nephew through Lyanna. The name Targaryen was never brandished for the small folk to gossip over, but in the hush of Winterfell's halls, Ned and Catelyn, who struggled mightily to accept it, referred to Jon by the name he had inherited. Jon was the scion of the old dynasty, and while that birthright could not be flaunted, it would never be fully hidden either. Robert's word offered a cloak of protection, one that only Ned Stark truly believed would hold weight if tested, but it was enough. In the swirl of frosted northern nights and the hearth warmth of Winterfell, Jon Snow, Jon Targaryen, as Ned would sometimes call him in private, grew among the Stark children as both part of them and a part. He was raised knowing he was not a bastard, not in truth, though the public story made him half a Stark-blooded cousin. There was an undercurrent of confusion in the courtyards and corridors. How was Jon truly kin to Lord Stark's children? Was it not odd to claim him as a cousin even though everyone whispered at the curious bond between him and the others? The official line, repeated politely by maesters and lords, was that this was Lyanna's orphan nephew and Eddard's heart was too honorable to cast the boy aside. And yet, if the boy was nephew, how strong the resemblance was between him and Arya or even Sansa on certain days, though Jon's hair was a shade darker than Robb's auburn. The signs caused tongues to wag, but Ned remained resolute. Jon was no Snow. He was a Stark ward of a special sort, an honored child under the king's direct blessing. Catelyn Stark struggled to offer him acceptance at first. She had no reason to love the memory of the woman who had overshadowed her wedding day and vanished only to spawn a child that Ned brought back from war. But she was not heartless, and she knew the arrangement had come with Robert's edict. She could not spurn the boy without risking more friction than Winterfell could bear. Tom softened her stance, albeit slowly. Jon grew to be mild of temper and devout in his reverence for the gods, and to everyone's surprise, he seemed to harbor no arrogance, no dragonish pride that might hint at Targaryen madness. He was simply Jon, courteous and calm. Even his siblings Robb, Sansa, Arya, Bran, and baby Rickon rarely saw him lose his temper. If anything, the times he burned with a certain intensity came when he was alone in the Godwood, as though something beneath his ribs burned brighter than a normal boy's heart. As he aged into his 10th year, he began to ask questions of Ned that were not simple to answer. "Why do they call me Targaryen sometimes, father?" he asked one afternoon in Ned's solar, having grown bold enough to voice the question in private. "I know it's a name I must keep silent outside these walls, but why?" Ned's face was etched with lines of memory. "It was your father's name, Jon," he said carefully. "Your true father, I mean. Rhaegar Targaryen, Prince of Dragonstone. He was heir to the throne of the Seven Kingdoms. But he is gone, and the Targaryens hold no throne. You live because of your mother, Lyanna Stark, and the mercy of King Robert. I made a promise to keep you safe, and I will." Jon nodded, his dark curls brushing his forehead. The mention of Rhaegar and the concept of fatherhood always filled him with a strange feeling, a mixture of sorrow for a man he had never met and a quiet sense of wonder at who he might have been. The only father Jon truly knew was Ned. But the truth was there, he was a Targaryen, a name both revered and hated across Westeros. "So, does that make me a prince?" Jon asked, half in jest, half in the trembling curiosity of a child. Ned's gaze hardened. "It makes you who you are, and that is all. You are under the king's protection, but that will not always keep you from harm. The name Targaryen carries a heavy burden. Promise me you will never take it lightly." Jon felt a weight on his shoulders, yet in his heart blossomed a small, secret pride. The burdensome name was also something precious, for it connected him to the mother he had never known. "I promise." He kept that promise through the passing of the years. Robert Baratheon seldom ventured north, so Jon's presence was rarely an issue at court. On the rare times the king stopped in Winterfell, his booming laughter and relentless indulgence in wine overshadowed whatever grudges he might have borne. He would see Jon in the yard or in the hall, and though the boy was no older than Robb by a matter of months, Robert seemed to eye him with confusion, as if searching for a ghost in the youth's features. "He's a good lad?" Robert asked Ned one night, eyes glossy with drink. "As good as any father could hope for," Ned replied. Robert said, and sank into his cups once more. And that was all there was to it. If memory of the Targaryen line caused him distaste, it was submerged in the swirl of feasts and hunts. But beyond Robert's irregular visits, Jon's life in Winterfell was shaped by the truth that he was an outsider. He ate with the Starks and wore their colors at times, but the older household knights always looked at him curiously, and some refused to treat him as a true-born scion of any line. A Targaryen was a Targaryen, and many a knight and stableboy whispered that the last Targaryens had been mad, prone to cruelty and incest. The old stories flitted around him like ravens. Jon felt them, but he never let them see how it stung. He threw himself into the art of swordsmanship, training with Ser Roderick Castle in the practice yard. He joined Robb and Theon Greyjoy in hunting small game in the Wolfswood. He read what few books Winterfell's library had on the history of the realm. More than anything, he was drawn to the stories of dragons, particularly the ones about good King Jaehaerys and wise Queen Alysanne, or the tragic dance between Prince Rhaegar and that nameless, vanished dream of a better realm. He sought hints of the father he had never known. On his 13th name day, Ned Stark pulled him aside in the courtyard and presented him with a longsword of castle-forged steel. "This is for you, Jon," he said. "Roderick says you've outgrown the practice swords. I hope you'll wield this with honor." Jon touched the hilt with reverence, noticing the subtle swirl of the crossguard. It gleamed in the daylight, bright as the first star in the evening sky. "Thank you," he managed. "I'll do my best." Ned nodded, giving him a rare smile. "I have no doubt." In the days that followed, Jon swung the sword at straw dummies and sparred with Robb. He began to surpass Theon, and even gave Robb a challenge that left both grinning with sweat-streaked faces. Jon's skill felt as though it had been waiting to be awakened, and each day it stirred more. And in the nights, he found himself dreaming of heat, of dragonfire blazing through darkness. He did not speak of those dreams. It was around this time that King Robert summoned Ned south to King's Landing. The message arrived in the form of a raven carrying news of the Hand's demise. Jon Arryn was dead. Robert wanted Ned to come take up the mantle. The entire household was in an uproar. Catelyn was pale with worry. Robb and his siblings were anxious at the notion of Ned leaving them. There was talk of who would accompany him and who would remain behind. It was eventually decided that Ned would travel with Sansa, Arya, and the household guard. Robb, Bran, and Rickon would remain in Winterfell, though Ned offered to bring Jon south if Jon wished. In his solar, Ned made the offer quietly. "The king knows who you are," he said. "He has never rescinded his blessing. If you wish to see the heart of the Seven Kingdoms, you may come with me. You can walk the red stone of the Red Keep, you can see the city your father once dreamed of ruling. Or you can stay here, where it is safer, for the north is your home now." Jon felt his chest tighten at the prospect. He longed for something beyond Winterfell's walls, and a part of him whispered that King's Landing might hold answers about Rhaegar, about the Targaryen line, about what he might be if the world was not so deeply entangled in resentments over the Dragon Kings. "I want to go," he said, surprising even himself with the firmness of his voice. "Then you shall," Ned said. So Jon left the only home he knew at the age of 14, riding south with Ned Stark, his half-sisters Sansa and Arya, and a retinue of guards. Their journey introduced Jon to the wider realm. He saw the green of the south, the rolling hills and farmland that were so different from the rocky, frost-laden vistas of the north. He heard southern accents, tasted spiced wines, and listened to Sansa chatter about the tournaments and the nights they might see at court. Arya complained about everything at first, but soon brightened at the chance to ride freely and see new sights. Jon, though quiet, took it all in with a sense of restless curiosity. When at last the great walls of King's Landing rose before them, the city's stench and splendor assaulted Jon's senses in equal measure. The Red Keep perched on Aegon's high hill, a fortress that was once the seat of his Targaryen forebears. Ned and his retinue were escorted into the keep, where they were greeted by King Robert himself, stout and heavy from years of indulging in rich foods and strong drink. He slapped Ned on the back, gave Sansa a fatherly grin, eyed Arya with something like bemusement, and then turned his eyes upon Jon. For the space of a heartbeat, the king seemed lost in time. Perhaps he saw a flicker of Rhaegar in the boy's eyes. Perhaps it was Lyanna's ghost that haunted him. But he shook his head and managed a gruff greeting, calling Jon the Northern Ward, as though that was all that needed be said. Jon was content to dwell in Ned's shadow, trying to remain as unobtrusive as possible while he took in the Red Keep's grandeur. But as the days stretched on and Ned began his duties as Hand of the King, Jon found himself with more freedom than he'd ever known. He wandered the keep, took lessons in swordsmanship from the Master-at-Arms, and found the Royal Library. There, he pored over tomes on the Targaryens, the conquest of Aegon, the reign of Maegor the Cruel, the building of the Dragonette, the dance of the dragons, the birth and death of princes and princesses. The library held 1,000 stories. Yet each mention of Rhaegar was overshadowed by the tragedy of Robert's rebellion, by the scandalous abduction, or so it was called, of Lyanna Stark, and by the war that followed. Jon read it all, heart-pounding. He saw the painting of Rhaegar Targaryen on a battle charger, rubies glinting on his breastplate in stylized interpretation. It cast him as a romantic figure, a mysterious prince with silver gold hair and dark violet eyes. Jon wondered at the contrast between that man and King Robert, who had shattered Rhaegar's chest with a single blow upon the trident. In the Red Keep, Jon drew notice from the court. Word spread among the courtiers that the boy from the north was rumored to be the nephew of Lord Stark, but the way the king occasionally stared at him suggested there was more to the story. Cersei Lannister, the queen, regarded him with undisguised distaste, as though she sensed a threat in his presence. Her eyes were green shards of suspicion whenever she caught a glimpse of him. Her eldest son, Prince Joffrey, was no better. Joffrey glowered at Jon in the training yard, refused to spar with him, and occasionally hurled insults about his wolf blood. But Jon paid him little mind, instead forging a careful friendship with the hound Sandor Clegane, who would sometimes grunt a terse hint during practice, enabling Jon to refine his sword work. It was late one afternoon when Jon, exploring an obscure tower of the Red Keep, stumbled upon a deserted hall that smelled of dust and old stone. He pushed open a large, weathered door and found a chamber with tall windows letting in golden sunlight. There, stacked against a wall, were relics of Targaryen rule, tattered dragon banners, pieces of old statuary, a broken shield that bore the three-headed dragon. Jon felt his breath catch in his throat. He walked the chamber's length, trailing a hand over the remnants of a dynasty that had once spanned nearly 3 centuries. A swirl of emotions welled in him, longing for a past he had never experienced, sorrow for the violence that had torn that past apart, and a strange sense of kinship with these old relics. He might have stayed for hours, but footsteps echoed behind him. He turned to see a figure in the doorway, an old man in the robes of a maester. Jon recognized him as Maester Pycelle, the Grand Maester who served on the king's small council. Pycelle's heavy-lidded eyes peered at Jon with a flicker of curiosity. "My lord, nephew of Stark, yes?" The words were measured. Jon inclined his head. "My name is Jon," he said, uncertain how else to greet him. Said Pycelle, stepping forward, his chains clinking. He surveyed the dusty chamber, the relics. "You were searching for knowledge of old Targaryens, I take it?" Jon shifted his stance. "I was curious." Pycelle's gaze lingered on Jon's face, and for a moment the Grand Maester's expression seemed almost cunning. Then he bowed his head slightly. "There is much to learn from the past," he said, "but also much that might be best left buried. Pray be mindful, young man, that you do not let the past swallow you." He turned and departed as swiftly as he had come. Jon stood there a while longer, the faint swirl of dust motes drifting in the sunlight. The advice made sense, yet part of him burned with the realization that without the past, who was he? In the weeks that followed, Ned's investigations into the death of Jon Arryn and the intrigues of the court drew him deeper into a labyrinth of secrets. Jon sensed his father's growing unease. Rumors abounded that the Lannisters were harboring deeper treacheries, that the king was drowning in debts and hunting for the next feast. Jon kept mostly out of those matters, though he gleaned bits and pieces from overheard conversations and from speaking with Arya, who had an uncanny knack for slipping behind tapestry walls and hearing things she wasn't meant to. Jon worried for Ned, but the hand was resolute in pursuing truth. Meanwhile, Jon began to notice a subtle shift in how some of the knights and lords addressed him. A few called him "my lord," as though uncertain of his station but aware he had Ned Stark's favor. In the training yard, certain men seemed determined to test him. One day, Ser Meryn Trant tested him quite harshly in a practice bout, striking blows that sent sparks of pain through Jon's arms. But Jon endured, parried, and countered with a fierce strike that clipped Ser Meryn's shoulder. It made the Kingsguard knight snarl, but Sandor Clegane gave a curt nod of approval. Jon felt a thrill of accomplishment. Yet his father's troubles spiraled, culminating in Ned's shocking attempt to oust the Lannisters' hold on the throne. King Robert was gravely wounded by a boar on a hunt, leaving him on his deathbed, mumbling regrets and brandishing a quill that made Ned regent and protector of the realm until Joffrey came of age. But Joffrey, with his mother's cunning, disregarded Robert's final wishes and claimed the throne outright. Ned was accused of treason. Everything became chaos overnight, with gold cloaks turning on Ned's men in the throne room. Jon, training in the yard, heard the clash of steel and the shouts. He rushed to the keep to find guards blocking the way, shouting that the Hand was under arrest, that the king was dead, and that Joffrey Baratheon was now king. Jon's world tilted. The memory of Ned's unwavering stance, the promise that he would keep Jon safe, it all churned in his mind as he realized that his father's life was in jeopardy. He tried to fight his way inside, but the gold cloaks threatened him with spears. He was forced to retreat. That night, the castle was locked down. Sansa was taken captive in the Red Keep, while Arya vanished into the city's sprawl. Jon found himself wandering the corridors in a haze, every guard's stare making him feel exposed. Word reached him that Ned had been taken to the Black Cells. There was talk that Joffrey intended to see him executed. Jon wrestled with fear and rage. How could this happen? His father was no traitor. He paced and plotted, thinking to storm the dungeons himself, but that would accomplish nothing except his own doom. He was painfully aware that if he were to reveal his Targaryen identity or attempt to claim something beyond the king's limited blessing, the Lannisters would be more than happy to name him an enemy of the new regime. In the midst of this turmoil, Varys the Spider approached him. The Master of Whisperers seemed to materialize in the shadows. "Poor boy," Varys cooed, voice soft as silk. "You found yourself in a viper's nest. But perhaps all is not lost. Have you considered the power your name might hold if only you used it correctly?" Jon glared. "My name is Stark," he said fiercely, even though his mind churned with the memory that Targaryen was also his. "I don't know what power you think I have." Varys's eyes glinted like black beads. "You have more than you imagine. But we must be very careful, mustn't we? If the Lannisters believe you might have a claim, well, that wouldn't be good for your health." Jon curled his fists. "I want to save my father. Do you have the power for that?" Varys pressed his lips together in a sorrowful expression. "Alas, power is a tricky thing. I may attempt to persuade young King Joffrey to show mercy, but the boy is volatile and his mother has his ear." The spider bowed slightly. "But if you remain discreet and wise, perhaps you can aid your father in the time to come." "Patience, my lord. Patience is a weapon in these halls." Jon watched the spymaster vanish, feeling more unsettled than ever. The next day was worse. Whispers filled the keep that Ned Stark was to be brought before the king and the crowd at the Great September of Baelor. They said he would confess to treason, that Sansa had pleaded for mercy. Jon wanted to do something, ride to the Sept, kneel at Joffrey's feet, vow anything to secure Ned's safety. But the Red Keep was heavily guarded and every corridor seemed lined with Lannister men. By the time Jon managed to slip outside with the help of a sympathetic guard from the Vale, he was too late. He heard the roar of the crowd, the distant cry that echoed through King's Landing like the toll of a doom-laden bell. By the time he reached the square by the Sept, it was done. Ned Stark's head was on a spike. A hush had fallen, broken only by the sobs and screams of common folk. Jon stood rooted, choking on disbelief, cold fury, and grief that knifed through him like a blade. He wanted to rush forward, wanted to do something. But around him stood 100 gold cloaks, a dozen knights, and in the distance, on the high dais, King Joffrey perched with a cruel smile. Next to him was Cersei, her face a pale mask. Sansa was there, stricken and trembling. And there was no sign of the man Jon had called father except for that spiked head, the eyes glazing over in lifeless reflection. Jon staggered back, the rush of tears burning his vision. People began fleeing or muttering, but he could barely move. His father was gone. The man who had protected him, who had promised to shield him from a cruel world, was butchered by that same cruelty. And Jon lived, still under the king's so-called blessing, but that blessing was worthless now. The king had changed, or the king was always a lie. Even the excuse of bastard nephew might not protect him. Fear and rage warred in Jon's chest. He fled. He made his way through winding backstreets until he collapsed in a deserted alley. He pressed his hands against the cold stone, sobbing as though the tears would never end. The night came, and with it came a decision. He was alone in King's Landing, with no father and no illusions of safety. Joffrey would not hesitate to turn on him if any sense of threat arose. Perhaps staying was suicide, but what other choice was there? Travel the roads alone? The Lannisters would have him hunted. He was a Targaryen by blood, a Stark ward, the rightful something. The rightful lost cause. But as dawn broke and the alley was washed in pale light, Jon's sorrow hardened into resolve. He remembered Ned's words about his parentage, that Rhaegar had died on the Trident, that Lyanna had perished in the Tower of Joy, that Robert had permitted him to live only if he posed no threat. But how could any of that matter now that the Lannisters were in control and Ned's head was on a spike? The promise that Ned made to Lyanna was undone. The father of his heart was dead. What was left was a name, a birthright, and a swirl of old stories about House Targaryen. Could he possibly claim that birthright and challenge the new king's cruelty? He did not know. But he swore, as dawnlight gleamed off the distant spires of the Red Keep, that he would find a way to survive, to fight back. If the name Targaryen held power, he would wield it for vengeance, for justice, or for something better than the nightmare that had claimed Ned Stark's life. He rose, wiping his eyes. He was but 14, armed only with a longsword and the battered clothes on his back. Yet the flame in his chest had never burned so bright. He set off, not toward the keep but toward the city, looking for any ally or hint. He could not stay in plain sight. Soon, with gold cloaks roaming the streets to quell any disturbance, he had to slip through side alleys and hidden paths to avoid detection. By chance, he found a ragged youth with a bull's head helm under one arm, also slinking through the city's underbelly. Gendry, they called him. He was a bastard of the late King Robert, though Gendry himself might not have known or believed it at that time. Their meeting was brief, but they recognized in each other a shared sense of danger. Gendry had just fled the Watch's grasp, who had intended to send him north, and now the Lannisters wanted him for reasons he did not entirely understand. Jon recognized the look in the boy's eyes, fear tempered by pride. They silently agreed to help each other, for a time at least. They searched for Arya, for she had vanished. Rumors said she escaped the day Ned was seized, possibly helped by some of the Stark men. Jon's heart ached at the thought of his sister alone in the city. Every day that passed brought more Lannister men to the streets, more searching. The Crown was rounding up traitors. Jon nearly fell into their clutches more than once, but Gendry led him through the twists of Flea Bottom and the hidden nooks he knew well. They slept beneath stilted houses that leaned crookedly over muddy canals or huddled by hidden forges in the night. Word reached them that Sansa was a captive in the Red Keep, betrothed to King Joffrey, forcibly so. Anguish and rage poured through Jon. Would he attempt some mad rescue? The boy in him wanted to storm the castle, to cut down every gold cloak and Lannister man to free Sansa. The world-weary part of him, newly forced into existence, knew that was foolish. He was untested, alone, save for Gendry. Another rumor spoke of Yoren of the Night's Watch searching for recruits to take north. Jon didn't know whether he should throw himself upon the mercy of the Watch, but the idea rankled him. Hide in black robes on the wall while Sansa was at Joffrey's mercy? But he had no resources. The name Targaryen would only get him killed or at best used by unscrupulous plotters. Still, it called to him like a half-forgotten tune. There was also talk that other Targaryens had survived across the narrow sea. A young princess, Daenerys, wed to a Dothraki Khal. Could Jon's path lie overseas? His mind reeled with possibilities. For a handful of days, he lived in a swirl of uncertainty, forging a tenuous bond with Gendry and a few other orphans of the war. He practiced with his longsword in hidden corners, determined not to let his skill dull. Each slash and parry was fueled by thoughts of Ned's fate. Then fate intervened. One evening, Varys appeared again, stepping out of the shadows of a cramped alley with that eerie grace. This time, he wasted no breath on pleasantries. "Jon Targaryen," he said quietly, ignoring Jon's flinch. "You do not have long before the gold cloaks find you. They have doubled their efforts. The queen is not a forgiving sort, and the new king loves to put traitors' heads on spikes. Would you like to survive?" Jon's grip on his sword tightened. Gendry stood behind him, uncertain. "Why do you care?" Jon asked, voice harsh. "You didn't save my father." Varys bowed his head. "I am but a humble servant of the realm. I have no power to resurrect the dead. But if you would live, if you would someday avenge him, you must leave King's Landing." Jon's pulse quickened. "Leave how?" "The roads are watched." "I have ways," Varys said. "I can place you on a ship bound for Essos. Across the narrow sea, you may discover answers, perhaps even allies. The fate of the Targaryens is not entirely ended, no matter how many heads fell in Robert's rebellion." A faint smile. "A certain princess now walks the sands of the Dothraki Sea, or so my whispers tell me. You may find kinship there. Or you may travel another road entirely. All I can provide is the chance to escape." Jon glanced at Gendry, who shifted uncomfortably. Then he looked back at Varys. He was torn. Part of him wanted to remain, to fight for Sansa, for the north. But how could he help anyone from a cell or a spike? Ned had always taught him practicality in the face of harsh realities. "If I go," Jon said slowly, "what happens to my sister?" Varys's expression was inscrutable. "She is a hostage, effectively. As painful as that is, you cannot help her if you are dead. But perhaps in time, your position might give you leverage. The world is vast beyond the sea." Jon's mouth was dry. He had to decide. The city around him was a trap, and each day his odds of capture grew. He had nowhere to turn. A swirl of unresolved emotions gnawed at him, but in the end, the logic was inescapable. Survive now, return stronger. That was the only path that offered hope, however distant. "I'll go," Jon said. "But Gendry, can he come too?" Gendry frowned. "I'm not sure, Varys seemed amused. "Another royal bastard on the run. Why not? It might be prudent for you both to vanish, though the boy has his own free will, I suspect." Gendry swallowed, glancing at Jon. "Anything's better than rotting here, I suppose," he said, though his tone was hesitant. "But I want to come back someday. I've got no love for Lannisters." "Then we're decided," Varys said softly. "Gather what possessions you must, which I suspect aren't many. Meet me at midnight by the eastern docks. I will see you aboard a ship with a captain loyal to my gold." With that, the spider disappeared, leaving Jon's heart pounding with a mixture of terror and excitement. So it was that under cover of darkness, Jon Targaryen, once the ward of Lord Eddard Stark, once a hidden secret in the north, slipped out of King's Landing with Gendry at his side. They followed Varys through twisting tunnels that ran beneath the city, emerging near the bustling docks where the reek of fish and brine hung thick in the air. Lanterns glimmered on black water. A small merchant vessel was waiting, sails half-lowered, the captain a lean man with wary eyes who nodded curtly to Varys. A bag of coin exchanged hands. Without further ceremony, Jon and Gendry boarded. As the ship drifted away from the harbor, the flicker of torches on the city walls grew smaller. The red keep glowed like a distant beacon of betrayal. Jon stood at the stern, hair ruffled by the sea breeze, grappling with the finality of leaving Westeros behind. Ned's head was still on that spike, and Sansa was still captive. But Jon drew a shuddering breath, remembering the feel of that old Targaryen chamber, the relics, the sense of some greater destiny. Perhaps he was a fool to think so. He could easily die in Essos with no home to claim him, no father to guide him. But the alternative was certain doom. If he was to claim any future, or any vengeance, he must survive. Gendry came to stand beside him. The boy stared at the city as well. "So we're just leaving," Gendry muttered. "Feels rotten. But I guess we had no choice." Jon nodded, voice quiet as the waves. "We'll be back someday. We'll make things right or die trying." They stood in silence as the sails billowed overhead. Moonlight silvered the sea. The ship cut through the water, carrying them farther from everything they had known. A new chapter was beginning, one that might lead Jon Targaryen into the heart of a long-lost legacy. He had the blood of the dragon in his veins, whether Westeros cared to acknowledge it or not. And though sorrow weighed on him like an anchor, a small flame of determination kindled in his chest. He would shape his own fate or perish in the attempt. For better or worse, the wheel of history was turning again, and Jon Targaryen would not fade quietly into the shadows. They arrived in Pentos after several days at sea, half-starved and exhausted from the cramped quarters on the little merchant ship. The city loomed in the morning sun, red-roofed sprawl along the coastline, with minarets and domes rising above the walls. Gendry gawped at the unfamiliar architecture, the swirling colors of the harbor. Jon tried to keep his composure, but a part of him felt as wide-eyed as his companion. This was Essos, a land far from the North's cold and far from King's Landing's intrigues. Another realm entirely. They disembarked onto the wharf, greeted by a wave of foreign tongues, hawkers selling spiced fish, and the swirl of bright garments. Varys's contact on the far shore was a plump man named Magister Illyrio Mopatis, or so the spider had said. Jon was told to present himself and speak the words Blackfire. It was an odd phrase, but Varys had insisted it would secure Illyrio's cooperation. Jon half suspected Illyrio was just as cunning as the spider, but they had no other leads. Thus, they navigated the labyrinth of Pentos' streets until they found the Magister's Manse, a palatial estate brimming with statues and fountains. Guards at the gate eyed them suspiciously until Jon mustered the nerve to speak. Blackfire, he said. The guards exchanged glances and one hurried inside. Moments later, they were ushered in. Illyrio Mopatis was a flamboyant presence, a great-bellied man with sweeping robes and bejeweled rings that sparkled even in the dimly lit corridor. He observed Jon and Gendry with interest, his dark eyes flicking over their ragged garb. "You come at the spider's behest," Illyrio said, lips quirking in a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "And you speak the word that old conspirators love so well. But what do I call you?" Jon swallowed. He was tempted to say Jon Stark, but that was not the truth. And though revealing Targaryen was dangerous, Illyrio presumably knew. Why else would Varys have sent him here? "My name is Jon," he said, quiet yet firm. "Jon Targaryen." Gendry shot him a sidelong glance. Illyrio's smile broadened, though it still had that calculating gleam. "Ah, yes. The rumored child of Prince Rhaegar and Lyanna Stark. I have heard whispers of such a thing." So the spider's whispers were true. He clapped his meaty hands together in delight. "Welcome, my prince. And your friend." Gendry was all the boy said, folding his arms. "Most excellent," Illyrio declared. "Come inside, you must be hungry. Let us share a meal and speak of the future." And so began a new entanglement. Illyrio fed them lavishly, sweet wines and roasted meats and exotic fruits. Jon was half numb with gratitude for the chance to fill his stomach, though caution warred with hunger. Illyrio was not simply a benevolent host. The Magister had a calculating mind and many private ambitions. He spoke of how the Targaryens had once ruled Westeros, how Viserys and Daenerys had fled as children, and how Viserys was meant to reclaim his father's throne. But now Viserys was dead, or so word had it. And Daenerys, the last surviving child of Aerys II, had apparently wed Khal Drogo of the Dothraki, become the mother of dragons if rumors of hatched dragon eggs were to be believed. Illyrio's voice dripped with excitement when he told that tale, though no one knew exactly how true it was. "The Targaryen line is not ended after all," he declared. "Especially now that we have you as well." Jon listened intently, each revelation stirring more questions. If Daenerys truly had dragons, that changed everything. Could she retake Westeros by force? Would she welcome him as kin or see him as a threat? That he was Rhaegar's son, the rightful heir if one followed the line of succession, might be no small matter. And what did he even want from her? Allies, or a shared birthright, or to simply learn more about the father he'd never known? Illyrio claimed to support Daenerys' cause and offered to extend that support to Jon if that was what Varys intended. But Jon sensed a transactional nature to the man's generosity. "Perhaps," Illyrio said, leaning forward, "you and your aunt might join your claims, present a united front against the usurpers who defile the throne. Once Westeros sees dragons, oh, it will be a sight indeed. And we, your loyal friends, will stand behind you." Jon glanced at Gendry, who was listening, uneasy. Gendry wanted no part of Targaryen politics, but he had nowhere else to go. Jon carefully replied, "I don't know if I have any claim. My father lost the war. My mother died giving me life. All I know is that the Lannisters murdered Lord Stark and hold my sister captive. I want justice more than anything." Illyrio spread his hands. "Justice can be had. With enough gold, enough men, enough dragons, anything is possible. For now, rest and recover. If you wish to seek out Daenerys Targaryen, I can help. If you wish to do otherwise, that is your choice. But know that across the narrow sea, the game continues." So Jon found himself in a gilded cage of sorts, an unwitting piece on the board of Illyrio Mopatis and Varys the Spider, both men adept at weaving conspiracies across continents. Yet it was not wholly unpleasant. The Magister's manse was luxurious, with plush beds and hot baths. Servants brought them food and drink, and Gendry had a chance to inspect Illyrio's private forge, though the Magister mostly employed local smiths for ornamental trinkets. Jon used the time to recover from the trauma of King's Landing, reading about Essos in the manse's small library, practicing swordplay with Gendry in the courtyard. Meanwhile, he debated his next move. If Daenerys was truly forging an army or hatching dragons, perhaps she could be the key to dethroning the Lannisters. But Jon was wary. Could a Targaryen queen overshadow his own claim? Did it matter if they joined forces? He did not want a throne for himself, did he? No, what he truly wanted was to free Sansa, avenge Ned, and ensure that the Lannisters did not continue their reign of cruelty. If that demanded the Targaryen name, so be it. Weeks passed in uneasy deliberation. Gendry grew restless, pacing the manse, occasionally voicing that they should find honest work somewhere. But Illyrio was not so eager to see them depart. He frequently offered suggestions that the best course was to seek Daenerys, who was rumored to be gathering followers in the east after the death of Khal Drogo. "Your presence would give her legitimacy," he purred. "Rhaegar, Essos' son. A marriage between aunt and nephew might even unify the line, as Targaryens have done in the past." Jon stiffened at that, repelled by the notion. That's not something I want." Illyrio shrugged, unconcerned. "Then simply be her ally, if you prefer. It is the Targaryen way to wed within the family, but do as you will. The important thing is that together your dragon blood might conquer Westeros. I can provide a caravan to take you to her. Some Dothraki remain at her side, they say, along with a handful of Westerosi knights who rallied to her banner." Jon couldn't deny the logic. If Daenerys had any forces behind her, it might be the only real threat to the Lannisters aside from the northern lords who might be rallying under Robb. Jon wondered if Robb had been declared king in the north, as some rumored. That would be a cause worth fighting for too. But from Essos, how could Jon even join the Northmen? He had no idea if they would accept him as Targaryen or Stark. Regardless, news was scarce. Illyrio had some rumors from across the sea that the North was indeed rebelling, that Robb Stark had scored a victory against the Lannisters, that a war raged across the Riverlands. Jon's heart clenched at the thought of his brother fighting alone, with no father at his side. But could Jon help by returning to Westeros as a fugitive boy with a sword, or by forging alliances in the east? At last, Jon made his decision. He would seek out Daenerys Targaryen. He told Illyrio as much. "But not because I want a throne," Jon added. "I just want a chance to strike back at the Lannisters. If Daenerys has dragons, if she wants the Iron Throne, then perhaps we can aid each other." Illyrio beamed. "You speak wisely, young prince. I will arrange your departure within a fortnight." And so it was. Gendry, of course, insisted on coming along. "I don't fancy staying here, eating grapes and rotting," he muttered. "I said I'd watch your back." Jon was grateful. Together, they prepared for a journey that would take them across the seas of grass and deserts into lands where the Dothraki reigned. Illyrio had a caravan ready, mules, servants, and a pair of Pentoshi guards sworn to keep them safe. Before they departed, Illyrio pressed upon Jon a small chest of gold coins and a steel helm. "For your travels," the Magister said, "and do give Daenerys my warmest regards." Jon took the gifts with a nod, though he felt the weight of debt. Gendry strapped the chest to one of the pack mules. They set off at dawn, winding away from Pentos, plunging into the road that led eastward into the vastness of Essos. Jon parted from Pentos with a swirl of conflicting emotions: fear, hope, longing for home. But for the first time since Ned's death, he felt like he had a course of action, however uncertain. Perhaps on the day he returned to Westeros, it would be at the head of a force strong enough to demand justice. He stared at the rising sun and thought of winter in the north, of the Stark words, and of the dragon dreams that had visited him in the stillness of night. "I'm coming for you," he whispered, thinking of Sansa, of Arya wherever she might be, of Robb and the others. I swear it. The caravan trundled onward, weaving a slow path into the unknown. Jon Targaryen rode among them, his sword at his hip, his birthright like a smoldering ember waiting for the breath of fate. He was tired, grieving, determined. He was 14 years old, and the scale of what lay ahead felt impossible. But in his heart, he carried the burning legacy of the dragon, and maybe, just maybe, it would be enough. Jon felt the heat roll across his face the moment their caravan turned southward from Pentos into the endless plains of the Dothraki Sea. There was little in the way of roads, only broad, dusty stretches dotted by tall grasses that swayed in the wind like green gold tides. The sky hung impossibly wide overhead, a vault of piercing blue with barely a cloud to break it. Now and then, a distant shape moved, herds of wild horses or perhaps a small khalasar on the horizon. Each day they rose before dawn, loaded the mules, and plodded onward beneath a blazing sun that made Jon remember with odd fondness the chill of Winterfell's courtyards. Gendry was no more accustomed to such relentless heat, and the Pentoshi guards who accompanied them grumbled ceaselessly, though they remained diligent. In the evenings, they would make camp, gather around a small fire, and eat sparse meals of dried meat, flatbread, and whatever they could scavenge on the way. This routine repeated day after day until the notion of walls and castles seemed as distant as a half-forgotten dream. When the wind blew across the plains, it carried scents unfamiliar to Jon's northern senses. The tang of strange wildflowers, the musk of countless horses, and a vast emptiness that was neither comforting nor forbidding, merely immense. Beneath the star-flecked darkness each night, Jon found himself thinking of Ned's face, how it must have looked in those final moments he could not bring himself to witness. He wondered if Arya had truly escaped, if Sansa still lived in the Red Keep's gilded prison, if Robb was truly crowned king in the north. Rumors that reached them through Illyrio's letters said it was so, that the northern lords had declared independence after Ned's death. But the thick of the war still raged across the Riverlands, with Lannisters pitted against Riverlords and Northmen. Now Jon was leagues away, on foreign soil, chasing the only lead that might let him reclaim some measure of justice. He had not once doubted his decision to come, but the pang of longing for home still twisted his heart each night. They passed ruined villages that had once served as trading outposts with the Dothraki, or so the Pentoshi guards muttered. Gendry would pause at times to study the broken walls or half-buried cobblestones in wonder. Strange, he said one evening as they camped beside the blackened shell of a small temple that had lost its roof. It's like the Dothraki just rode through and left nothing alive. Jon recalled lessons from Winterfell's maester. The Dothraki destroyed anything that could not outrun them, yet they were also known to leave certain dwellings if they found them unthreatening or valuable. This place apparently had been neither. Watching the flicker of their small campfire against the broken walls, Jon tried to imagine 1,000 screamers galloping across the plains, braids flying, aurochs flashing. It made him uneasy. How would one fight such a tide if it turned hostile? He had no illusions that their little group and its handful of mercenary guards could stand against a proper khalasar. The Pentoshi assured him that gold and courtesy went far with the Dothraki, at least enough to purchase safe passage. Still, Jon felt the tension each time dust rose on the horizon. Was it a scouting party, or only windblown earth? Their pace quickened once they learned that Daenerys Targaryen, known now among travelers as the Mother of Dragons, had ventured beyond V's Dothrak after Khal Drogo's death. Word suggested she had no more than a small remnant of Drogo's khalasar, but she commanded fearsome new respect for the miracle rumored to have taken place at his funeral pyre. Whispers told of 3 newly hatched dragons, tiny and fierce. So far, they had drawn no great khalasar behind her banner, but curiosity about her was spreading. Some believed her a goddess come to life, others saw an opportunity to exploit. Jon listened to these rumors with a mixture of excitement and dread. If she had truly awakened dragons, she would be a power unmatched in generations. But would she greet him as kin, or see him as a rival? He could not know. It was well into the 2nd month of their journey that they at last found a clearer trail of where Daenerys had gone. A band of wandering merchants traveling west after an encounter with the Targaryen girl told Jon's caravan that they had seen her a fortnight prior heading southeast toward the Red Waste. They described her as young, silver-haired, riding at the head of a meager but loyal khalasar. And they mentioned the dragons, small creatures riding her shoulders or perched on a makeshift cage in her saddle. She looked half-starved, though, the merchants said. The red waste is a death trap, no water, no shade, but she pressed on. We parted ways soon after. Jon exchanged uncertain looks with Gendry. What sort of woman would march into a wasteland with only a handful of riders? One either mad or guided by destiny. Or desperate, Jon said quietly. But there was little choice if they meant to find her. The Pentoshi guards balked, calling it folly to venture into the red waste. We were to escort you into the Dothraki Sea, said one guard leader, his face sweaty and red. Not chase a rumor into that cursed desert. Our agreement ends here. Jon realized then the precariousness of his position. Illyrio had arranged for them to be escorted, but not at the cost of certain death. The men had no reason to risk it all. After some tense negotiation, Jon offered them additional gold from Illyrio's chest. A portion of those coins vanished into the guard captain's palms, and a smaller portion into each man's. Even so, half the group refused, choosing to return to Pentos instead. In the end, Jon was left with only 2 Pentoshi, both eager for gold and somewhat enthralled by the possibility of meeting living dragons. They had 5 mules and 4 horses between them, enough supplies for at least some foray into the waste, provided they rationed water carefully. Gendry muttered about their foolishness more than once, but never wavered in his resolve to follow Jon. They journeyed another week over hard-packed earth and thorny scrub brush that tore at the horses' legs. The sun hammered them mercilessly, forcing them to travel by early morning and late afternoon, resting under makeshift awnings in the midday heat. The horses grew skittish. The water skins ran low faster than Jon liked. They pressed onward because the merchants had told them of a small oasis, rumored to lie at the border between the Dothraki Sea and the Red Waste. If Daenerys had traveled in that direction, she must have stopped there. Late on the 9th day, they crested a craggy slope and glimpsed a scattering of stunted trees, no more than black silhouettes against the dying light. Hope surged within Jon. They coaxed the exhausted horses downward, stumbling over broken stones, dust swirling around their ankles. At the base of the slope, they found a meager spring seeping from a crack in the earth, forming a shallow pool. It was no lush paradise, but to Jon's parched throat, the water tasted sweeter than honey. They drank sparingly, let the horses drink, then settled near the pool for the night. Gendry sighed in relief and dunked his arms up to the elbows. The Pentoshi guards looked about warily, as if expecting Dothraki raiders or desert predators. Jon unsheathed his sword, scanning the horizon. But no one attacked. At dawn, they found signs that a large group had camped there before them. Charcoal from old fires, footprints, scattered horse droppings, and broken bits of crates. One of the guards, a wiry fellow named Marrow, pointed to a faint trail leading southeast, hoof prints in the dusty ground, partially erased by wind. Khalasar, he said. Many riders. Then he crouched, examining a piece of broken leather. Smaller feet too, possibly women, children. Must have been the Targaryens' camp. A cold thrill ran down Jon's back. They were close, or at least on the right path. The red waste stretched ominously beyond, a barren land of redstones, cracked clay, and stinging sand. The stunted scrub vanished, replaced by an endless vista of shimmering heat. Daenerys had taken that route. Jon pictured a slender girl with silver hair. About how old would she be now? Perhaps only a year or 2 younger than him. Off to conquer a wasteland with 3 small dragons. The thought was surreal, but he felt a strange kinship in the notion of forging ahead on faith alone. They replenished their water skins as best they could, then walked their horses into the desert. Almost immediately, the heat grew unbearable. Every breath burned. The horizon seemed to waver like molten metal. Occasionally, they found an old horse skull or a dried carcass rotting in the sun, left behind by the Khalasar. The men muttered about ill omens, but Jon pressed on. Each day, they lost a little more hope, yet each day they found small signs, a fresh set of hoof prints in the dust, or a bit of cloth snagged on a rock. More and more they traveled at night, by the light of the moon, where the desert's scorching heat eased to a frigid emptiness. While the Pentoshi dozed in huddled tents at dawn, Jon would stand watch, scanning the horizon for any flicker of movement. Sometimes he thought he saw shapes in the distance, but the desert played tricks on weary eyes. After a fortnight of slow progress, the water was nearly gone, and so were the extra stores of grain. Even the horses had begun to starve, their ribs poking out. Gendry's face had become hollow-cheeked, though his eyes still held stubborn determination. It was then, on a pale morning streaked with pink, that Jon's bleary gaze caught a column of dust on the horizon. He beckoned Gendry and the guards to look. At first, they feared it was a hostile khalasar. But as it drew nearer, they discerned the shapes of only a few riders, perhaps 6, leading a train of scrawny horses. The men were dressed in leather vests and horsehair leggings, their braids swinging. One carried a whip. Another brandished a curved arak. Jon's heart hammered. If these were Dothraki outriders belonging to Daenerys, he might finally have a path forward. If they were another Khal's men, they could be in peril. They mounted what remained of their horses and waited, arms at the ready, though it was plain that in open ground the Dothraki could ride them down if they pleased. As the band approached, one rider shouted a harsh challenge in Dothraki. None of Jon's group spoke the tongue well, though Merrow understood a handful of words. He responded haltingly, naming Illyrio Mopatis and Daenerys Targaryen. The Dothraki riders exchanged glances, pointed at Jon's face, and snorted. Then, in broken common tongue, one said, "You come see Khaleesi?" Jon gave a slow nod, trying not to let relief burst out. "Yes, we come to see Daenerys Targaryen." The Dothraki rider spat in the dust, then wiped his mouth. "Follow." It was not exactly a cordial invitation, but it was better than a fight. They fell in behind the outriders, trotting across the cracked desert. The horsehair was caked in dust. The men themselves looked as though they had seen too many harsh days with too little food. Jon wondered if Daenerys truly kept her khalasar together under such conditions. They rode for hours before glimpsing a smudge of movement in the distance, resolving into a small caravan of ragged tents and huddled figures under the sweltering sun. Even from afar, Jon could sense the exhaustion clinging to that camp. Yet as they drew nearer, he saw a banner stirring in the faint breeze, a makeshift cloth emblazoned with the 3-headed dragon of House Targaryen. Jon's heart jumped. He had never seen that sigil flown openly, only in old tapestries or battered relics back in the Red Keep. But here it stood, a tattered claim to a once mighty dynasty, raised in the middle of nowhere by the last daughter of that line. Unless Jon counted himself. A hush fell over Jon's little party. They wound past a handful of curious Dothraki, their expressions guarded. He noticed a scattering of pale-haired women, likely slaves or freed companions left over from Drogo's conquests. A few gaunt children darted behind their mothers. And then Jon saw them, perched on a flat rock near the largest tent. 3 small shapes no bigger than large cats, wings folded. Dragons. The sight sent a tremor through his body. Their scales glimmered in the desert sun. One black with red highlights, one greenish bronze, and one pale cream. For a single breath, Jon forgot the thirst and exhaustion. He could only stare. That was not a rumor or a dream. That was living proof of magic and ancient power reawakened. A voice spoke from behind him, soft yet firm. "They are wondrous, are they not?" He turned to see a man in battered armor, face weathered by years of exile. The man offered a slight bow. Ser Jorah Mormont, formerly of Bear Island. Jon's eyes widened. He knew the name. House Mormont was a loyal northern house. He had never met Jorah, for the man had fled Westeros in disgrace long ago, but the familiarity of the name felt like a hand reaching across a gulf of foreignness. "You're from the north," Jon said quietly. "I am Jon Targaryen, son of Rhaegar." Jorah's expression froze, as though he couldn't quite believe what he'd heard. He cast a wary glance around the camp, then inclined his head in a slight nod, as if to say they would speak more of that claim in private. "My queen will wish to speak with you. Come." He led Jon's party toward the largest tent, stepping around a few smoldering fires and a cluster of haggard men. Most were Dothraki, though a few appeared to be from Westeros, or Essos traders who had cast their lot with Daenerys. Everywhere Jon looked, he saw fatigue. The red waste had taken a harsh toll. At the tent flap stood 2 Dothraki women, armed with short spears. They stepped aside for Jorah. Inside, it was blessedly cooler, the ground covered in woven rugs. A woman with silver-gold hair knelt beside a wooden basin, sponging the brow of a frail child. She looked up as they entered, and Jon's first impression was of someone who carried burdens beyond her years. She was slight of frame, her face drawn thin by hunger, yet her violet eyes held a quiet intensity. A swirl of emotions flickered there, curiosity, caution, perhaps a flicker of hope. She rose gracefully, letting the damp cloth fall back into the basin. "You're about Khaleesi. This young man claims to be your nephew, the son of Prince Rhaegar." Her gaze snapped to Jon, searching his features. He realized in that moment how uncanny it must be to see a boy in dusty clothes, sword at his hip, claiming to share her blood, the same blood that had been nearly wiped from Westeros. Silence stretched. Jon felt an odd tremor in his hands, but forced them to remain still. "I am Daenerys Storeborn of the House Targaryen," she said at last, measuring each word. "I am the blood of the dragon." Her voice held a slight tremor, but also steel. "Who are you truly?" Jon dipped his head, uncertain if he should bow. They were kin, but she was queen here. "My name is Jon. My mother was Lyanna Stark, my father Rhaegar Targaryen. I was raised in the north under Lord Eddard Stark, though King Robert permitted me to live so long as I posed no threat. I came here seeking you, Daenerys, because our house is scattered and he faltered, emotion swelling in his throat. "I have nowhere else to turn. The Lannisters killed the man who raised me as a father, and they hold my sister captive. My half-brother wages war for the north. I thought, if you truly have dragons, if you mean to reclaim the 7 kingdoms, then perhaps we can help each other. Or at least, I wish to stand with my father's kin." Her gaze never wavered from his face. Behind her, Yora studied him intently, and Gendry hovered in the background like a wary shadow. The basin's water dripped in quiet plinks. Daenerys took a step closer. Jon realized she was indeed younger than he, perhaps by a year or two, and yet the hardness of survival etched her features, making her seem older. "Rhaegar's son," she whispered. "I did not know he had another child. So many told me I was the last, that Viserys and I were all that remained." Her eyes narrowed slightly, as though searching for a lie. "What proof can you offer?" Jon wished he had some tangible token beyond the name and the slender, hawkish cast of his features that might echo Rhaegar's. He had no letter from Ned, no signet ring from Rhaegar. Yet there was Dawn, the sword of the fallen Ser Arthur Dayne, though it had been left behind in Winterfell's vault. The only proof he carried now was the truth told to him by the man who died for it. "Lord Eddard Stark confessed the truth when Robert came north. Robert allowed me to live under certain conditions. I don't have documents or anything. Only my word." He hesitated, then added quietly, "King Robert said he allowed it for Lyanna's sake, because he had loved her." Daenerys took a slow breath. "Robert Baratheon was not known for his mercy toward my family, but perhaps for my brother Rhaegar's child he made an exception. Or else your father's friend was persuasive." Her tone softened. "The North is an honorable land. I know of Ned Stark's reputation, and I trust Ser Yora's words about the loyalty of northern folk." "Your face," she trailed off as though seeing a ghost. "You don't quite have the silver hair, but I see something of my brother in your eyes." Jon exhaled, relief mingled with a measure of uncertainty. For all he knew, she might refuse him or see him as a competitor. But Daenerys offered a faint, tentative smile. "If you are truly my nephew, then you are blood of my blood, and I would not turn you away. We Targaryens have so few left. I welcome you to my Khalasar, as small as it is now." She swept a hand around the tent. "We are not grand in number, nor are we well fed. But we have survived the Red Waste, and the dragons grow stronger every day." In the hush that followed, Jon noted how her words carried the ring of a true leader, one who bound her people through loyalty rather than fear. The memory of Joffrey's cruelty, the Lannisters' smug sense of entitlement, made him feel a flicker of admiration for this girl who had endured so much. Perhaps there was hope. "Thank you," he said. "I'll do what I can to help you, and if you decide to claim Westeros, I want to stand with you. Not against you." Her eyes shone with the barest glimmer of tears, quickly blinked away. "You must be tired. Ser Yora will arrange for you to have water, a place to rest. We will speak again soon." She gestured for him to follow Yora, then paused. "Jon, you traveled so far. I am grateful." He bowed his head. "We have both lost much. We only have each other now." Daenerys smiled sadly. Then Jon followed Yora from the tent, collecting Gendry on the way. The Pentoshi guards had already begun unloading the few remaining supplies, and Mero looked around uneasily, realizing how poor the camp truly was. Yora led them to a smaller patch of shade where a cluster of woven mats and 2 battered tents had been laid out. "You can sleep here for now," he said. "We have food and water, though not in plenty. The Khaleesi will share what she can. But understand that many here have gone hungry." Jon glanced around at the hollow-cheeked Dothraki. He saw no sign of cruelty or scorn, only the exhaustion of a people who had followed Daenerys out of devotion, possibly enthralled by the sight of her hatching dragons. "Thank you," he said to Yora. who was studying him with open curiosity. "So you are Rhaegar's son," the knight said in a low voice. "I fought for your father at the Battle of the Trident, before I yielded to the new king and was pardoned. Had I known Rhaegar's child still lived. Well, that is a wonder." Jon met his gaze. "You are from Bear Island. Do you know my brother, Robb Stark?" A shadow passed over Yora's features. "I have been in exile for a long time, lad. I know only that he has taken up arms against the Lannisters. Some call him the Young Wolf. They say he's won impressive victories." That sparked hope in Jon's chest. At least part of the realm resisted the Lannisters. "Good," he said. "My father, Lord Stark, wanted the truth to guide us. Perhaps if Robb had known of my parentage, he would have welcomed me among the northern host." But then Jon remembered the vow Ned had made to keep Jon's identity hidden, lest Robert's wrath fall upon them all. So many secrets, so many regrets. They parted ways after that, and Jon sank onto the woven mat in the shade with Gendry, who was gulping water from a small clay cup. Gendry squinted at the dryness of the camp. "At least we can rest," he muttered, eyeing the scrawny horses tethered nearby. "But I don't see how this lot is going to conquer anything. That Targaryen girl might have dragons, but she's barely got enough men to guard her." Jon understood the skepticism. The reality was stark. Daenerys commanded perhaps a few dozen mounted warriors, many too weak or wounded to be a real threat to any major army. Their real strength lay in the bizarre promise of those baby dragons. Yet how many months or years before the creatures grew large enough to matter? He ran a hand over his sweat-streaked face, feeling the desert grit under his fingers. "If she truly can hatch dragons in the Red Waste," he said, "maybe that's only the beginning. I don't know, but I have nowhere else to go." They spoke little more, exhaustion seeping through their bones. Jon drifted into a half-sleep, haunted by dreams of a red sky over the Trident, rubies swirling in the water, Ned's voice echoing, a monstrous figure in golden armor swinging a great sword. He awoke drenched in sweat, unsure if it was midday or midnight. Outside, the desert sun was merciless. He sat up and saw, through the open tent flap, two of the small dragons scuttling after their mother, who moved like a wraith among her people. Daenerys was handing out water rations, urging a sick woman to drink. The sight of her command, gentle yet unyielding, prodded at Jon's sense of duty. He knew little about Targaryen queens, but he understood leadership. Exhausted or not, she was caring for her people. When the sun sank low, Daenerys summoned him again. This time, she stood beside a small fire ring, around which half a dozen Dothraki men and women sat. At the edge of the circle stood Ser Jorah and another Westerosi knight by the name of Ser Barristan Selmy, though he introduced himself only as Arsen at first. Jon recognized the name Barristan Selmy from old tales of the King Guard. Seeing him in plain white robes with no sigil was jarring. Apparently, the Lannisters had dismissed him after Robert's death. He had since found his way to Daenerys. Selmy's presence alone was testament to her growing legend. Daenerys invited Jon to kneel by the fire, and the Dothraki parted to make space. Gendry hovered nearby, uncertain. The Khaleesi motioned for him to sit as well. On a platter in the center lay strips of dried goat, the best they had. Everyone took a share. After a small bite, Daenerys looked to Jon. "Tell me more of Westeros," she said, voice quiet in the hush of the desert night. "Viserys used to speak of our birthright, of the throne that was stolen from us, but he told me little of the realm's current state. Now Ser Jorah and Arsen have told me some, but you have just arrived from King's Landing. I would know all you can share." Jon took a long breath, picking at his meager portion of goat. He spoke of the tension in King's Landing, of the Lannisters' power. He described King Joffrey's cruelty and how the city was plagued by hunger and fear. He told her of Ned's downfall and the uproar that ensued. He mentioned how Robert had once been a friend to Ned but had grown distant, and how new intrigues had arisen after the death of Jon Arryn. Daenerys listened intently, her eyes narrowed, occasionally darting to Jorah or Selmy to see if they confirmed the details. Jon concluded with the news that Robb Stark had been named king in the north. "He seeks independence," Jon said softly. "Not the Iron Throne. He fights the Lannisters to avenge Ned's death. But there are other claimants too. Stannis Baratheon, I've heard, proclaims himself rightful heir to Robert. And Renly, the younger Baratheon brother, was also gathering forces. War is tearing the Seven Kingdoms apart." Daenerys considered this. A a realm in chaos. They squabble over a throne built by my ancestors with no rightful claim. Meanwhile, my people starve in the desert. A small sigh escaped her. In better times, I would bring dragons and a great host to end their petty wars. But look around you. I have only a small khalasar and my children are but fledglings. Unless I can find a city or a power in Essos to aid me, how can I hope to cross the narrow sea? Jon nodded. The question had nodded him as well. Magister Illyrio in Pentos, he wanted me to come here to help unify Targaryen claims. He hinted at alliances in the free cities, Sellsword companies we might hire, so long as we have gold. But that would take time. And you spoke of your children, your dragons. How quickly do they grow? A flicker of pride lit Daenerys' eyes as she glanced at the black-scaled hatchling coiled on a small rock near the fire. They grow faster than normal beasts, but they are far from the size of the dragons of old. They must be fed regularly, and even then it could be years before they are large enough to serve as mounts in battle. I will not squander their lives by throwing them into a war they are not ready for. Yora cleared his throat. That is wise. If the Khaleesi can reach a safe haven, perhaps Qarth or another great city, she might secure resources to keep the khalasar alive and the dragons fed. In time, she can return to Westeros with an army. For now, survival is paramount. Daenerys closed her eyes briefly as though the weight of that survival pressed on her every waking moment. Yes, Qarth is rumored to be near, though crossing the desert to reach it is no small feat, but I have no better plan. Ricardo, she motioned to one of the Dothraki men, says the route is perilous, but we have come too far to turn back. If Qarth welcomes us, we might find respite. Jon exchanged a glance with Gendry, who gave a slight shrug. Perhaps Qarth was the next step in this strange journey. Then I will come with you if you'll have me. I have no love for this desert, but I want to see you safe and... The word felt foreign on his tongue, but it also felt right. She was family even if their bond was newly discovered. A ghost of a smile touched Daenerys' lips. I would be glad of your company, nephew. Her tone was gentle, but her gaze was keen. It is good to know I am not alone in the world, that Rhaegar's memory lives on in you. Perhaps that is a sign of the gods. They spoke further into the night, discussing the route to Qarth, rationing water, and how best to keep the dragons healthy on the journey. Jon observed that Daenerys' advisors, Ser Jorah and Arsdan, walked a delicate line between protecting her and following her. The Dothraki, for their part, seemed to respect her in a way that defied their typical customs, as though she had proven her right to lead by walking into fire and emerging with dragons. That was a story repeated in hushed tones around the camp. The night Khal Drogo's funeral pyre roared to life, how Daenerys had stepped into the flames at dawn's first light and come out unburnt with 3 hatchlings on her shoulders. Jon had never seen magic in such raw form. He thought back to old songs about Targaryen dragonlords, about the blood of old Valyria. Now he saw proof resting mere yards away, wings twitching in the desert heat. When at last the flames died down, Daenerys touched Jon's hand in a gesture of familial warmth. We ride at first light. Rest now. Qarth is far, but I will not linger here any longer than we must. She dismissed the gathering, and Jon returned to his meager bed, mind swirling with possibilities. He had found his aunt. She was as young as he, forced to lead in a hostile land, clinging to the impossible advantage of newly hatched dragons. Was that enough to shift the fate of Westeros? Only time would tell. His longing for vengeance against the Lannisters burned inside him, but so did concern for these Dothraki who had placed their faith in Daenerys, and for Daenerys herself, who bore the burden of a queen without a throne. The next morning brought a pale sunrise that painted the desert with faint pink. Daenerys ordered the camp struck swiftly. The Dothraki knew how to move. Tents were taken down, horses saddled. The precious water was divided, and the goats and sheep that remained were herded toward the back of the column. Daenerys rode at the front, a chestnut mare that looked half-starved but still spirited. At her waist hung a whip, and slung across her back was a curved blade. A small harness on the mare's flank secured a wicker basket where 2 of the dragons perched. The black one, Drogon, she called him, rode her shoulder, content for the moment with the morning's mild air. Jon joined them, mounted on a borrowed stallion. Gendry rode to his left, awkwardly gripping the reins, while the Pentoshi guards had to share a single horse between them. They looked decidedly less enthusiastic about continuing across the desert, but the glint of gold from Illyrio's purse likely kept them from abandoning the group. Ser Jorah and Arsdan rode near Daenerys, scanning the horizon with practiced vigilance. The entire khalasar numbered no more than 100 souls, fewer than 50 were able fighters, the rest women, children, and the elderly. The path they took angled south, with Ricardo and a handful of scouts riding ahead to check for water sources or hazards. Qarth was said to lie beyond the desert's southern reaches, a wealthy city-state of tall spires and ancient walls, known for its lavish courts and cunning merchants. Their pace was slow, the midday sun scorching. Jon soon found that the camaraderie of the night before dissolved under the pressing heat. Everyone was irritable. The dragons hissed restlessly from their basket, occasionally flapping small wings as if to stretch them. Daenerys's hair clung to her neck in damp strands, and lines of strain creased her brow. Yet she pressed on, resolute, setting an example for her exhausted people. When they paused at midday, no one wasted time building shelters. They found what shade they could beneath drooping canvas. Jon offered his water skin to Gendry, who tried to wave it away. "I'm all right," the smith's apprentice insisted, though his skin was flushed. Eventually, Jon pressed him to take a sip. Ser Jorah passed by, stoic in the heat, offering a curt nod. Jon recognized something of the North in him, a stubborn fortitude that had endured many trials. He wondered about Jorah's exile. He had heard rumor that the man sold poachers into slavery, a grave crime in the North. Yet here he was, unwavering in his devotion to Daenerys. Jon supposed everyone had made mistakes they wished to atone for. As the days bled into weeks, a tenuous routine took hold. They rose before dawn, traveled until the sun became too fierce, then took shelter until late afternoon and traveled again as evening approached. They survived on dried meat, a trickle of goat's milk, and a watery stew that barely sustained them. Their water supplies shrank to perilous levels. Twice they came upon an oasis that offered a short reprieve, but on the final stretch of the journey, even those faded away. The red waste was a sea of cracked red earth, rocky ridges, and swirling dust devils. The Khalasar pressed on like ghosts in the scorching gloom. Daenerys did her best to encourage them. She would ride among her people, speaking gentle words, promising Qarth would bring new life. Jon could see the toll it took, how exhaustion weighed on her shoulders. Yet when any of her riders faltered, she would dismount and walk beside them a while, offering them water from her own dwindling skin. It reminded Jon of Ned Stark in some ways, the quiet sense of duty, the willingness to share the burdens of those under his care. That memory stung him, but also made him respect her more. He found himself helping in small ways, lifting a child onto the back of a mule, carrying jugs of water. The Dothraki were wary of him at first, but gradually they accepted his presence, seeing him labor beside them without complaint. A few began calling him J. Targaryen in their own tongue, half a nickname, half an honorific. He did not speak enough Dothraki to understand its nuance, but Jorah said it was a sign they no longer viewed him as an outsider to be cast aside. The dragons, too, were changing. Every day they grew bolder, snapping at pieces of meat from Daenerys' hand. Drogon, the Black One, seemed the fiercest, often hissing at anyone who drew too near his mother. The Green One, Regal, had developed a habit of crawling up onto Daenerys' shoulder and curling around her neck, as if seeking comfort. The Pale One, Viserion, was the smallest but had a piercing shriek that sometimes rang out in the night, echoing over the desert. Jon watched them in fascination, half in awe, half in trepidation. Could these be the seeds of unstoppable power? Or might they die in the desert before they ever reached maturity? One afternoon, he knelt by the ashes of an old cookfire, thinking of the legends about the Targaryen bond with dragons. Daenerys approached quietly, her braid shifting in the hot wind. "You're worried," she said, more statement than question. He glanced up, uncertain how to answer. "I was thinking, if these dragons are to be the key to reclaiming Westeros, we must keep them alive. But this desert is killing us. If we don't reach Qarth soon..." Her expression tightened. "We will. Ricardo has scouted ahead and found a pass that leads to a broad valley. Beyond that, we should see the Jade Gates on the horizon. Qarth is not far now." She paused, looking at him. "How do you feel about all this, Jon?" "Truly?" He was taken aback by her frank question. Wiping dust from his brow, he said, "I feel uncertain. I came seeking you because my father was Rhaegar, because I thought the Targaryen name might be a way to avenge the man who raised me and free my sister. But now I see how hard it is to simply survive. I want to believe that we can retake Westeros, that we can right these wrongs. Yet I don't know if it's possible. And if it is, how do we do it without becoming like the Lannisters or the Mad King? Daenerys' gaze fell to the ashes at her feet. I have asked myself that question 1,000 times. Viserys was so certain we would conquer with fire and blood, but I saw how that thirst for power twisted him. And our father, the Mad King. I never knew him, but the tales are enough. I do not wish to be that kind of ruler. The dragons are fire made flesh, yes, but if we cannot temper that fire with wisdom, we are doomed to repeat the horrors of the past. She sighed. Sometimes I feel I am walking a path laid out by ghosts. If we reach Qarth, perhaps we will find a new path. Jon studied her face, the weariness, the determination. It struck him that she carried the weight of an entire fallen dynasty. He only carried a fraction, but that fraction was enough to nearly break him at times. In that moment, he felt closer to her than he'd expected, 2 orphans of war, bound by blood, trying to find a destiny that wouldn't devour them. We'll figure it out, he said softly, even if it seems impossible. She offered a faint, grateful nod. Then her gaze drifted past him and a look of guarded resolve settled in. Rest now. Tomorrow, we push hard. If Ricaro's reckoning is right, Qarth is no more than 5 days. Right. The next dawn, they broke camp swiftly, rousing the last of their strength for the final push. Gendry's lips were cracked from thirst, and the Pentoshi guards were too exhausted even to complain. Daenerys rode at the head with Yora, her banner snapping behind her in the dusty wind. Jon kept pace nearby, trying not to think about how precarious their supplies were. The horses had grown hollow-flanked, and the goats they had left were on the verge of collapse. Flies swarmed around them, a constant torment. Yet on they rode, day after day, each one a test of endurance. At last, on the evening of the 4th day, they crested a rise and saw the desert falling away before them into a wide valley. Beyond that, the shimmering heat seemed to lighten, revealing the hazy silhouette of distant walls and tall spires. Qarth. The sight alone sent murmurs of excitement through the Khalasar. Daenerys sat straighter in her saddle, tears of relief threatening her composure. They pressed on with renewed energy, descending into the valley. Even the dragons seemed to sense the change in mood, flapping their tiny wings and chirping at the tang of sea air that drifted from beyond those walls. For Qarth was a port city, the gateway to the Jade Sea and beyond. 2 days later, footsore and half-starved, the Khalasar approached Qarth's gates. Towers soared overhead, shining in the sun. The walls were carved with intricate reliefs of mystic beasts and swirling patterns. At the gate stood a retinue of guards in ornate armor, tall spears in hand, their faces concealed by mirrored masks. Behind them waited a group of elegantly dressed men and women, draped in colorful silks and jewels that sparkled with unnatural brilliance to Jon's eyes, accustomed to the dust of the desert. One man stepped forward. He was tall, with dark skin and a shaven head, wearing a long robe embroidered with golden thread. He held out his arms in greeting. I am Xaro Xhoan Daxos, a humble merchant prince of Qarth, he declared. Welcome, Daenerys Stormborn, to the greatest city that ever was or will be. His voice echoed against the high walls. Jon could see the hunger in his gaze as it flicked to the dragons perched near Daenerys. He bowed low, a gesture of grand courtesy. I have heard tales of your wonder, how you birthed dragons from stone and flame. Qarth is honored by your presence. Daenerys halted her mare, the wind tugging at her hair. Beside her, Yora looked guarded, while Ars wore a neutral mask. The Dothraki behind them shifted uncertainly, staring at the city's opulence with a mixture of wariness and awe. Daenerys inclined her head. You honor us, Xaro Xhoan Daxos. My people are weary from a long journey through the Red Waste. We need water, shelter, and medicine. If Qarth truly is the greatest city, I hope it is also the most generous. Xaro laughed a tinkling laugh, then clapped his hands. Servants materialized from behind the guards, bearing trays of fruit, pitchers of cool water, cloth to wipe away dust, and sweet wine in crystal decanters. Jon saw the Dothraki's eyes widen, but they waited on Daenerys' nod. Only then did they rush forward to take their share. Xaro bowed once more. We shall house you in my own palace if you desire it, Khaleesi. None shall say that Qarth denied a mother and her children. Daenerys stiffened slightly, perhaps at the words mother and her children, for she was well aware how some might wish to exploit her dragons. But she kept her composure. You are too kind, my lord. We humbly accept your hospitality. So the gates of Qarth swung open, revealing wide boulevards lined with towering statues and colonnades. The city was a marvel of intricate architecture and bustling markets. Vibrant colors assaulted Jon's eyes, cloth banners, painted shutters, mosaics on marble walls. The air smelled of exotic spices, flowers, and the tang of salt from the harbor. It was intoxicating after the dusty bleakness of the desert. The caravan filed through, drawing stares from Qarthine's citizens who gazed at the gaunt Dothraki riders, the half-dead horses, and the 3 small dragons perched near Daenerys. For a moment, awe silenced the crowd. Then whispers spread like wildfire, with hands pointing, some in fear, others in fascination. Xaro led them to a grand palatial estate, its walls of polished marble, its doors inlaid with gold filigree, flanked by tall cedar trees that dripped with perfume-laden blossoms. Servants guided Daenerys and her closest companions indoors to a courtyard garden with tinkling fountains and couches piled high with cushions. Jon found it overwhelming, the sudden shift from the harsh desert to this lush opulence. He stayed near Daenerys, mindful that danger could lurk in any corner of this lavish place. The Pentoshi guards gawked with wide eyes, while Yora frowned as if trying to see through every hidden corner. The Dothraki milled about uncertainly, ill at ease in such luxurious surroundings. Only Daenerys managed to hold herself with regal grace, though lines of caution bracketed her mouth. Xaro clapped his hands again, summoning more servants bearing bowls of cold water for washing. As Daenerys rinsed the dust from her face, Xaro studied her dragons with naked fascination. The black one hissed, baring needle-like teeth. Glorious creatures, Xaro breathed. Truly, the wonders of the world. You must be blessed by the gods themselves. Daenerys merely inclined her head, not bothering to hide how protective she felt. They are my children, she said. I will not have them caged or harmed. Xaro placed a hand over his heart. But of course not, my radiant guest. I only wish to behold them. He turned and gestured to the exotic trees that circled the courtyard. Here you and your people may rest for as long as you desire. My home is yours. Please accept my hospitality. Qarth is a city of marvels. As you will see in time. Yora stepped forward, voice cool. Your generosity is appreciated, Lord Xaro. I trust your city also values discretion. Discretion above all, Xaro replied, smiling. Come, you must be hungry. Let us feast. And feast they did. Servants brought trays of spiced meats, fresh fish, roasted peppers, sweet fruits unknown to Jon. It was overwhelming, a riot of tastes and scents. Jon's stomach clenched at the sudden abundance. He hadn't eaten so well since leaving King's Landing, if ever. Daenerys, though clearly famished, ate slowly, politely. Around them, the Dothraki dug in with less restraint, devouring their fill after so many weeks of near starvation. Xaro seemed delighted by the spectacle, though the glimmer in his eyes said he was already plotting how best to use this situation for his own advantage. Daenerys occasionally cast glances toward Jon, as if reassuring herself that he was near, or seeking his reaction to all this extravagance. He offered a slight shrug, uncertain himself. Xaro might not be an enemy, but neither was he a friend. In a city of merchants and warlocks, politics could be more dangerous than any desert. Jon recalled Illyrio's words about Qarth's cunning. If Daenerys was to remain safe, they needed to guard against any attempt to steal or harm the dragons, for those creatures were her greatest bargaining chip. He was no master of courtly intrigue. What he'd seen in King's Landing had left him sickened, but he would do his best to protect her. Their first days in Qarth passed in a whirlwind of luxurious disorientation. Xaro lavished attention on Daenerys, offering gifts, silk dresses, jewelry, exotic pets. She accepted little, mindful of the cost such kindness might demand in future. Qarthine nobles came to gawk at the dragons, invited by Xaro or simply presenting themselves at his palace gates. Daenerys insisted the creatures not be paraded around, often keeping them in a private courtyard with a handful of loyal Dothraki guards. Jon stood watch there whenever he could, noting how onlookers tried to sneak glimpses. Gendry spent his time in the palace's smithy. Yes, even such a place of frivolity had a small forge, used mostly for decorative metalwork, helping a local smith repair the Khalasar's gear. Yora and Arstan scouted the city, watching for threats, meeting with minor merchants who might be friendly to Daenerys' cause. But it was a delicate game. If the Targaryen queen showed too little influence, Qarth might dismiss her. If she showed too much, they might fear her and move against her. Each night, Daenerys confided her worries in Jon, or in Yora, sometimes both. We did not come to Qarth to be beggars, she said in frustration. But how can I force them to help me? They will want something in return, and I have no coin, only my dragons. and those I will not sell." Jon shared her concern. He had overheard Xaro discreetly suggest that a marriage alliance could secure Daenerys' future, possibly even to Xaro himself or to a powerful Qartheen prince. "They covet your dragons," Jon said. "That's the truth of it. They see power. They want to share. If you yield even one, you lose everything." Daenerys' eyes flashed with anger. "They will not have my children." In the midst of these tensions, a new presence entered the stage, Pietpri, a warlock of Qarth's mysterious House of the Undying. He was a gaunt man with blue-stained lips who approached Daenerys one afternoon in the gardens. Jon happened to be there, watching the dragons. Pietpri bowed low and offered a cryptic invitation to Daenerys, promising revelations and enlightenment if she would visit the House of the Undying. Daenerys regarded him warily, recalling warnings from Yora that Qarth warlocks could not be trusted. Yet the warlock's words were laced with promises of knowledge about dragons, about prophecy, about the destiny of Targaryens. Daenerys, intrigued but cautious, said she would consider the invitation. That night, she asked Jon and Yora for their counsel. Yora was adamant that it was a trap or, at best, a perilous gamble. Jon felt uneasy too, recalling the illusions and arcane rumors that surrounded warlocks. But Daenerys, restless and torn by uncertainty, considered it. She said she would not decide yet, but the seeds of curiosity had been planted. At the same time, Xaro pressed her to marry him. "As my wife," he declared, "you will have access to all the wealth of Qarth. We can buy ships, hire the Golden Company, sail to Westeros in grand style, and place you on the Iron Throne. The dragons will be safe in my palace. I will love them as my own." Daenerys refused politely, again and again, each time Xaro grew a shade more desperate. The merchant prince was shrewd enough not to threaten her outright, but Jon sensed that if Daenerys continued to spurn him, Xaro might withdraw his hospitality, leaving them stranded in a city that could quickly turn hostile. The days stretched into weeks. Daenerys tried to gather allies from among the lesser merchants and travelers who frequented Xaro's palace. She spoke passionately of her rightful throne in Westeros, of the injustice that had befallen her house. Some expressed sympathy, but few dared to risk gold or ships without guarantees. Meanwhile, rumors spread that the Targaryen queen had a nephew with her, a boy who likewise carried dragon's blood. A handful of curious or unscrupulous individuals sought Jon out, peppering him with questions or insinuations. Did he have a dragon of his own? Would he seek to supplant Daenerys? Jon rebuffed them all. "I stand with my aunt," he said. "We have the same cause." But it made him uneasy, for he understood how quickly a wedge could be driven between them by cunning whispers. One evening, after a frustrating day of fruitless negotiations, Daenerys paced the courtyard with Jon, while Drogon stalked behind her, flicking his slender tail. The other dragons perched on a low stone wall, ignoring the swirl of Qarth's lamplit night. Beyond the palace gates, music drifted from the city's vibrant streets. "I feel like I'm drowning in false smiles and hidden daggers," Daenerys murmured. "All these lords and ladies fawn over my dragons, but none truly believe I can conquer Westeros." Jon remembered the illusions of King's Landing, the courtiers who simpered and schemed. "If they sense doubt or weakness, they'll exploit it," he said. "In truth, we do need them. Or at least we need someone. Ships, gold, an army. We can't raise that on our own." Daenerys' fists clenched. "There must be a way. If only—" She trailed off, turning her face to him, eyes shimmering with something he had not seen before, a raw longing for home. "If only Westeros wasn't so far. If only I could show them that we are not trifling pretenders, that the dragons will grow and that we will not be swayed." Jon placed a hand on her shoulder, understanding her torment. "I can't promise easy answers, but we have each other and we have these dragons. Westeros is at war, and the Lannisters are not as all-powerful as they claim. My brother Robb is winning battles. Perhaps, if we bide our time here and gather resources, we can strike when the moment is right." She nodded, gaze drifting to the star-filled sky. "Yes, timing is everything. My father lost the throne through madness. My brother Rhaegar lost it through misfortune, and Viserys lost it through his own arrogance. I will not lose it by rushing into the teeth of a storm we cannot weather." The next day brought an unexpected visitor. Qarth of the Shadow, a masked woman from Ass High. She slipped into the palace unannounced, robed in shadowy silks, and approached Daenerys in a secluded corner of the garden. Jon happened upon them by accident, having gone to feed the dragons small scraps of meat. Qarth's mask was lacquered wood, carved with esoteric symbols. She addressed Daenerys in a soft, echoing tone, warning her that Qarth was but the first step, that shadows stretched across the sea, that the glass candles were burning once more. Daenerys asked what she meant, but Qarth offered only cryptic riddles. Jon listened, brow furrowed. At one point, the masked woman turned to him. "And you, child of ice and fire, beware the doom that lurks in the far north. For winter is coming on wings of darkness. Remember who you are. Remember your promise." Jon felt a chill roll down his spine, though the Qartheen night was warm. "What do you know of the north?" he asked, voice tight. Qarth merely bowed her masked head. "More than you imagine, less than you fear." Then she turned to Daenerys. "To go north, you must journey south. To reach west, you must go east. To go forward, you must go back. Only in the shadows will you find truth. Remember these words, Daenerys Stormborn. I have seen dragons in the north and the world trembles." Before they could question her further, she slipped away into the deeper shadows, vanishing like a wraith in the night. Daenerys stood silent for a long moment, the hush broken only by Drogon's low hiss. Jon tried to make sense of the cryptic message, especially the mention of the far north and some doom that lurked there. He thought of the old stories from the Wall of White Walkers and Whites. He had always assumed those were only children's tales. But Qarth's warning echoed with eerie conviction. Daenerys looked unsettled, as though she sensed a storm far away, not of her making but one that might swallow them all. At length she exhaled. "Qarth is full of sorcerers and tricksters. Perhaps that was mere nonsense." Jon wished he could believe that. "Perhaps," he said. But something in Qarth's words clung to him, a reminder of the dire warnings old Nan had once muttered by the hearth in Winterfell. He set it aside for the moment, focusing on the immediate threats around them. Time in Qarth stretched on. Daenerys struggled to secure a fleet or a loan, while Xaro pressed his marriage suit and Piet-Pri continued to invite her to the House of the Undying. Meanwhile, the Khalasar grew restless in a city of stone. The Dothraki yearned for open plains, and each day spent in Qarth cost coin they did not have. Tension simmered, but Daenerys refused to depart without a clearer path. "If I leave Qarth empty-handed," she told Jon one evening, "I have only the desert behind me and the uncertain seas ahead. I need something, anything, that will make this journey worthwhile." It was the final straw one hot afternoon when Xaro approached Daenerys in his marbled hall, demanding an answer. He was resplendent in robes of azure silk weighed down with pearls. "Marry me, Daenerys Targaryen, and all Qarth shall be at your feet. I will fund your conquest. I will buy you ships and swords. Together we shall sail triumphant to Westeros and reclaim your birthright. It is the only way." Daenerys stood there, Drogon perched on her shoulder, regal and Viserion coiled at her feet. Jon and Jorah flanked her. She spoke softly but firmly. "I thank you for your offer, Xaro, but the dragons are my children, not gifts to be bartered, and I will not bind myself in marriage merely for gold. I cannot give you what you truly want." Xaro's face tightened with barely concealed anger. "Then you leave me little choice. My fellow merchant princes are unimpressed with your reluctance. They whisper that you are a beggar queen with no real power. If you will not marry me, if you will not share your dragons, perhaps you should leave Qarth before your welcome is worn thin." Daenerys gave a sad, bitter smile. "Then I suppose we must depart." So it was decided. In the wake of Xaro's ultimatum, Daenerys quickly made preparations to leave. The warlock Piet-Pri seized this moment to renew his invitation, cornering Daenerys in a colonnade. Jorah tried to block him, but the warlock slipped past, blue lips parted in a wide grin. "Leave if you must, mother of dragons, but do not depart Qarth without visiting the House of the Undying. Great truths await you there. You will see visions of past and future, hints of your destiny. Do not fear the Undying. They welcome you as the mother of wonder." Daenerys hesitated, tension thrumming in the air. Jon gripped the hilt of his sword, ready to protect her if the warlock tried anything. But Piet-Pri only bowed in a fluid, unsettling way. Daenerys glanced at Jon and Jorah, then drew a breath. "Very well," she told the warlock. "I will come to this House of the Undying, but I will not go alone." A sly smile curved across Piet-Pri's stained lips. "As you wish." He turned and drifted away, his robes whispering on the polished floor. Jorah muttered curses under his breath. "This is folly, Khaleesi. Let us leave Qarth before the warlocks can ensnare you. They are not to be trusted." Daenerys stood thoughtful, her expression distant. "You speak true, Ser Jorah, but what if they hold knowledge that could aid us? We are leaving Qarth with nothing but what we arrived with. This might be our only chance to gain something more, perhaps some glimpse of how to use my dragons or how to reclaim the throne. I will go, but I will not place my children in danger. Jon found himself uneasy as well. He had no love for warlocks, especially after Kate's cryptic warning. But Daenerys' resolve was set, and part of him understood the desire for answers when the path ahead was so unclear. If you go, then I'll go with you. I won't leave you alone with that creature. She flashed him a grateful look, though sorrow flickered behind her eyes. Thank you, nephew. Yora tried one more time to dissuade her, but Daenerys' mind was made up. Arrangements were swiftly concluded. The next day, Daenerys left most of her khalasar at Xaro's palace, guarded by loyal blood riders and Yora, while she took Jon and a small contingent to the House of the Undying, a tall, windowless tower of gray stone at the city's edge, half hidden behind twisted trees in a labyrinthine garden. Pietri awaited them at the gates, beckoning them in. The approach to the tower was a winding path through what seemed like illusions, doors that led nowhere, corridors that twisted back on themselves. Strange music thrummed in the air, or perhaps it was only in their minds. When they reached the entrance, Pietri indicated that Daenerys must enter alone. At that, Jon bristled. Daenerys refused. I will not go without my nephew, she said. We are of one blood. Pietri bowed, though annoyance flickered in his eyes. Then you risk your nephew's mind and soul as well. But so be it. The House of the Undying welcomes you both. They stepped inside. Darkness enveloped them, a silence so profound Jon's ears rang. He kept one hand on the hilt of his sword, though some intangible dread pressed upon him. Daenerys held Drogon in her arms. The little dragon quivered, letting out a low growl. Pietri whispered instructions, telling them to choose certain doors, to avoid others, then he vanished down a corridor. Before Jon or Daenerys could protest, the warlock was gone, leaving them in a dim hallway lit by faintly glowing crystals set in the walls. The air smelled of dust and old incense. They pressed on, each step echoing. Doors lined the corridor, some leading to empty rooms, others revealing eerie tableaus, phantom images of feasts, or shadowy figures. Once, Jon glimpsed what looked like a tall king with silver hair, his chest caved in with rubies scattered all around, but the image faded the moment Daenerys approached. Another door showed a spinning wheel of swords, glinting red in torchlight. A woman's cry echoed from somewhere distant, familiar and pained. Jon thought he heard "Promise me" in that voice, and it froze his blood. Then the sound was gone. Daenerys trembled, describing visions of a throne room roofless to the sky, ash or snow falling upon black iron. She saw a man who might have been her brother Rhaegar whispering about the song of ice and fire. Tears clung to her lashes. Jon had his own brief, haunting visions of Winterfell's courtyard rotting with decay, of his father Ned's headless corpse reaching out to him in silence. He fought the urge to run. Deeper they went, guided only by some half-formed instinct. At last, they found a round chamber where ghostly shapes circled the walls, ancient figures with shriveled faces and sunken eyes, half seen and half felt. Their voices hissed in a language Jon did not know, but Daenerys jerked back in alarm. Drogon snarled, spitting a tiny jet of flame that scattered the shadows. For a heartbeat, Jon felt an unearthly pressure in his mind, as though invisible hands clawed at his memories. He clutched Daenerys' arm. She let out a cry of pain or terror. Flames flickered from Drogon again, and the presence recoiled. In that moment, a swirl of images assaulted Jon's consciousness. A giant ice wall, a swirl of white figures with cold blue eyes, a swirl of fire devouring them. He felt as though he stood at the center of a storm, drawn between the living and the dead. Then Daenerys screamed, and Drogon roared, unleashing another torrent of flame. The illusions collapsed, the shadows dispersing like smoke in a gale. Jon blinked, the pressure gone. Daenerys staggered, breathing hard. Drogon flapped wildly, screeching. In the gloom, a faint voice hissed, "Mother of dragons, 3 heads has the dragon, the song of ice and fire, remember." Then Pietri's shrieks echoed in the distance, full of rage. Flames licked along the walls, hungry for whatever illusions the warlocks had woven. Jon seized Daenerys' hand, guiding her back the way they came, or so he hoped. Through twisting corridors they ran, glimpsing flickers of apparitions in the corners of their vision. Twice they stumbled upon dead ends, forced to double back. An acrid smoke filled the air as Drogon's flames caught on drapes and furniture, turning illusions into charred reality. Jon's heart hammered, certain they would perish in this labyrinth. But somehow they found the exit, the door that led back to the garden. They burst outside, coughing, ice streaming from smoke. Pietri was nowhere to be seen, but the tower behind them roiled with dark fumes. The handful of Dothraki who waited near the gate rushed forward to help. Yora was there too, sword drawn, scanning for threats. Daenerys sagged against him, trembling. Jon fell to his knees, dizzy from the assault on his senses. They had survived, but whatever knowledge Daenerys gained was jumbled in her mind. She recalled fragments, visions of dragons over the wall, she mumbled, tears mingling with sweat. Visions of a throne room. I don't understand. Something about 3 heads. Jon held her hand, offering what comfort he could. Yora barked orders, ushering them all away. The Warlocks might retaliate. They hurried back to Xaro's palace, but word soon spread that the House of the Undying was aflame, its warlocks scattered. Some whispered that the Targaryen girl had destroyed them with dragonfire. Others claimed the Warlocks had tried to enslave her soul. By evening, the city was abuzz and Xaro looked incensed. You have brought ruin upon your Qartheen hosts, he accused. The Warlocks will blame us all. This cannot stand. Daenerys had little sympathy. They lured me to a trap, she said coldly. I owe them no apology. Xaro's mouth thinned. Then I fear you must leave Qarth immediately before the city tears itself apart in panic or vengeance. So the next day, Daenerys gathered her Khalasar and her small retinue. Xaro offered a final sneer. You could have been great here, Daenerys Targaryen. But you refused me. Now the gates of Qarth will close behind you and you will find no welcome if you return. Daenerys held her head high, the dragons perched protectively near her. Keep your city, Xaro Zoandaxos. I will find my own path. With that, she rode out of Qarth, leading her people Yora, Arstan, Jon, and Gendry at her side. They purchased 3 ships with the last of Illyrio's gold, and what meager riches they had gleaned in Qarth. The vessels were not war galleys, but trading cogs meant for the Jade Sea. Still, they could carry the Khalasar across the water to somewhere beyond the deserts. Daenerys no longer pinned her hopes on Qarth, but on whatever new shore might grant her the allies she needed. Perhaps Astapor or Yunkai in Slaver's Bay, or some other foreign land. As they boarded, Daenerys whispered to Jon, I saw glimpses of a terrible darkness in that tower. War in Westeros, war beyond. And something else cold and deadly. But I also saw a glimmer of hope. Dragons in the sky, flames pushing back the night. Maybe it was a promise that we can prevail. Jon thought of Kaith's warning, of the strange visions that had battered his mind. He couldn't shake the image of the wall, towering white in the midst of swirling snow, confronted by an army of icy shapes. The sense of doom lingered like a weight upon his heart. If what you saw is true, he said softly, then the battles in Westeros are just one storm among many. There may be a far greater danger waiting in the north. All the more reason we must be ready. Daenerys touched his arm, her expression grave. Blood of my blood, she said in the Dothraki fashion. We will face it together. The ships set sail with creaking timbers and flapping sails, the Jade Sea stretching before them in glittering green and gold. Behind them, Qarth's gleaming walls receded, and with it the memory of illusions, betrayals, and vain promises. Ahead lay the unknown, a precarious future for a small band of Targaryens, exiles, and Dothraki riders who had pinned their hopes on 3 infant dragons and a dream of returning home. Jon stood at the prow, wind tugging at his dark hair, remembering how his life had changed so drastically since King's Landing. He had been a boy from the north, harboring a secret name. Now he sailed beside his aunt, Daenerys Stormborn, across seas he had never imagined. For what end? A throne forged of swords? Or something else, something bigger? A fight against a creeping darkness that threatened them all? As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in reds and oranges, Jon closed his eyes and thought of Winterfell. He imagined the tall pines cloaked in snow, the hush of the godswood, the distant howling of wolves in the night. In that silence, he sent out a silent prayer that one day he might return, that he might see his brothers and sisters again. But for now, the waters bore him ever farther from the land of his birth, toward a destiny steeped in dragonfire and uncertain shadows. And in the cabin behind him, Daenerys Targaryen cradled her dragons, whispering lullabies of Valyria, dreaming of a home she had never known. Together they moved onward, unmoored from the past yet bound by the blood of the dragon, determined to shape the future or die trying. They sailed from Qarth under a cloudless sky, 3 aging ships purchased with the last of Daenerys's gold, their hulls creaking as they cut across the Jade Sea. The water glittered with a bright, jade-tinted sheen that seemed almost unreal, especially to those Dothraki who had never known more than dusty plains and the pale shimmer of rivers. The ships were modest cogs intended for trading, not war, their decks crowded with horses that whickered and stomped nervously, men who still eyed the horizon with unease, and a collection of half-famished goats and sheep they had managed to gather before leaving Qarth. Amidst the noise and bustle, Daenerys Stormborn stood at the prow of the lead vessel, her silver-gold hair flowing in the salt breeze. Drogon, black and scarlet, perched on her shoulder, small but vigilant, while Rhaegal and Viserion dozed in a sturdy wicker enclosure near the main mast, guarded by wary Dothraki. Jon remained a short distance behind his aunt, arms folded, eyes distant with thoughts that stretched over leagues of water and years of loss. He could not help recalling those final moments in Qarth, the House of the Undying, where illusions had attacked them like tangible nightmares. He still heard faint echoes of Piet Pri's voice in the hush of the ship's hold at night, promising knowledge, brandishing hidden hungers. Yet, they had escaped. More than that, they had done so together. It was a small reassurance in a world that felt increasingly fragile. The desert was behind them now, but the uncertain seas spread on all sides, symbolic of the road that lay ahead for House Targaryen. They had no grand plan beyond sail west to test the rumor of cities near Slaver's Bay. Ser Jorah believed they might make landfall near Astapor, an old city famed for its army of eunuch warriors, the Unsullied. A cunning plan, or so Jorah said, to purchase or otherwise gain an elite force that might help Daenerys reclaim Westeros. Jon found the notion abhorrent, the idea of treating men like chattel. Still, he knew too well how few options they possessed. With the Lannisters perched on the Iron Throne and chaos swirling through the Seven Kingdoms, raw power was needed. He harbored the faint hope that the Northern Rebellion under Robb might align with Daenerys' cause in time, but that was an idea for the future. At present, their immediate problem was survival. Gendry paced the deck at times, glancing out over the sea. He'd never been so far from land. The boy, nearly a man grown in years but rough around the edges, complained little, though the tension in his shoulders spoke volumes. He missed the solidity of a forge. The Dothraki, likewise, muttered oaths about the water demons that might lurk beneath, but their loyalty to Daenerys remained fierce. Each passing day, they scrounged supplies from the ship's meager rations, lulled by the wind in the sails and the unceasing hiss of waves against timber. Sunlight streamed across the water by day, while nights brought a moonlit emptiness, the deck lit only by swaying lanterns and the occasional glow of a dragon's breath. Daenerys and Jon often passed the quiet hours near the bow, where she would stroke Drogon's neck as the small creature purred with a soft rumble. They spoke in low tones about the future. Sometimes Daenerys' voice trembled with an edge of frustration or desperation. She was 17, perhaps 18, young in years but aged by burden. Jon was not much older. They carried the fate of a dynasty that many considered dead, scattered to the winds. Yet they clung to each other like brother and sister might, bound by the blood of Rhaegar, bound by the memory of Ned Stark's unwavering honor. Ser Barristan Selmy, still going by Ars and Whitebeard to most, stood watch at times, his calm eyes flicking from the horizon to Daenerys and back. Jon sensed something in the old knight's bearing, a deep respect laced with regret. More than once, Jon had caught Barristan regarding him with a complex expression, as if measuring the boy who called himself Rhaegar's son. Barristan had served on Rhaegar's father's King's Guard, so he likely remembered that glorious prince in ways no one else alive could. Yet for the time being, Barristan withheld his true name from Daenerys, claiming to be a loyal servant come from Westeros. Jon wondered if his father's memory pained Barristan, how Rhaegar had died, how everything had unraveled. The old knight seldom spoke of the past, but sometimes, in an offhand remark, he would reveal an intimate knowledge of the Targaryen court that belied the identity he wore. On the 9th day after leaving Qarth, the weather turned foul. Clouds gathered in gray mass overhead and the Jade Sea raged under pounding rain. The ships pitched and rolled, forcing the Dothraki to tie down their animals with frantic knots. Waves hammered the prow, white foam bursting high. Jon helped Gendry secure gear, passing rope and hauling crates to the hold. Lightning forked across the sky like the lash of an angry god. Amid the storm, Daenerys remained in the captain's cabin, arms protectively cradling Drogon, while Rhaegal and Viserion screeched from the safety of their enclosure. For 2 days, the storm battered them, driving them off course until at last the skies cleared. Their meager fleet had drifted far to the southwest, by the captain's reckoning, forcing them to turn north again. When land finally appeared, a smudge of brown on the horizon, there was an exhalation of relief from the entire company. The captain, a sallow-faced man named Kahuru, pointed out columns of black smoke rising from what must be a settlement. Astapor, if the gods are kind, he declared. Where else but in Slaver's Bay do they burn so many pyres? His expression darkened. A vile place, full of cruelty and coin. Tread carefully. By midday, the ships approached an estuary that led deeper inland where Astapor's harbor sprawled near the mouth of a wide, muddy river. The city shimmered red under the sun, built of crumbling bricks the color of dried blood. Tall pyramids broke the skyline, topped by horns and gargoyles. A haze of heat hung over the waterfront, thick with the stench of fish, refuse, and the sickly sweetness of rotting flesh. The docks were crowded with foreign vessels, from sleek galleys to fat-bellied merchant cogs. Over everything stood Astapor's walls, overshadowed by older fortifications that seemed half-broken. Beyond, the city sloped upward into winding streets and the labyrinth of slaver compounds. Daenerys and Yora conferred with the captains, arranging docking fees. Sailors and local port inspectors haggled viciously, demanding bribes. Daenerys parted with more gold than she wished, but they needed a safe berth for the ships and, moreover, the permission to disembark the Dothraki without inciting the city watch. For in Astapor, all that mattered was power. If they appeared vulnerable, they might be robbed or worse. Eventually, the coins changed hands and the harbor officials grudgingly waved them through. That first step onto the Astapor docks was jarring. The heat struck like a physical blow, worse than Qarth or the Red Waste. The air was thick, the ground slick with muck and puddles of salt water. Jon caught the reek of sewage and human sweat mingled with heavy spices. Gendry wrinkled his nose but said nothing. The Dothraki scanned the crowds for any threat, hands on their araks. Nearby, slaves in loincloths hurried by carrying crates or pushing barrows. Some had fresh welts on their backs, each strike from a master's lash still glistening with blood. The sight made Jon's stomach tighten in disgust. This city existed on the trade of flesh. Daenerys wore a cool mask of composure. She had dressed simply in a tunic of pale linen, with boots meant for riding. Drogon perched on her shoulder, drawing stares and gasps from every direction. Rhaegal and Viserion remained in a specially crafted cage, carried by 2 Dothraki riders behind her. Yora walked at her side, Arzon behind him. The remainder of the Khalasar fanned out, though many had remained aboard ship to keep watch. The plan was to find an audience with one of Astapor's good masters, men who owned the unsullied barracks, so Daenerys could weigh the possibility of acquiring an army. Even a few hundred unsullied might give us a foothold, Yora said quietly. They are the finest infantry in the world. And if your dragons are a sign of your royal blood, perhaps the slavers will offer favorable terms. Jon doubted that. Slavers rarely parted with their property cheaply. He also loathed the idea of bartering for men, yet he understood the bleak practicality. Westeros was torn apart by war. The Lannisters still controlled King's Landing if the last news was to be believed. Robb Stark faced the threat of Tywin Lannister, while Stannis and Renly Baratheon had both laid claims. Meanwhile, the Iron Islands might be raiding the north. In that maelstrom, who would rally to Daenerys Targaryen, a young queen with a handful of Dothraki and 3 small dragons? The war was too chaotic for easy alliances. She needed a disciplined fighting force. Jon felt the stirring of his own reservations. He wanted vengeance for Ned's death, yearned to rescue Sansa from the Lannisters, but at what moral cost? They pushed inland, weaving through Astapor's narrow, stifling streets. The architecture was old and crumbling, with plaster peeling from the red brick. Filthy water trickled down gutters and battered slaves scurried out of the way. Vendors hawked fruit and grilled fish, ignoring the stench of the drains. More than once, they passed a public square where slaves were auctioned from a tall stone block, men in fine robes calling out prices. Daenerys kept her face impassive, though Jon saw her knuckles whiten around the reins of her horse. In one such square, a woman with tear-stained cheeks held a babe in her arms, displayed for potential buyers. The watchers jeered or murmured. The father, perhaps, stood behind them with shackled hands, eyes distant with despair. Jon's stomach churned. If the woman or child was unsold, they might be cast away in some slave pit. He felt a fierce surge of anger. This was a city that thrived on misery. Yora led them to a walled compound near the center of Astapor, rumored to be the seat of one of the wealthiest good masters, Krasny's Emo Naklas, who bred and trained unsullied. Guards at the gate wore kilts and carried spears, each with the expression of a well-paid thug. They looked on in astonishment at the black dragon perched on Daenerys' shoulder. With some negotiation, a handful of coins, a flourish of Daenerys' regal bearing, they were granted entry to an inner courtyard. There, a row of unsullied stood at perfect attention, bodies rig. Each man was lean, muscled, and expressionless, clad in a distinctive spiked helm, a short spear in hand, a small round shield strapped to his arm. They did not move or speak. Their faces were devoid of emotion, eyes fixed on some middle distance as if even blinking required permission. Jon had never seen such discipline. It made his skin prickle. Perhaps these men were the unstoppable force that Yora claimed. Moments later, a tall, fleshy man approached, flanked by a slender woman with a shaved head and tattooed face. She wore fine silks, but her eyes were downcast, clearly a slave who served as a translator. The tall man, the good master, wore elaborate robes of embroidered gold and spoke in rapid, sneering High Valyrian. The translator repeated his words in the common tongue, addressing Daenerys with a servile courtesy that did not match Krasny's sneer. He demanded to see the dragons more closely, but Daenerys refused, keeping Drogon perched on her shoulder, black wings slightly spread in warning. They bantered back and forth, the translator's voice calm while Krasny's made crude remarks. Jon shifted uncomfortably, reading the scorn in the slaver's posture. Eventually, they came to the subject of purchasing Unsullied. Krasny's boasted of their prowess, how each eunuch had been trained from boyhood to obey without question, how they felt neither pain nor fear, how they would slaughter enemies without a flicker of mercy. Daenerys inquired about how many were available. Krasny's gave a dismissive grunt, indicating there were many hundreds, perhaps thousands, in the Unsullied barracks. He was open to selling them for a staggering price, more gold than Daenerys possessed, or a trade for items of similar value. He eyed Drogon with obvious avarice, though the translator politely framed it as the good master admires your wondrous beast and wonders if you might consider an exchange. Jon's blood ran cold at the suggestion that Daenerys would trade a dragon for an army. He expected her to refuse outright, but Daenerys held her composure, adopting a thoughtful pose. "I will consider all offers," she said in halting Valyrian, letting the translator repeat it in common tongue for the sake of clarity. Krasny's nodded in smug satisfaction. They left the compound soon after, Krasny's and the translator urging them to consider quickly, for the Unsullied were in high demand. As they walked back into the street, Gendry gave Jon a bewildered look. Trade a dragon for an army? She'd never, would she? Jon exhaled slowly. I can't imagine it. The dragons are her children, but she might not want to reject them too quickly. She's playing a game here, trying to find leverage. Daenerys said little on the ride back to the docks, face unreadable. Drogon clung to her shoulder, occasionally flapping his wings. Yora attempted to question her, but she only shook her head. We will speak aboard ship, away from prying ears. Arzan likewise held his tongue, though he seemed tense, as if worried Daenerys might do something rash. That night, in the cramped cabin of the lead ship, Daenerys summoned Jon, Yora, Arstan, and a few of her bloodriders. The dragons slept in a corner, though Drogon remained alert, eyes gleaming in the lantern light. Daenerys studied the men around her, then spoke in a low voice. I have decided to purchase every Unsullied warrior they will sell. All of them. Yora blinked in astonishment. Khaleesi, that would require wealth beyond what we have. Even if we sell the ships, the leftover goods, everything. Daenerys nodded gravely. I know. And they still might demand a dragon as part of the price. Krasny's covets my children. Jon's heart lurched. You can't possibly give him a dragon, he said, more sharply than he intended. She held his gaze. No, she said softly. I will not truly give them up. But the slavers do not know that. Yora leaned forward, brows knitting. What do you mean to do, Khaleesi? Daenerys' expression darkened, resolve flashing in her violet eyes. Astapor is a festering pit of cruelty. The Unsullied are slaves, men forcibly molded into living weapons. If I must become the Butcher King to free them, I will. But I believe there might be a more cunning way. Krasny's wants a dragon. I will promise him one. She gently stroked Drogon's black scales, and the creature hissed softly. When the time comes, we shall see who the victor is. A hush fell. Jon's mind raced. She was planning to trick the slavers, but how exactly? Trade Drogon only to unleash the beast's fire once the Unsullied were in her power? He considered the horrors of open slaughter. But was that any worse than letting these slavers thrive? You mean to attack them, Jon said carefully. Take the Unsullied by force. Daenerys' jaw set. I mean to free them. They will obey me, or so the slavers claim. But once they are mine, I will not hold them in chains. I will break the shackles of Astapor. These good masters are evil men. Better that I strike now than try to maintain illusions of trade. Yora let out a breath. It's dangerous, Khaleesi. If the plan fails, they will kill us all. Daenerys nodded. Then let us not fail. I will offer the largest dragon, Drogon, in exchange for every Unsullied in Astapor, plus all the boys still in training and the translator girl. We will empty their barracks. Once the bargain is sealed, I will give them Drogon's reins, then command the Unsullied to slay the good masters, break the chains, burn the city's defenders if they stand in our way. We will have an army of freedmen. Or we will die in the attempt. Jon glanced at Drogon, who swished his tail as if he understood the conversation. The notion of leading men through deception, of using the dragon's power to turn on the slavers, felt like a cunning ploy worthy of the Targaryen name. Yet part of him feared the violence that would follow. Memories of King's Landing's cruelty flitted across his mind. That day Ned Stark lost his head. The Lannisters had shown no mercy. Was Daenerys about to become just as ruthless? But he also recalled the slave mother holding her babe in the auction yard. The bruise-colored welts across so many backs. Astapor deserved no compassion for such crimes. I will stand with you, he said, voice quieter than usual. If we do this, let's do it swiftly. Daenerys placed her hand on his. Thank you, nephew. We need you with us. You and Ser Jorah Arstan, the Dothraki. All of us must act as one. She paused, exhaling. Tomorrow I will go to Krasny's and finalize the bargain. Prepare yourselves. When the moment comes, we must strike hard and fast. So it was that the next day, Daenerys made a grand spectacle of riding through Astapor with her retinue. She brought Drogon on a chain, though he was hardly tame, and the other 2 dragons were left guarded aboard ship to keep the slavers from coveting them as well. Krasny's met them in the courtyard with a smirk, believing he had outsmarted this foreign queen. Daenerys, speaking Valyrian through the translator, demanded every Unsullied in Astapor, training or otherwise, plus the translator girl as a gift to handle day-to-day communications. Krasny's teased her, spat insults that the translator prettily disguised, but at length he agreed, on the condition that Daenerys surrender Drogon to him immediately upon taking possession of the Unsullied. They sealed the bargain with a handshake, though the slaver's palm was sweaty, trembling with avarice. Slavers spread word throughout the city that the Unsullied had a new master. Thousands of gray and brown-clad eunuchs marched out of their barracks in silent columns, forming a solid block that filled the courtyard and the square beyond. Daenerys rode amongst them on a white mare, Krasny's trailing behind with that smug grin. The translator girl, Missandei, she named herself, walked at Daenerys' stirrup, offering hushed warnings about how the Unsullied obey only the holder of the whip, known as the Harpy's Switch. Krasny's carried it now. Once the chain was handed over, Drogon's chain, Daenerys would receive the switch. Jon watched from the edge, heart pounding. Jorah and Arstan stood ready. The Dothraki were scattered around in small pockets, Araks at their belts. Finally, with the Unsullied arrayed in perfect stillness, Krasny's waddled forward, brandishing the whip. Here, he declared in Valyrian, thrusting the braided leather handle at Daenerys. They are yours. Now give me the dragon. Daenerys leaned down, took the whip, then tossed Drogon's chain toward Krasny's. The black dragon hissed, flapping his wings. Krasny's yanked on the chain, letting out a coarse laugh, expecting Drogon to submit. Instead, Drogon twisted, shrieking, a gust of flame rippling from his jaws. The crowd gasped and stumbled back. Smoke curled in the air, the stench of singed cloth. Krasny's yowled, dropping the chain as his robe's sleeve ignited. A hush spread. Daenerys rose tall in her saddle, raising the whip overhead. In flawless Valyrian, she commanded the Unsullied to take the city, kill every slaver who resisted, and free the slaves. Krasny's turned on her in shock, reeling from the burn on his arm. You speak Valyrian? He spat. Daenerys smiled coldly. I am Daenerys Storeborn of the House Targaryen. Dracarys. Drogon unleashed a torrent of flame that engulfed Krasny's, his scream echoing through the courtyard as he staggered back, robes blazing. The good master's guards attempted to rally, but the Unsullied surged forward in disciplined ranks, spears thrusting, shields locked. All around the city, chaos erupted, slavers shrieked, slaves cried out, and the watchers fled in terror. Jon unsheathed his longsword, nodding to Gendry. The Dothraki bared their Araks. Jorah and Arzon waited in, steel flashing. It was a brutal, one-sided struggle. The good masters had never anticipated that their own product, the Unsullied, would turn on them. Some tried to gather mercenaries for defense, but the eunuchs marched as a machine of war, unstoppable in their resolve. Jon found himself in the thick of it, cutting down a slaver guard who swung a whip at a group of cowering women. He parried another's sword, driving him back until a spear from one of the Unsullied skewered the slaver in the ribs. The city roiled with violence, fires broke out, men yelled for mercy. Daenerys urged her new army forward, demanding they spare the innocents and slaves but give no quarter to those who raised arms. In some corners, the Dothraki set upon the old slaver houses, cutting down those who refused to yield. Yet Daenerys' voice rang above the din, "No one shall harm children. Free the slaves, do not harm them." The Unsullied, disciplined to the core, obeyed. Where the old masters fell, chains were broken. Throughout Astapor, thousands of captives emerged from hidden corners, wide-eyed with confusion and joy. Smoke poured into the sky. Bodies littered the streets. But by dusk, the good master's power was broken. The survivors were dragged out, stripped of rank, forced to kneel before the Mother of Dragons. Daenerys stood amidst the rubble-strewn courtyard, Drogon perched on a fallen statue's head, Regal and Viserion newly arrived from the ships at the hands of Dothraki handlers. The unsold or half-trained Unsullied formed ranks behind her, silent as ever. Freed slaves wept with gratitude or stared in shock at the silver-haired girl who had toppled their tormentors in a single day. Daenerys took a trembling breath, looking at the spear-littered ground. "Unsullied," she called out in the Valyrian tongue. Thousands of eyes fixed on her, men who had never known freedom. "You are no longer slaves. I free you all from any bond to me or to any other. You may leave if you wish. No one will stop you." She paused, letting her words sink in. Many blinked, uncertain. A few dropped their spears in disbelief. "But if you choose to stay, if you choose to fight at my side as free men, then follow me." She cast the whip into a burning brazier, and it crackled into ash. A long silence. Then, as one, the Unsullied banged their spears against their shields in a resounding chorus of loyalty. It echoed off the battered walls. Some removed the scraps of cloth that symbolized Astapor's brand, letting them flutter to the ground. Others stood stock-still, tears wetting their cheeks. Jon felt his own throat tighten at the sight. Daenerys had broken the chains in one savage stroke. Whether it was moral or not, it changed everything for these men. That night, while fires still smoldered around the city, Daenerys called her council to meet in the ruins of the largest slaver palace. The floors were strewn with rubble, windows shattered, the air reeking of smoke. But it served well enough as a gathering place for the newly freed, Unsullied officers, a handful of Astapori slaves turned spokesmen, the Dothraki blood riders, Yora, Arstan, Jon, Gendry, and Missandei, the translator girl who had also been freed. She was a quiet presence but surprisingly sharp, her mastery of tongues invaluable. Daenerys sat on a wide stone dais, Drogon coiled behind her. The freedmen petitioned her, praising her as a savior, asking what she intended. Daenerys told them that she would not remain in Astapor to rule, but neither would she abandon them without setting some form of temporary governance. She declared that Astapor was free, the slaves could choose their own path, though she recommended forming councils. She would not linger, for her path lay west. Yora later pulled her aside. "Khaleesi, will you truly leave so soon? We have only just taken the city. With time, you could build a proper kingdom here, gather your strength, move on to Yunkai and Meereen." Daenerys' face was drawn. "I came for an army, Ser Yora, not a crown of slaves' bricks. The sooner we press on, the sooner we can liberate the next city or sail for Westeros." Jon hovered nearby, listening. He too wondered if they should linger, set stable foundations. But Daenerys was determined. She had neither the resources nor the desire to become a queen in Slavers Bay. Her heart was set on returning to the Seven Kingdoms with the largest force possible. Perhaps, she allowed, they might take Yunkai next and free its slaves. Then Meereen. An arc of liberation across Slavers Bay, building an army of freedmen who would love her for breaking their chains. Jon saw the logic and the danger. Each city would require conflict. It might drain their resources, lead them into a war of attrition. But if they succeeded, they would have more men than any lesser Cells Word company could muster. They spent another fortnight in Astapor. The city reeled under the shock of the uprising, but Daenerys tried to restore order. The good masters were dead, imprisoned, or had fled. Some slaves had turned on their masters with ferocity. Killings, beatings, revenge. Daenerys commanded the Unsullied to protect children and the helpless, punishing any who engaged in wanton cruelty. Slowly, the chaos settled. Freedmen formed councils to distribute food, to decide how to rebuild. Daenerys endowed them with what grain stores and coin she could spare. though her own stockpiles were not vast. The ships in the harbor were repaired. Many who had escaped from slavery begged to join her, to march or sail wherever she led. She accepted some, turned others away, worried she could not feed them all. In the end, a significant portion of the Unsullied and a volunteer militia of freedmen prepared to follow her, forging a column of thousands. During that time, Jon walked the city streets, flanked by Gendry or a pair of Unsullied. He witnessed the aftermath firsthand. Battered corpses in alleyways, grieving families, fresh graves. Some Astapori begged him to intervene in personal disputes. Slavers claiming property, freedmen seeking vengeance. Jon did what he could, but his heart sank at how easily violence took root, even after liberation. He recalled the chaos in King's Landing when Ned was seized, how the city turned savage. Power vacuums bled anarchy unless strong leadership stepped in. He realized, not for the first time, that winning a throne or freeing a city was only the beginning of a greater challenge. He wondered if Daenerys was truly prepared to rule. But each night, he heard freedmen singing a makeshift chant in the squares. Mysa, Mysa, a Giscari word meaning mother. Daenerys had become a symbol of hope. Jon, too, was recognized in the streets. Some had begun calling him the Dragon Prince, and he disliked the awe in their voices, feeling it undeserved. Still, he did not reject it openly. The people needed heroes, illusions, or otherwise. He only prayed they would not regret putting their faith in House Targaryen. On the final night before they left Astapor, Daenerys stood on the old city walls, gazing at the harbor. Jon approached, footsteps echoing on the red bricks. For a moment, neither spoke. Finally, Daenerys said quietly, "I did what I came to do. I freed the Unsullied and toppled the slavers. Yet my heart is uneasy." Jon stood beside her. The sea breeze rustled their hair, carrying the stench of smoke from parts of the city still smoldering. "Because it was done with blood and fire?" She nodded. "Yes, part of me wonders if this is what my father, the Mad King, would have done. Burn them all. I do not want to become him, but I could not let this evil stand." Jon exhaled, placing a hand gently on her shoulder. "There's a difference between cruelty and justice. Killing those who profit from chains might be harsh, but you freed thousands from a life of torment. I saw them. They adore you because you gave them hope." Daenerys turned her face to his, eyes reflecting the torchlight. "I pray you are right. We must keep our hearts strong. The day we let ourselves revel in slaughter, we become the monsters we claim to hate." She squared her shoulders. "Tomorrow we march or sail. We will take Yunkai if the gods allow it. And if we do, we will free that city too." Jon nodded, recalling the vision from the House of the Undying, a swirl of cities and war, dragons overhead, a fleeting glimpse of a monstrous cold looming in the north. Their path was set for now, but what new horrors would they face when they finally reached Westeros, battered by the War of the Five Kings? The question weighed on him. Yet for tonight he said only, "I'll stand by you. Whatever comes." When dawn broke, Daenerys led her forces out of Astapor. The freedmen cheered, crowding the streets to watch as the Unsullied marched, ranks upon ranks, shields and spears gleaming. The Dothraki rode at the flanks. Wagons carried supplies, each drawn by stolid mules. Daenerys herself rode at the head, dressed in a simple tunic and trousers, boots dusty from the red brick roads. Drogon circled above in slow arcs, screeching occasionally. The city gates were flung open, banners of the Harpy torn down or burned. No one tried to stop them. They set a steady pace along the coast road, heading north and east toward Yunkai. Reports suggested Yunkai was smaller than Astapor, known for training bed slaves, with a lesser number of city guard. Many of those guard were rumored to be Sel's-words, not as disciplined as the Unsullied. Still, it would not be an easy conquest. Yunkai's walls were high, and they would have prepared defenses upon hearing of Astapor's fall. Daenerys hoped to persuade them to free their slaves without a fight, but few enslavers took kindly to Targaryen demands. Yora scouted ahead, accompanied by a few Dothraki outriders reporting that Yunkai had indeed begun fortifying. He also found evidence of envoys seeking to hire mercenaries from all corners of Essos. During the march, Jon spent much of his time with the Unsullied, trying to learn more about how they fought how they thought. Their officers, chosen by Daenerys, were men who exhibited intelligence and leadership. Yet even they bore the scars of a brutal upbringing. They did not complain or hesitate to obey. It was unnerving, the absolute discipline. Jon thought of the men in the north, the lords and bannermen who followed Robb out of love or loyalty. The Unsullied served Daenerys now for reasons that might be more complicated. A mixture of gratitude for freedom, combined with a lifetime of conditioning that taught them to obey. He wondered if in time they would recover some sense of individuality, if that was even possible. Gendry accompanied the blacksmiths who followed the host, repairing weapons and forging new spearheads from salvaged iron. He seemed somewhat at ease among them, focusing on the tangible craft of metal rather than the intangible moral dilemmas swirling around them. Jon occasionally visited, watching as Gendry hammered out dense or refitted armor for the few who wore steel. It was comforting to see Gendry so sure of his craft, forging a measure of normalcy amidst the swirl of war. "Ever think about heading back to Westeros?" Jon asked him one evening, after the clang of the forge had quieted. "Every day," Gendry admitted. "But where would I go? King's Landing is a death trap. The North? Don't know anyone there but you. And you're here." He shrugged. "Might as well stick with you, see if this Targaryen queen truly means to overthrow the Lannisters. Maybe one day we'll get the chance to cross the narrow sea and do it." Jon managed a half-smile. Yes, one day. 3 weeks into the march, scouts reported that Yunkish outriders were shadowing their column. Daenerys halted the host, sending out her own riders to chase them off. A brief skirmish ended with a captured Yunkish officer who revealed that the city had hired several Sellsword companies, the Second Sons among them, led by a Braavosi named Marrow, and the Stormcrows, led by Prendel. Yora had heard of them, tough, unprincipled men who sold their swords to the highest bidder. Daenerys called a war council. She resolved to offer these Sellswords a chance. Switch sides and fight for her, or face the might of the Unsullied. Yora doubted many would accept. Mercenaries often preferred gold in hand to promises. But Daenerys insisted on trying. They approached Yunkai's walls at dusk, setting up a camp in the surrounding plains. The city rose on a rocky outcrop, walls of pale yellow brick shining in the last rays of light. They saw watchfires flickering across the battlements, a sign that the Yunkish were fully aware of the army's approach. The next day, Daenerys sent word to the Yunkish rulers. "Free your slaves, bow before me, or face conquest." A messenger returned with a wagon of gold and polite assurances that if Daenerys turned away, she might keep the wealth in peace. Daenerys refused, sending the gold back. The next night, a small delegation of Sellswords arrived under a flag of truce. Jon joined Daenerys to meet them outside the camp. They were hard-eyed men in mismatched armor, the Second Sons led by Marrow the Titan's bastard and 2 subcommanders named Daario Naharis and another Braavosi. Marrow was foul-mouthed, throwing lewd remarks at Daenerys. Daario was more courteous, though a strange light gleamed in his eyes. He was younger than the others, with flamboyant style, curved blades at his hips, a golden tooth glinting when he smiled. Marrow spat at Daenerys' feet, calling her Little Whore Queen. Jon tensed, hand on his hilt, but Daenerys kept her composure. She offered them a choice: switch sides, fight for her, and share in the spoils of liberated Yunkai, or remain loyal to Yunkai and face certain defeat. Marrow only laughed, claiming his Sellswords would drink her blood. Daario said nothing, though his gaze flicked curiously between Jon and Daenerys. The men took their leave, promising to give her an answer by dawn. They parted under tense silence. Daenerys ordered the camp to prepare for battle. If the Sellswords refused, they would likely launch a night assault or at least harass her lines. The Unsullied formed defensive formations around the perimeter. Dothraki patrolled the outskirts, torches flickering in the darkness. Daenerys seemed calm, but Jon could see the strain in her eyes. He lingered near her tent with Gendry and Yora helping keep watch. Hours passed without incident. Then, close to midnight, a figure slipped into camp, Daario Naharis, alone, bearing the severed heads of his former captains. He knelt before Daenerys, swearing loyalty to the Mother of Dragons. Jon's sword was half drawn at the intrusion, but Daario raised open hands, explaining that Marrow's plan was to kill Daenerys in the night, but Daario preferred the side of beauty and destiny. Daenerys was suspicious, but the severed heads were proof that the Second Sons were now leaderless, and Daario claimed he could bring many of them to her cause. By dawn, that promise proved partially true. Some Sellswords had fled in confusion, but a good portion joined Dario, who had installed himself as captain. Daenerys accepted them cautiously. The younkish watchmen on the walls awoke to see the Second Son's banners flying alongside Daenerys's. But the Stormcrows remained with the city. Daenerys sent an ultimatum to Yunkai's rulers: free all your slaves or be stormed. The Yunkish refused, gambling that their walls, allied Sellswords, and city guard would hold. They were wrong. A brief but ferocious battle erupted outside the gates. The Unsullied advanced in tight formation, siege ladders carried behind them. The Yunkish guard rained arrows down, but the eunuchs raised shields overhead in a disciplined testudo, the shafts clattering harmlessly. Daenerys loosed her Dothraki in a wide flank, supported by the newly turned Second Sons. The meager city guard found themselves pinned from multiple sides. In less than half a day, the outer walls were breached. The Stormcrows sold their resistance dearly at first, but once they saw the unstoppable tide, they too broke. By dusk, Daenerys stood in the main plaza of Yunkai, its defenders kneeling in surrender. She demanded the immediate release of every slave, bed slaves, laborers, all. The Yunkish lords complied tearfully, hoping to spare themselves further dragon fire. Compared to Astapor, this takeover was swifter and less bloody. Jon saw fewer bodies in the streets, fewer displays of carnage. Daenerys had grown more confident in wielding the Unsullied as a blunt hammer. Yet once again, the aftermath meant confusion as newly freed slaves sought food and shelter. Daenerys repeated her orders to form local councils to let the people choose their leaders. She had no desire to remain in Yunkai. The freedmen hailed her as breaker of chains, praising her mercy. She stayed only a matter of days, ensuring stability, then turned her gaze to Meereen. The largest slave city of them all, Yora said. If we free Meereen, we control this entire stretch of Slavers Bay. One morning, Daenerys called Jon aside to a quiet balcony in Yunkai's high tower. He found her leaning against the rail, eyes on the sprawling city below. Distant cheers rose, though faintly. The freedmen were celebrating. We march tomorrow, Daenerys said, not turning from the view. Jon nodded. You mean to keep going, then? All the way to Meereen. She exhaled, the warm wind stirring her hair. Yes, but you've seen how each city becomes a new set of troubles. We must keep going, or everything we've done falls apart. If Meereen stands, they can re-enslave the freedmen or blockade Astapor and Yunkai. I cannot leave Slavers Bay half-freed and sail off to Westeros in good conscience. It would collapse the moment we turned our backs. Jon understood the dilemma. So you want to conquer Meereen, break the chains there, and secure the region. That could take time. She turned to him, eyes troubled. Yes, but once it's done, we'll have the ships, the resources, the support of tens of thousands of freed folk. Enough to challenge the Lannisters and whatever other kings rule. Will that be too late to save your sister? He felt a twinge of fear, remembering Sansa in King's Landing. I don't know. War moves swiftly. If the Lannisters decide she's a liability, or if Joffrey grows bored, I fear for her. But I cannot reach her. Not yet. And from what I know of King Joffrey, he enjoys cruelty, but he also enjoys controlling his enemies by holding hostages. Sansa may still live. Daenerys' hand curled around his wrist, a gesture of comfort. Then for her sake, for my own claim, for all those who suffer under tyranny, we must keep going. We must do what we can here, and then cross to Westeros as soon as the bay is secured. Jon wished they had an easier path, a swift crossing with a large fleet. But everything about their journey so far had been complicated and punishing. Then we'll go to Meereen, he said softly, and see if we can free that city too. Maybe once that's done, we'll have what we need. Daenerys nodded. I hope so. She gazed over the city rooftops, lost in thought. The march to Meereen took longer, nearly a month. Partly because Daenerys' host had swelled with freedmen from Yunkai who insisted on following her. Food and water had to be carefully managed, supply lines established. The countryside around Slavers Bay was hot and humid, dotted with farmland that belonged to wealthy Meereenese. Some slaves there fled to join Daenerys' approaching host, while overseers took up arms and threatened them. Skirmishes broke out. The freedmen, untrained in disciplined warfare, occasionally caused chaos. Daenerys did her best to control them, but it was like trying to herd 1,000 cats. At times, she grew visibly frustrated, but Jon would catch her quietly in the evenings, offering a few words of encouragement or insight from Ned Stark's sense of justice. She appreciated that, though it did little to ease the daily strain. Eventually, Meereen's great walls rose in the distance, taller and prouder than Astapor or Yunkai, with massive harpy statues perched atop the battlements. The city's architecture was grand, featuring stepped pyramids, colonnades, and a winding river port. Meereen was wealthy, better defended, and prepared for Daenerys' approach. As they neared, they found the road lined with gruesome displays. Hundreds of crucified slave children, each staked at intervals, the city's cruel message to the so-called breaker of chains. Daenerys' anger smoldered at the sight of the tiny corpses. She ordered them taken down and buried with care, weeping openly at the horror. Jon felt sick to his stomach. The image of each lifeless child burned into his mind. They set camp beyond bowshot of the walls. Meereen's defenders mocked them from the ramparts, sure in their fortifications. Daenerys' immediate plan, storm the walls, seemed too risky. The Meereenese had scorpions, catapults, a standing guard far larger than Yunkai's, and no small number of sellswords. Time was on the city's side, for Daenerys' host lacked the means for a sustained siege, unless they took the harbor. But the harbor was protected by a chain boom, and they had only a few ships left from Astapor, barely enough to blockade. Yora advised caution. They have ample provisions behind those walls. A direct assault could cost thousands of lives. Frustration mounted. Many freedmen clamored for immediate vengeance, outraged by the crucified children. The Dothraki grew restless in the static camp, hungry for plunder. The Unsullied waited in disciplined silence. Daenerys convened war councils day after day, but progress was slow. She tried summoning Meereen's rulers to negotiate, only to be met with jeers and arrows from the battlements. She considered sending the dragons over the walls, but Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion were still not large enough to rampage unharmed. They might set fire to a tower or two, but the city's ballistae could slay them if they ventured too close. A break came when a slender man approached Daenerys' lines under a flag of truce. He introduced himself as Hisdar zo Lorak, a Meereenese noble who claimed to oppose the cruelty of the city's great masters. He offered entry for Daenerys to treat with the wise masters in a neutral square, though he seemed uncertain if she would accept. Yora and Arsene muttered warnings of a trap, but Daenerys was desperate to find a solution that wouldn't involve a catastrophic siege. She agreed to go on the condition that she bring a suitable guard. Hisdar assured her that was acceptable so long as the guard was not so large that it seemed an invading party. With caution, Daenerys set out, accompanied by Yora, Arsene, Jon, and a handful of Unsullied. The dragon soared overhead at a distance, a reminder of her power. They entered Meereen through a small gate near the river, crossing a courtyard flanked by spear-wielding guards in golden masks. The city beyond was grand indeed, broad streets paved with intricate mosaics, tall pyramids topped with harpy statues, palatial estates behind high walls. Slaves in ragged tunics stared from alleyways, uncertain whether to hope or fear. At length, they reached a circular plaza with a towering bronze harpy in the center. A dais had been erected, where half a dozen great masters lounged on plush divans flanked by sellswords. The largest was a hulking brute covered in tattoos and gold jewelry. Another was a thin-faced woman with cunning eyes. All wore the voluminous tokar, a local garment that signaled wealth. They greeted Daenerys with false smiles, praising her majesty and dripping in sincerity. Hisdar stood nearby, wringing his hands. The great masters refused to free their slaves, claiming it would destroy their economy, that Daenerys had no right to impose her will. They offered small concessions, some minor reforms, a few children freed. Daenerys demanded the release of all slaves immediately. The meeting soured quickly. One of the great masters cursed at her, calling her a savage. Another pointed at Jon and Yora, sneering that the Targaryen queen surrounded herself with foreigners and eunuchs. Daenerys repeated her ultimatum, free your slaves or face fire and blood. The great masters laughed, saying Meereen had stood for centuries and would stand for centuries more. They had purchased new sellsword companies from the free cities. Let Daenerys try to take their walls. Tension thickened. The sellswords gripped their weapons, Unsullied braced their spears. Hisdar fluttered in panic, urging calm. In that moment, Daenerys' eyes hardened. She commanded the great masters to face her. Look upon my dragons, she said, gesturing skyward. Rhaegal and Viserion swooped overhead, casting shadows across the plaza, while Drogon circled behind a distant spire, roaring. Your city will burn if you force my hand. The largest master spat. Threaten all you like, Targaryen. Our ballistae will bring down your beasts. You think you are the first conqueror to test Meereen? I name you fool. Turn back or die. With that, the meeting ended. Daenerys retreated from the city. But even as she rode back to camp, she was already planning. The direct approach was hopeless. She needed a ruse. Late that night, she and her closest advisors huddled around a map by torchlight. Yora urged infiltration, find a way in through the old sewer systems. Dario volunteered for a night raid, claiming he could bribe a guard or scale an unguarded section of wall. Missandei quietly noted that many slaves would rise in revolt if they had a chance. Jon recalled the infiltration of Moat Cailin, a tactic the Starks had used once, but Meereen was bigger and better defended. Eventually, Daenerys decided to send a small group of freedmen who had once lived in Meereen, men who knew the city's secrets, through a lesser-known entrance. They would carry her promise of freedom to the slaves inside, coordinate a rising at a key moment. Meanwhile, the main army would feint an attack at the gates, drawing attention away. The plan took shape over several days. Daenerys was patient, quietly relocating her forces at night, building makeshift catapults from captured siege equipment, and preparing for the final assault. She posted the Unsullied in strategic positions around the city. Jon played his part, riding with Yora to ensure freedmen messengers got inside. By stealth, these men slipped through a half-collapsed section of an ancient aqueduct near the river. Several never returned, presumably caught or killed, but enough made it in that word spread among the slaves. Daenerys Targaryen was here, offering them freedom if they rose up and opened the gates at the right moment. At dawn of the appointed day, Daenerys arrayed her army outside Meereen's main gate. War horns blew. She rode at the front, flanked by Drogon overhead, Yora, Arstan, and Jon on the ground. The city's defenders manned the walls, catapults poised. The Sellsword's banners fluttered in the breeze. Daenerys raised her arm, signaled a charge. The Unsullied advanced, shields lifted, while the freedmen militia followed in ragged ranks. Arrows rained down, but the Unsullied pressed closer. Daenerys pretended to lead a reckless assault, hoping the enemy would focus entirely on the gate. Suddenly, across the city, a dull roar rose. Smoke drifted from a distant district. Over the walls, they heard the clash of weapons, the screams of panic. Their infiltration had succeeded, the slaves inside were revolting. The city guard panicked, half turning from the walls to deal with the unexpected threat. That was the moment Daenerys unleashed her catapults, hurling flaming barrels at the ramparts. Meanwhile, Dario's second sons galloped toward the eastern flank, feinting a cavalry charge. Confusion reigned above. In that chaos, the freedmen inside managed to force open a postern gate near the river. The Dothraki thundered in, howling war cries. Yora led a group of Unsullied through the breach, swiftly overpowering the disorganized defenders. Jon found himself among the swirling melee at the city's edge, blocking a sword stroke aimed at Daenerys. He cut the attacker down, turning to see the gatehouse in flames, freedmen pouring in from both sides. The Sellswords fled or died, the city's guard crumbling. Daenerys advanced into Meereen, the Unsullied forming a shield around her. Drogon swooped low, breathing gouts of flame on pockets of resistance. Some great masters barricaded themselves in a tall pyramid, but the freedmen battered down the doors from within. By sunset, Meereen had fallen. It was not a bloodless victory. Corpses lined the streets, many freedmen among them. The final pockets of resistance fought savagely. The largest pyramid held out until Daenerys personally climbed the steps with a cadre of Unsullied, forcing the defenders to surrender. A triumphant cry went up across the city as the Harpy banner was torn down and replaced with a hastily sewn Targaryen sigil. The slaves rushed to the broad plazas, discarding their collars, chanting Mysa once more. In the aftermath, Daenerys sat in the Great Pyramid's audience hall, the largest in Meereen, greeting freedmen who wanted to kneel or share their thanks. Some of the city's surviving nobility came in chains, cowering and pleading. Daenerys's gaze was cool. She recalled the crucified children, the arrogance of these so-called masters. Yet she did not order their wholesale slaughter. Instead, she commanded them to tear down their own slave markets, to free every soul within the city, to feed the hungry from their own granaries. Those who refused would face trial. Many freedmen clamored for vengeance, but Daenerys insisted on some measure of order. She was forging a new city, not a butcher's yard. Day after day, she listened to petitions, settled disputes, tried to keep the freedmen from slaughtering the old masters wholesale. She had conquered Meereen, and in so doing, bound herself to it, at least for a time. Yora quietly reminded her that they needed to press on to Westeros. Daenerys shook her head. How can I leave when so many rely on me to prevent the masters from creeping back into power? Meereen is the largest of the three cities. If I abandon it, everything we've done in Astapor and Yunkai may unravel. The slavers will return. Tension flared. Yora insisted she had ships enough now with the combined fleets from the bay. She could sail home, lay claim to the Iron Throne, gather Westerosi support. Daenerys refused, her sense of responsibility for these freedmen overshadowing all. I will not be queen of the ashes, nor will I vanish once I've toppled their world. I must learn to rule. Jon saw the conflict eating at her. On one hand, she longed for Westeros. On the other, she could not abandon the people she had freed. So she declared that she would remain in Meereen at least until the city was stable enough to govern itself without falling back into slavery. She named advisors from among the freedmen and even a few repentant local nobles, forming a patchwork council. Missandei, Yora, Daario, Arstan, Jon all had roles in her new court. She was the queen of Meereen now, whether she wanted the title or not. Jon understood her reasoning, yet he felt torn for Westeros. He worried that each day spent here was a day that his sister remained at Joffrey's mercy, that the War of the Five Kings ground on, that winter crept closer. He recalled Kate's warning in Qarth, the images of White Walkers in the distant north. He found Daenerys one evening in the Great Pyramid's top chamber, staring out over the flickering lights of Meereen. The city glowed with torches, life continuing even under new rule. "I'm sorry," she said softly when he approached. "I know you ache to rescue your sister. I ache to claim my birthright. But I cannot leave yet. These people need me." He wanted to protest, but he saw the exhaustion in her face, the sincerity. "I understand," he replied, voice low. "My father taught me that duty often demands sacrifices. You're doing what you believe is right." She turned to him. "Will you stay with me? Help me keep Meereen from falling apart." Jon nodded, though it hurt. "Yes. You are my blood, my queen. I made the choice the day I left King's Landing." Daenerys's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Then let us build something better here. And when the day comes that we set sail for Westeros, we will go together with dragons grown to full strength, with an army at our backs, and with the blessings of thousands of freedmen who will never forget our mercy." Jon inhaled the warm night air. Far below, the city streets still churned with the leftover energies of conquest and liberation, freedmen cheering, some old masters cowering in fear. He could not deny that Daenerys had achieved something staggering, uniting much of Slavers Bay under her banner, toppling the vile institution that had endured for centuries. Yet, with great power came the burden of governance, and with each day that passed, the dream of returning home receded into a hazy future. He recalled the House of the Undying's visions, dragons in the cold, a swirling darkness. He feared that by the time they reached Westeros, it might be too late to save it from the wars or from whatever nightmares lurked beyond the wall. Still, for now, he bowed his head. "I will stay by your side, Aunt. Let us hope we can hold Meereen and still be what we set out to be, liberators, not tyrants." She placed her hand over his, drawing a shaky breath. "We'll do our best. And if the day comes that we must fight in the north, we'll be ready." So House Targaryen settled in Meereen, forging a precarious new rule over Slavers Bay. Daenerys Stormborn, the breaker of chains, strove to balance mercy and justice. The freedmen hailed her as Mysa, mother, and savior. The old masters seethed in the shadows, plotting rebellion. The dragons grew daily, prowling the pyramid rooftops with watchful eyes. Jon Targaryen walked among the freedmen or trained with the Unsullied, haunted by thoughts of the north and of Sansa, praying that Robb Stark still held the Lannisters at bay. Letters dispatched across the sea went unanswered or came back with contradictory rumors that the Starks were winning, that the Starks were losing, that the Greyjoys had burned Winterfell, that Stannis was amassing a fleet, that Renly was dead, that the Tyrells had allied with the Lannisters. The news was a swirl of confusion, distant and maddening. There was nothing Jon could do from half a world away. Weeks stretched into months. Daenerys brokered trade deals, hammered out laws banning slavery, arranged distribution of food to the freedmen who had poured in from the countryside. Missandei served as her translator and scribe, fielding petitions. Yora captained the city watch that Daenerys created from both freedmen and Unsullied. Daario swaggered about, half charming, half mocking the complexities of governance. Barristan, still known publicly as Ars, and quietly offered Daenerys counsel from behind the scenes, cautioning her about the designs of Meereen's nobility. Gendry and the blacksmiths labored in newly set-up forges, forging the city guards' arms and repairing the gate damage from the siege. Jon drifted between roles, assisting Yora in training the freedmen militia, advising Daenerys on matters of justice, ensuring the dragons were fed and kept from devouring the local herds. Despite efforts to bring stability, unrest simmered. Some freedmen felt Daenerys had not gone far enough in punishing the old masters. Others believed she favored the freedmen too heavily, strangling the city's commerce. Crops ran short. Bandits roamed the fields. At times, Small riots flared in the slums. Daenerys' attempts to unify Meereen tested her patience. She was queen, but she discovered that wearing a crown in the city's Great Pyramid meant constant demands, intrigue, betrayals. A series of poisoned attempts on her life troubled the court. Someone, likely an old master or sellswords, wanted her dead. The Unsullied thwarted these plots, but Daenerys grew more guarded, mind weighed with suspicion. One evening, as Jon patrolled the corridors, he heard raised voices in the council chamber. Jorah and Daario were arguing over how to handle a newly discovered conspiracy among the wealthy merchants. Jorah insisted the conspirators be arrested at once, tried, or executed if found guilty. Daario favored a more lenient approach, claiming these men could be swayed to Daenerys' side with the right bribes. Daenerys stood at the center, tense, trying to decide. Jon quietly entered, hesitant to interrupt, but she motioned him forward. "What do you think, nephew?" she asked, voice raw with fatigue. "We face a nest of snakes. Should we cut off their heads or charm them?" Jon hesitated. "If they plot your death, they must be stopped. But perhaps we can confront them openly, force them to yield. If they resist, then you show them no mercy." Daario smirked, leaning on his ornate blade. "See, sweet queen, even your nephew sees reason. Give them a chance to bend the knee. Then cut them down if they refuse." Jorah scowled, arms crossed. Daenerys sighed. "Very well, I'll summon them. If they refuse my peace, I will not hesitate to punish them." So the cycle continued. Each day a new challenge, a new crisis. Daenerys had become a queen in truth, no longer only a conqueror on the move, but a ruler with the weight of thousands upon her shoulders. Her dragons prowled the city's rooftops, now large enough to lift goats and sheep in their claws. Some freedmen whispered in awe of these living symbols, but the city's older families stared at the sky in terror. Jon, for his part, found himself missing the simpler times at Winterfell, or even the anxious flight from King's Landing. He felt caged in Meereen, for the city was ringed by desert and hostile territories. Over the months, they heard rumor that new powers stirred in Westeros. Tywin Lannister was rumored to have arranged the infamous Red Wedding, slaughtering the northern host. King Robb had perished. Hearing that news hammered Jon's heart like a smith's anvil. Robb was gone. The king in the north, undone by betrayal, felt unreal. He could not eat for days, mourning his brother quietly, though Daenerys tried to comfort him. Another rumor said Sansa had fled King's Landing or was forced to wed Tyrion Lannister. Contradictory stories circulated. Jon's mind reeled with grief and uncertainty. Worse still, word came of northern rumors about walking corpses, a rising threat beyond the wall. Some called it nonsense, others insisted that the Night's Watch had faced the dead. If true, it meant a danger far more dire than any petty war for a throne. Jon recalled Kaith's cryptic warnings, the House of the Undying's illusions. The thought of the dead rising in the cold north haunted his dreams. He told Daenerys that once they finally reached Westeros, they might have to unite with their enemies to face a common foe. She heard him, but so much weighed on her already that the notion of an undead invasion felt impossibly distant. The months turned to a year and another. Daenerys' reign in Meereen solidified, albeit tenuously, with public works and new trade routes across Slaver's Bay. Astapor and Yunkai struggled, but they remained nominally free. Daenerys sent advisors to guide them. The dragons grew. Drogon, in particular, outpaced his siblings, his wingspan broad enough to cast a wide shadow on the city squares. Freedmen hailed him as a guardian, but some farmers cursed him when he devoured their livestock. Daenerys tried to keep him fed with imported cattle, but the cost mounted. Tensions bubbled anew. Through it all, Jon stood at her side, loyal yet restless. He honed his swordsmanship with the Unsullied, led patrols into the countryside to chase bandits, and helped quell internal revolts. Sometimes he found solace with Gendry, working at the forge for a day, letting the clang of steel distract from the gnawing sense of time slipping away. Sansa might be lost, Arya a ghost, Bran and Rickon rumored dead in the North's devastation. The Lannisters soared at the height of their power in King's Landing, rumored to be allied with the Tyrells. Meanwhile, across the sea, Daenerys Targaryen reigned as a queen without a throne, building a new society from the ashes of slavery, uncertain when or if she would ever sail for Westeros. In quieter moments, Jon wandered the Great Pyramid's upper balconies, gazing out over the city's sprawl, that endless desert beyond the walls, the shimmering waters of Slaver's Bay in the distance. He would close his eyes and imagine the winter snows of home, the pine forests of the north, the stern silhouette of Winterfell's towers. But as time passed, that image began to feel as distant as an old tale. He was Jon Targaryen, the son of Rhaegar, nephew to the Breaker of Chains, a prince in a foreign court. Yet part of him would always be Jon of the North, who missed the quiet hush of falling snow, who longed for the call of dire wolves across the night. And still, at times, the city's freedmen approached him, hailing him as the Prince of Dragons, praising him for fighting at Daenerys' side. They believed House Targaryen was a beacon of hope, that one day they would cross the sea and bring liberation to those oppressed by the Lannisters or any other tyrant. The faith these people placed in him humbled Jon. He recalled Ned's teachings. Leadership was a duty, not a privilege. He resolved that if the day ever came for them to depart, he would do all he could to protect not just the freedmen but the realm he once called home. If the darkness beyond the wall truly stirred, they might all need the power of dragons. Sometimes, by the light of a brazier in the pre-dawn hours, Daenerys and Jon would stand atop the pyramid's highest terrace, watching Drogon wing across the starlit sky. They would speak of Rhaegar, though neither had known him truly. They would speak of Lyanna Stark, the mother Jon never met. They would speak of Ned Stark, the father who raised Jon in secret and died for that promise. In those moments, their voices hushed, hearts heavy with memory. The bond between them felt as strong as Valyrian steel. They were family, Targaryens in a world that had tried to eradicate them. Whether that would be enough to save Westeros from itself remained to be seen. The dragons grew, and so did Daenerys' legend, but the shape of destiny was uncertain. War raged across the sea, winter approached, and the dead stirred in the far north. Jon would sometimes sense a deeper current beneath all these troubles, as though a great cosmic hand was moving the pieces on a board far bigger than any single kingdom. One evening, as a warm wind blew off the bay, Daenerys turned to Jon on the terrace and said softly, "We cannot linger here forever. One day soon, I must cross the sea. Even if Meereen is not fully healed, I cannot abandon the 7 kingdoms or let them fall into ruin. My dragons will be of age soon. Promise me, Jon. When that day comes, we sail together." Jon touched the pommel of his sword, eyes on the far horizon where the sun dipped beneath Slaver's Bay. "I promise," he whispered, "for my father, for your father, for all of them. We sail together." And so they stayed, weaving the next chapter of their story within the sun-baked walls of Meereen, forging alliances, quelling rebellions, building an army of freedmen, unsullied, and the loyal Dothraki who called Daenerys their Mysa. They had carved out a corner of the world where slaves became citizens, where dragons ruled the skies, where a queen of Targaryen blood learned the art of governance day by day. Beyond those horizons, the war-torn realm of Westeros awaited, ignorant of the forces gathering in Slaver's Bay, unprepared for the union of ice and fire that might someday reshape the fate of the 7 kingdoms. Time would tell whether Jon and Daenerys could stand together against the storms yet to come. But in the hush of Meereen's starry night, with the warm breeze stirring their hair and the sound of dragons beating their wings overhead, it felt as though the impossible had already been made real, and that the next step would be mightier still. The sun sank over Meereen's high walls, turning the brick towers red and gold in the fading light. From the top terrace of the Great Pyramid, Jon stood alone, watching the city settle into evening. The rooftops stretched out in every direction, a jumble of stone and flickering lanterns. He could still hear the distant clamor of the harbor where laborers and freedmen toiled through dusk, unloading salted fish and casks of grain. In the months since Daenerys had taken Meereen, new life had sprung up everywhere. Freed markets replaced slave auctions. Graffiti on old walls proclaimed gratitude or curses, depending on who'd held the brush. The city breathed with tension and possibility alike. And atop it all, Daenerys Targaryen ruled from a throne that never felt entirely stable. A warm wind tugged at Jon's hair, carrying the sharp tang of the bay, and as he gazed across the city's labyrinth of streets, his thoughts drifted toward Westeros. He no longer had illusions of a swift return. The day she conquered Meereen, Daenerys had vowed to remain until she'd set the city on a course that would not tumble back into chains. She still clung to that vow. But each day she spent here was another day that the Lannisters wore their stolen crowns. Another day that Sansa remained at their mercy. Assuming she was even alive. The news out of the Seven Kingdoms was rumor and heartbreak. The Red Wedding had shattered Robb's cause. Northern lords bent the knee to traitors in Winterfell, or else they scattered and hid. He thought of Arya, Bran, Rickon, uncertain fates that weighed heavily on his mind. He turned from the terrace at last, footsteps echoing across polished tiles as he made his way down the corridor leading to Daenerys' audience chamber. Smooth pillars rose on either side, lit by torches that flickered against the carved reliefs of Meereen's old glories. He passed two Unsullied standing at attention, their spears upright. They bowed their heads fractionally, and Jon inclined his own in return. Strange to think that not long ago, these men had obeyed slavers' whips. Now they served Daenerys freely, or so she insisted. What did freedom mean to soldiers forged from childhood to know nothing but discipline and orders? Jon wondered if they'd ever truly shake off the chains. In the high-ceilinged chamber ahead, a cluster of people waited. Daenerys sat at the end of a raised platform. There was no grand throne. She preferred a simple seat of carved wood. Her hair was pinned back in silver braids, a thin crown of black steel resting lightly across her brow, a symbol the freedmen had crafted in her honor. Missandei stood at her right, the young translator in a flowing dress of pale blue, scanning a parchment. Barristan Selmy, still going by the name Arstan for most in the city, lingered behind Daenerys, hands clasped in front of him, white beard neatly trimmed. Ser Jorah Mormont was on the opposite side, arms folded over his chest, his face drawn into a frown that had grown permanent these days. Closer to Daenerys' seat was a knot of Meereenese freedmen and lesser nobles wearing token signs of loyalty to the queen. Daario Naharis, flamboyant in green silk, leaned against a pillar, idly flipping a dagger in one hand. Gendry hovered near the back, wearing a leather apron over dusty breeches, as if he'd just rushed in from the forges. Jon moved to Daenerys' side, quietly taking in the tension that hung in the room. One of the freedmen, once a slave in the city's famed fighting pits, was making an impassioned plea. "Your Radiance," he said, voice shaking. "The Sons of the Harpy have returned. 2 nights ago, they murdered one of our brothers in the Torch District. Left him in an alley with the old brand carved on his chest." Missandei swallowed. Daenerys' knuckles went white on the arm of her seat. She forced her voice to remain steady. "Tell me everything." The freedman bowed his head. "I only know the rumors that masked killers roam the streets after dark, striking freedmen who speak too loudly in your favor. They vanish before our watch can find them. Many suspect old noble families sponsor them. Some say the wise masters always had hidden networks." A ripple of uneasy agreement spread through the small group. Daenerys' violet eyes flickered toward Jorah. He inclined his head. "We've been hearing these same rumors for weeks, Your Grace," he said. "The Sons of the Harpy are not an open army. They're a shadow slipping through the city. Each time we think we've found a nest, they scatter. We've arrested a few suspects, but there's never enough proof to convict." Daario rolled his shoulders, that perpetual sly grin tugging at his lips. "Proof? Or the will to do what's needed?" Jorah's frown deepened. "We do things differently under her rule, Stormcrow. I do recall how we took Astapor differently too, full of fire and blood." Daario shrugged. "I'm simply saying we could root these rats out if we twist arms. People talk when you hold a blade to their throats." Daenerys lifted a hand. "Enough. I will not murder innocents hoping to stumble upon the guilty." She turned back to the freedman. "Thank you for your courage in bringing this forward. I promise we will not rest until the Sons of the Harpy are ended." The freedman bowed and withdrew. The next petitioners stepped forward, a group of farmers complaining that Drogon had scorched one of their fields while hunting goats. Daenerys listened patiently. She offered them coin and attempt to pay restitution, but they wanted more. They wanted the dragons caged. That demand set a tension in Daenerys' expression. She would not cage her children, nor could she let them run rampant. Another problem with no easy fix. Eventually, she ended the audience, promising that her officers would see to each claim. One by one, the petitioners left. When the chamber cleared, Daenerys sagged against her seat, pressing a hand to her forehead. The sons of the Harpy, rebellious farmers, not enough grain, talk of plague in the outlying villages, freedmen from Yunkai flooding in here with nowhere to stay. I can't keep track. Missandei offered a soft, "Shall I fetch you some water, your grace?" Daenerys shook her head, mustering a smile. "You're too good to me already, Missandei. I'll survive. Everyone, walk with me." She rose, stepping down from the dais. Yora, Barristan, Jon, and Daario followed, Gendry trailing behind. Missandei set her parchment aside and hurried to keep pace. Together, they emerged onto a long walkway open to the sky on one side. The night air was warm. Below, torchlight revealed a city that still pulsed with energy, vendors hawking wares in cramped lanes, freedmen scurrying home, watch patrols of unsullied crossing plazas in precise lines. Daenerys gazed at it all with an expression that mixed pride and concern. "These people call me Mysa, mother," she said quietly. "I've freed them from chains, but how do I keep them safe from the shadows in their own city? Every day, these murders by the sons of the Harpy wound me. Every night, I dread fresh blood spilled. I want to ride out personally and drag them into the light. But if I do that, I become a tyrant, searching every home." Barristan's voice was gentle. "In time, these old hatreds might fade, your grace. You have done so much good already." Daario gave a half snort. "Maybe. Or they'll sharpen their knives." Yora cleared his throat. "We could enforce a curfew. Search known hotspots." "That's the approach of tyrants," Daenerys said, echoing her own fear. "We can't hold these people in love if they hate us for the restrictions we impose." Jon, who had listened in silence, stepped forward. "In Winterfell, my father always believed that justice required an open hand and a watchful eye. Perhaps we can expand the city watch with freedmen loyal to you. Men who live in these neighborhoods, men the people trust. They might sniff out leads the Unsullied can't find. The sons of the Harpy thrive on secrecy. Shatter that and they lose power." Daenerys regarded him a moment, then nodded slowly. "It's worth trying. Let's do it. We'll recruit watchers from among the freedmen, train them, give them the authority to patrol their own districts. If that helps root out the Harpy, we can avoid draconian measures." She turned to Missandei. "Draft the orders tomorrow. Ensure the freedmen volunteers will have stipends for their families, and some manner of uniform or badge so they're recognized." "Of course, your grace," Missandei said with a small bow. They paused at an overlook where the broad sweep of the bay stretched out in moonlight. Daenerys gazed at the water for a silent moment. "Sometimes I look across that sea and wonder if I should simply muster our forces, load the ships, and strike for Westeros now. Let the sons of the Harpy have this city. Let them see how they fare without me." She shook her head, bitter. "But no, we built something here, and I can't abandon them." Jon placed a hand gently on her shoulder. "You do what you must. The day will come when we sail, and you'll bring an army strong enough to matter. You'll bring dragons the realm hasn't seen in generations." Daenerys touched his hand, grateful. "You remain my anchor in this." "Thank you, nephew." Yora shifted his weight, hesitant. "Your grace, might I speak plainly? The day you decide Meereen no longer needs you, you must sail that very moment. Every day we remain. The freedmen love you, but the old families plot. If the city doesn't tear itself apart, it might still tear you down. I fear we risk losing all advantage in Westeros by staying." Daario gave a crooked grin. "Ser Yora's not entirely wrong. War is raging across the narrow sea. The Lannisters, the Tyrells, Stannis, the Ironborn. You might arrive too late to claim anything." Daenerys's face hardened. "Perhaps, but if I leave Meereen too soon, everything we fought for collapses, and my name becomes just another foreign conqueror who deserted them. I cannot be that." A hush fell over them all. Jon could sense that there was no easy resolution. She would remain in Meereen for as long as she believed it needed her, no matter how the tides shifted in Westeros. He couldn't help the worry gnawing at him, but he pushed it aside. Loyalty was a choice he'd made. He would see it through. They split up soon after, each to their own duties. Yora went to speak with the city watch captains about the new freedmen patrols. Barristan withdrew, quiet in his loyal watchfulness. Daario drifted off, whistling softly under his breath. Gendry tapped Jon on the arm, murmuring that he wanted to show him something in the forges when Jon had a free moment. Jon nodded. He was about to follow when Daenerys beckoned him to her side again. She walked to the edge of the terrace, the moon lighting her silver hair. Drogon's sword passed overhead, a sleek black shape with red membranes. The watchers below might have glimpsed only a silhouette on the moon, but up here they could see him in all his dark glory. "Look at him," Daenerys whispered. "He's grown bigger than a warhorse. Soon Regal and Viserion will match him. 3 dragons in the sky, Jon." Perhaps the realm has forgotten what that means. Jon considered the power that entailed. The histories he had read told of Targaryens riding dragons to forge the 7 kingdoms into one realm. Those times were legend now, but the living proof was right above them. No one in Westeros is prepared for what that means. Daenerys turned to him. "We must use that power wisely. If the day comes that we lay siege to King's Landing, I will not be the Mad King's daughter. I will not burn them all. I want to free them from the Lannisters, not destroy them." He remembered how she had freed the slaves in Astapor and Yunkai, how she tried to impose justice in Meereen. That had always been her way. Yet war consumed innocence. "War rarely allows for neat endings," he said softly. "But we'll do our best. That's all we can promise." She nodded. "Rest well, nephew." Jon left her then, descending the pyramid's winding stairs. It was near midnight. Gendry was likely waiting at the forges, but Jon needed to clear his head first, walk among the city's shadows. He slipped out the main gates of the pyramid, accompanied by 2 Unsullied who insisted on standing guard. The streets were quieter now, though clusters of freedmen lingered around tavern stalls and improvised fire pits. Some recognized Jon's face and murmured "the Dragon Prince" in hushed voices. He acknowledged them with a nod, feeling uneasy at the reverence in their eyes. He was no prince in his own mind, only a boy from the north, fathered by Rhaegar but raised by Ned Stark. Yet here he was, half a world away, carrying a Targaryen name he'd never expected. He didn't linger long. The glow of the forge drew him onward, a squat, stout building with a tall chimney belching smoke and heat. Within, Gendry and a few other smiths hammered away under flickering lanterns, forging spearheads for the Freedman Watch. Gendry spotted Jon, wiped sweat from his brow, and waved him closer. "Here, have a look," he said, gesturing to a low bench. Laid out was a half-finished longsword. "I've been working on this in spare hours. The local iron is coarse, but I think I can fold it enough times to make something decent." Jon picked it up, testing the balance. It was heavier than the blades forged in the Crownlands or the North, but well-shaped, with a rough crossguard that would eventually be smoothed. "You have a knack," Jon told him. "Your father," he stopped short, remembering King Robert, who never acknowledged Gendry. But Gendry only shrugged, unbothered. Well, maybe it's in the blood. I just like the craft. Something about hammer and steel, it's honest work. Not like all the secrets we keep or the murders in the night." Jon set the blade down gently. "Honest indeed. We could use more of that, especially now. You heard about the Sons of the Harpy killing freedmen again?" Gendry nodded, lips pressed tight. Word spreads. Folks are saying it'll never stop until the Queen leaves or kills every old family. Hard to say which." Jon grimaced. "She won't do that. And so we muddle through." Gendry studied him a moment, the forge's glow reflecting in his dark eyes. "You all right, Jon? You look worn out. You were never one for easy smiles, but it's worse lately." Jon sighed. "Bad news from Westeros. Robb is dead, murdered at a wedding. Sansa might be a hostage, or maybe she escaped. No one knows. The North is scattered, my father's legacy broken. And I'm stuck here, powerless." Gendry's expression softened. "I'm sorry. You told me how much Ned Stark meant to you, how his children were your family. Must feel like the world's gone mad." "It has." Jon lowered his voice, glancing at the other smiths who hammered away, unconcerned. "I'm loyal to Daenerys, but my heart, a piece of it still belongs to the North. We have White Walkers stirring, if the rumors are true. And I can do nothing about any of it." Gendry set a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "You saved my life once upon a time when we fled King's Landing. If you hadn't pulled me away, I'd have ended up dead or in the dungeons. So you have my loyalty. If you decide to cross the sea tomorrow, I'll follow. Or if you decide to stay, well, guess I'll keep forging." Jon nodded, a small smile tugging at his mouth despite the gloom. "Thank you. But for now, we remain." He left Gendry to his work and made his way back through the quiet streets, Unsullied in tow. Along a narrow lane, they happened upon 2 freedmen watchmen in tattered cloaks, proudly wearing the new insignia, a small patch of 3 dragons embroidered in white thread. They nodded to Jon, who offered them encouragement. If the Freedman Watch could mend even a fraction of the city's hidden cracks, it might stave off worse bloodshed. But a chill crawled along Jon's spine as he took in the cramped alleyways, the looming walls. So many nooks for daggers to hide. The distant hush felt like the breath before a storm. He arrived at his modest sleeping quarters in the pyramid, doused a flickering candle, and tried to rest. Dreams assailed him, half-formed images of Ned Stark's severed head, Sansa caged in the Red Keep, Arya's small face twisted with fear, a swirl of white wind whistling over frozen battlements. And through it all, a swirl of dragonfire and a woman's voice whispering, the prince that was promised. He woke in a sweat, the desert heat mingled with his own dread. His fists clenched in the dark. He tried to breathe, to remind himself that he was far from the nightmares of Westeros, but the nightmares followed nonetheless. At dawn, Daenerys called a meeting of her council in a round chamber near the top of the pyramid. The walls here were adorned with mosaics depicting ships laden with riches, a testament to Meereen's ancient maritime power. Dawnlight poured through tall windows, illuminating a large circular table where the queen and her advisors could gather. Daario arrived first, yawning. Yora entered with a stack of tablets carved with reports of the city's storehouses. Barristan stood quietly, posture straight. Missandei came with fresh parchment and a quill, ready to record decisions. Jon slipped in behind her, nodding politely to the others. Once they were seated, Daenerys began. First, our freedman watch is forming. Yora, how many volunteers? He glanced at the top tablet. Nearly 400 so far. We're distributing arms from Gendry's forges. They'll patrol under the command of local captains answerable to us. We can train them with some basic discipline, but it'll take time. They're not soldiers. They don't need to be, Daenerys replied, only eyes and ears in their neighborhoods. Good. Put the unsullied officers in charge of coordinating shifts. I want nightly patrols on every major street. Next, we must address the grain supply. Ser Yora, you have the floor again. He cleared his throat, turning a stone tablet so Daenerys could see. Our yield from the countryside is down by half. Raids by bandits, likely men supported by old slaver families, have seized farmland. Some freedmen are too scared to harvest. We can try dispatching patrols to secure the fields, but we don't have enough men to guard them all. We might need to buy additional grain from New Guys or Laser. Daario grimaced. New Guys? They were allies of the old slaver cities. Might gouge us on price or slip poison in the shipments. Daenerys' jaw tightened. I'd rather trust Laser. The Lampmen are peaceful traders, though we risk Dothraki raids along the route. We have enough coin to purchase some shipments, at least for the short term. She raked a hand through her hair. We cannot let people starve. Barristan inclined his head, voice careful. Your Grace, perhaps we can escort the caravans with a small contingent of Unsullied. The Freedmen Watch might suffice in the city while they're away. Daenerys nodded, though tension laced her tone. Yes, do that. We'll send an envoy to Laser at once. Missandei, draft the letters. Offer fair payment and a promise of safe passage. Missandei took notes, her quill scratching the parchment. When they moved on to the next matter, rumors that a wealthy Meereenese noble had bribed freedmen to sabotage the city aqueduct. Daario spoke with flippant confidence about taking off a few heads, while Yora recommended caution. Daenerys weighed both, leaning toward Yora's approach, investigate, gather proof, then act decisively. The cycle felt never-ending. A problem, a patch, a new problem. Jon found his mind wandering to King's Landing, where the Lannisters doubtless held their own councils of intrigue. They probably had no idea that the last surviving Targaryens sat across the sea, entangled in 1,000 other crises. After the meeting adjourned, Daenerys stepped onto a high balcony, letting the morning breeze wash over her. Jon followed, drawn by the slump in her shoulders. She leaned against the balustrade, gazing down at the city. For a time, she was silent, as if weighing everything left unsaid. At last, she looked at him, voice subdued. Sometimes I feel we are building on quicksand. Every time we solve one problem, 2 more rise. We've brought freedom, but for some it tastes like chaos. Jon thought of Ned Stark's words from long ago, duty is heavier than a mountain. Ruling is never simple. You learned that in Astapor and Yunkai and now Meereen. But what you've done is still a marvel. The freedmen love you. A faint smile ghosted her lips. Love alone won't keep me on this throne if I lose control of the city. The sons of the Harpy stir hatred. The old families want me dead. The freedmen want justice that might become vengeance. Meanwhile, across the sea she trailed off. I fear Westeros slips further from my grasp each day. Jon rested his hand on the warm stone. Westeros may tear itself apart without us. But that might also weaken the Lannisters. When we do arrive, perhaps the realm will be ready for a new ruler. She shook her head. But at what cost? How many must die before I can even land? And how many more will die if the dead walk in the north? I have no answers. Jon's heart twisted. He missed the north so desperately, but there was no turning away from the path he'd chosen. "We can't save everyone," he said quietly, "but we can do our best with the time we have." She reached up, removing the black steel circlet from her brow. Her hair fell loose around her shoulders. "I am Daenerys Targaryen, the breaker of chains. That's what they call me here. Yet the more chains I break, the more the world strains under new burdens." A hush settled over them, punctuated by the distant caw of gulls from the harbor. Then Daenerys drew a steadying breath and lifted her head as if rallying. "We will find a balance. We'll strengthen the freedmen watch by the grain, push back the bandits, keep the city stable. When the time is right, we will sail. The dragons grow every day. I can feel that day approaching." Jon touched her arm gently. "When the time comes, I'll be ready." She parted from him, returning to the council tasks that seemed endless. Jon spent the afternoon aiding with freedmen watch training. He worked alongside a tall, unsullied officer named Grey Worm, one of Daenerys' most trusted commanders, drilling the volunteers in basic formations: how to hold a spear, how to watch for hidden blades. The freedmen were spirited but undisciplined, stumbling into each other, dropping their weapons. Jon had to remind himself that many were once scribes or house slaves, not soldiers. Still, their determination was real. They wanted to protect their neighborhoods, to fight for the queen who'd freed them. As dusk fell, a messenger arrived from the city gates, breathless and pale. He reported that an incident had occurred near the waterfront, 3 freedmen watchmen stabbed dead, their insignia torn off. A mark had been carved on their bodies, a stylized harpy. The sons of the harpy had struck again. Jon and Grey Worm exchanged grim looks, then hurried to the location, accompanied by half a dozen Unsullied. The scene was a narrow alley not far from the wharfs, puddles reflecting torchlight. The watchmen's bodies lay in congealing blood, throats slashed. A small knot of freedmen had gathered, frightened and angry. Jon crouched beside one victim, pressing a hand to the man's shoulder in sympathy, though it was too late for comfort. The harpy symbol was crudely carved into the flesh. They had made a twisted statement, a vow that the old ways were not dead. Grey Worm's face was like stone. "The harpy grows bold," he said. Jon rose, scanning the alley's shadows. They knew exactly where to strike. "We need more watchers patrolling these backways, not just main streets." A freedman woman with tear-streaked cheeks stepped forward, hugging herself. "They came from nowhere," she whispered. "We heard a brief shout, then the men were on the ground. The killers vanished. Please tell the queen to help us." Jon managed a reassuring nod, though he felt hollow inside. "We will. Spread the word, watch out for each other. If you see anything suspicious, find an Unsullied patrol immediately." They returned to the pyramid under the gloom of fresh bloodshed. Daenerys was still in the council chamber, finishing some matter of trade, when Jon arrived with the news. Her face fell, heartbreak etched in every line. "They want to provoke us into a crackdown," she said after Yora explained the likely motive. "If we respond with fear, it proves their point that freedmen are no better off. But if we do nothing, more die." Barristan's voice was gentle. "Sometimes a crackdown is necessary to protect the innocent, Your Grace." She shook her head. "I won't turn the city into a prison. Instead, we'll bolster the freedmen watch, triple the night patrols, ask for local leaders to keep the streets lit with torches if they can. The people must see we are not powerless." "Aye." In the corner, Dario rolled a dagger between his fingers. "And when we catch one of them, we make an example. Publicly. So others fear the queen's wrath." Daenerys' voice dropped. "I do not want to be feared. But perhaps you're right. We will punish murderers. Missandei have the criers announce a bounty on the sons of the harpy. Anyone with verifiable information leading to an arrest will be rewarded in coin. Anyone found aiding them will face the queen's justice." Yora dipped his head. "It's a start." The days became a tense dance. Freedmen watch expanded, patrolling in pairs or trios, always under the watchful eyes of a handful of Unsullied. Here and there, tips came in about suspicious gatherings. A few leads turned up caches of weapons hidden in old cellars. Several arrests were made, a handful of minor nobles caught bribing freedmen to sabotage the city's water supply. Daenerys sentenced them to labor in the sewers they'd tried to pollute, a punishment that outraged the old families. But the sons of the harpy continued to strike unpredictably. At night, freedmen or watchmen were found dead in alleyways or battered in their own homes. 2 weeks after the triple killing by the docks, Jon was roused before dawn by urgent knocking. He opened his door to find an Unsullied soldier, breathing hard. "Come," the soldier said in broken common tongue. "Something happened at the Great Temple." Jon hurriedly dressed and followed. Grey Worm and Yora were already there by the time Jon arrived, a broad courtyard in front of an ancient Meereenese temple. Great pillars rose on either side, carved with serpentine figures. The floor was slick with blood. For freedmen watchmen lay dead, throats cut. And on the temple's towering wall, a message scrawled in gore, "Death to the Targaryen whore. Meereen belongs to the Harpy." Jon's stomach twisted. The brutality was so blatant, so taunting. Some freedmen had gathered outside the perimeter the Unsullied formed, voices buzzing with fury and fear. Yora's expression was grim. "We can't keep losing watchmen like this. The freedmen are starting to suspect we can't protect them." Dario appeared, eyes sweeping the carnage. "Time for a real crackdown, yes?" Jon said nothing at first, scanning the temple's dark archways. "We need to search the temple's undercroft every corner. They might have used it as a meeting spot." Yora agreed, dispatching men at once. Then Daenerys arrived, flanked by Barristan and Missandei. Her face went pale at the sight of the bodies. She stood among the gore for a moment, so still one might have thought her carved of marble. Then she exhaled, forcing composure. "We end this now. Double the bounty on any information. Question every known sympathizer of the old regime. If they are found guilty, they hang. I will not suffer these murderers any longer." Dario hid a smile behind his hand as if pleased she'd finally embraced harsher measures. Yora gave a curt nod. "It will be done." Jon, however, saw the ache behind her eyes, the sense that each step she took in severity made her fear she was growing more like the father she never knew. Still, if she did nothing, freedmen died. By afternoon, the Unsullied had turned the temple inside out. They found signs of recent gatherings, discarded masks, scraps of cloth with harpy symbols. It was a cell, apparently. Whether the city's powerful conspirators had used it themselves or merely funneled support to underlings, no one could say. Late that night, freedmen watch patrols cornered two men fleeing the area, masked and armed. One was killed resisting. The other was captured alive, though badly wounded. He had a fresh brand of the harpy on his chest. Under Yora's stern questioning, he revealed only partial truths. Yes, they'd been ordered to kill freedmen watchmen, to spread fear, to leave messages. Who gave the orders? "We never saw him," the captive said, trembling. "A hooded figure visited the temple, gave us gold and instructions. He died that same night from his wounds, leaving no further trail. It was better than nothing." Daenerys declared that any masked killers would receive no mercy. The Freedmen Watch, newly emboldened, patrolled every corner, suspicious of anyone out after curfew. Indeed, in the weeks that followed, murders dipped slightly. But the fear in Meereen's streets did not vanish. Jon could sense the city's tension like a coiled spring, ready to snap. He thought back to King's Landing, where illusions of grandeur cloaked rottenness. Now he stood in a city halfway across the world, where illusions of freedom warred with the ghosts of slavery. Nevertheless, life trudged on. Grain shipments arrived from Laser, escorted by unsullied convoys. The freedmen, for the moment, had food enough. Daenerys minted small copper coins stamped with a three-headed dragon to replace the old currency featuring a harpy. Barristan found a handful of local scribes who agreed to help draft new trade laws. Yora oversaw the city watch, ensuring no corner was left unchecked. Dario took it upon himself to roam the underside of Meereen's pleasures, seeking out leads on hidden harpy cells. He claimed to kill more than a few with his own blades, though no one could confirm his boasts. Gendry hammered steel day and night, forging spears, swords, and plowshares alike. The Freedmen Watch grew in skill, though they were still no match for the Unsullied. And overhead, the dragon's sword, ever larger, sometimes overshadowing entire plazas. One sweltering afternoon, word reached the pyramid of a small gathering in the main plaza. Freedmen chanted Daenerys' name, demanding that she appear. Curious, Daenerys agreed to go, flanked by a strong guard of Unsullied. Jon accompanied her, bracing for anything. The plaza was already packed with onlookers. Word had spread, and even some old Meereenese aristocrats lurked at the fringes to watch. The freedmen parted to let Daenerys through, some kneeling, others lifting their arms in supplication. The mood was one of desperate hope. At the center stood a man with a staff, wearing tattered robes. A scar marred one cheek. He bent the knee, trembling. "Oh, my queen," he said in a ragged voice. "I beg your justice. My daughter vanished last night. I fear the sons of the Harpy took her. Will you help me?" Daenerys' eyes flicked to Jon, then back to the man. "We will do what we can. But do you have any sign, any clue?" He shook his head, tears brimming. "They left a Harpy mask on my doorstep." A wail rose from the crowd, freedmen shouting that the sons must be wiped out, that the queen must punish the old families. Others yelled caution. Daenerys lifted her hands. "I share your grief. We will hunt for your daughter. The Freedmen Watch will search every corner. If you find any sign of her, come at once to the Unsullied. I swear we will not cease in our efforts." No child will be abandoned." The father wept, pressing his forehead to the dirt. Daenerys knelt, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder, murmuring words of comfort. The crowd hushed, awed by her compassion. Even Jon felt a surge of respect, despite knowing how precarious this all was. She truly cared for these people. That was real. As they made their way back through the throng, a sudden hiss rose from somewhere behind them. An object arced through the air, an earthenware pot aimed at Daenerys. Jon spotted it in the corner of his vision and lunged, raising an arm. The pot shattered against his forearm, shards flying. He felt a stab of pain, then realized the pot had been filled with rancid waste that now splattered across the cobblestones. The crowd recoiled. Daenerys' unsullied surged forward, spears bristling. Shouts rang out, freedmen scattering in panic. Jon ignored the stench clinging to his sleeve. He spun, searching for the thrower. He saw a figure ducking behind the line of freedmen, masked, darting away. "There," he roared. Unsullied converged, but the masked figure slipped through the crowd. Daario, who had also been present, gave chase, cursing. "Protect the queen?" Grey Worm barked at his men. They closed ranks around Daenerys. "It's nothing," she said, though her eyes glinted with anger. "I'm not hurt." But the attempt, however childish, was a clear message: they could strike in public any time. Daario and a few freedmen watchers reappeared moments later, scowling. "Lost him," Daario spat. "Though I doubt it was anything more than a fool trying to sow chaos." Daenerys' shoulders tensed. Chaos is exactly what the Harpy thrives on. They returned to the pyramid in a somber mood, the freedmen crowd parting to let them go. Some were outraged, others frightened. Jon's forearm stung from a shallow cut, though the annoyance of foul-smelling sludge was worse. Daenerys asked after his wound as soon as they were indoors, pressing a clean cloth to it. "Does it hurt much?" He shook his head. "I'll live. You're the one they wanted to humiliate." Her lips thinned. "We cannot let them rule us with fear. Next time it might be a knife, not a pot." She closed her eyes briefly, collecting herself. More watchmen on the streets, more bounties, more everything. She held his gaze then, and he sensed her buried frustration. She wanted to do so much more than pass edicts and chase shadows. Her dragons soared above, yet on the ground, she felt powerless. "Perhaps we should strike at the old families," she said softly, half to herself. "Arrest them all, tear down their mansions. I can't see any other way." Jon resisted an urge to step back from the flicker of fury in her eyes. "Is that truly what you want? To punish them for crimes you can't prove?" She stared at him a long moment, then exhaled, shoulders drooping. No, I won't condemn them without proof. But I must do something." My patience phrase. He placed a hand on hers. "In Winterfell, Ned taught me that you cannot outrun evil men by becoming evil yourself. He also taught me that justice must have a face and a name, not be a blind hammer." Her anger eased, a faint smile forming. "I recall your father's wisdom. Thank you." Over the following weeks, Daenerys' crackdown intensified but remained targeted at suspects with evidence against them. A subtle wave of arrests followed, including a few notable nobles. Some freedmen found the missing daughter near the outskirts, alive, though beaten. She'd been left as a warning. The city simmered with tension, but the freedmen watch grew bolder. A handful of informants came forward, naming local men as Harpy conspirators. Gradually, the attacks slowed. Jon wondered if the conspirators were waiting for a chance, or if they truly felt the net closing in. Either way, Daenerys pressed forward, hoping to bleed the Harpy's strength. Amid that swirl, a new rumor arrived from across the sea, that Tywin Lannister was dead, murdered by his own son, Tyrion. King Joffrey was also said to have died at his wedding feast. Now young King Tommen wore the crown, guided by Cersei Lannister. The north lay in the grip of the Boltons. Stannis Baratheon lurked somewhere near the wall. The news rattled Daenerys' circle. Lannister weakness might be a golden chance. But sailing now, with Meereen still beset by conspiracies, seemed impossible. As time wore on, though, the Freedmen Watch discovered a clandestine meeting in an abandoned grain warehouse. When they raided it, they found sons of the Harpy masks, weapons, and several leading conspirators. One was a minor noble from an old family, though not the worst. He named names in exchange for mercy, claiming he had been forced to join. Daenerys had him tried publicly. He was found guilty of murder and sabotage. Under Freedman watch, the man was hanged in the main plaza. That day, Freedman filled the square, cheering the Queen's justice. Others, seeing the noose, took heed. The assassinations tapered off. The Harpies' menace dimmed to a whisper, reduced to scattered rumors rather than nightly bloodshed. In that relative calm, Daenerys exhaled for the first time in months. She gathered her council late one evening, a smaller group, Yora, Barristan, Dario, Missandei, Jon, and Grey Worm. By lamplight, they reviewed the city-state. Harvest was up, bandit raids had diminished after a push by the Unsullied. Trade was trickling in from neighboring lands. Freedman Watch had stabilized the streets. Daenerys sat at the table, eyes bright with cautious hope. "We've come far," she said. "Meereen will never be perfect, but the freedmen have some measure of security now. The Harpy is wounded, perhaps dying. If we hold steady, this city might stand on its own." Yora's tone was careful, meaning, "Your Grace, you might soon consider crossing the sea." Dario grinned. "At last." Daenerys took a breath, looking to Jon. "And you? Do you think Meereen can endure without me?" He considered. "I think the Freedmen Watch, the Unsullied, and a strong local council might manage. The people trust you, but they also trust the men and women who have fought for them. If you name successors carefully, ensure the freedmen have real power, yes. It might hold." She nodded slowly. "That has been my aim all along, to leave Meereen better than I found it. Perhaps the time approaches. The dragons are nearly full-grown, especially Drogon. He could carry me on his back if I dared. And we have ships enough to ferry our army, Unsullied, freedmen volunteers, the Dothraki, the Second Sons. That is a force to be reckoned with." Barristan bowed slightly. "Your father lost the throne through madness. You will reclaim it through wisdom. But we must plan carefully. The seas can be perilous. The storms might scatter us. And across the sea, new wars roil." Dario shrugged. "We can handle storms. The real question is, do we wait for full stability here, or do we depart the moment the city can stand?" Daenerys looked at each of them in turn. She saw a mix of loyalty and relief. They, too, yearned for the next step, the promised crossing to Westeros. "I will not vanish tomorrow," she said gently. "We will ensure stability, at least enough that the freedmen do not feel betrayed. A few months more to finalize councils, to confirm farmland arrangements and trade routes, to secure Astapor and Yunkai with delegates who share our goals. After that, yes, we prepare the fleet." Jon felt both a surge of excitement and a stab of fear. So it was finally coming. The day they dreamed of since they first came to Slaver's Bay. "We'll be ready," he said. Daenerys reached out, clasping his hand. "I want you at my side when I land, nephew. If the North still suffers under false kings, you'll be their true Stark in all but name, and a Targaryen who can help free them. Perhaps the people of Westeros will see that dragons and wolves can stand together." Jon's chest tightened at the thought of returning to Winterfell battered by war and betrayal. "I'll do whatever it takes to save my family's home. And to see you on the Iron Throne if that's what fate demands. But the threat beyond the wall." Daenerys squeezed his fingers. "I remember. We'll face it too. Dragons, Unsullied, freedmen, let the dead come. We'll fight them. One battle at a time." Her vow stirred something in Jon's heart, a faint spark of renewed hope. The conspiracies of Meereen might fade behind them soon. The fires they'd started in Slaver's Bay could blaze on, forging freedom or chaos, but Daenerys had done what she could. Westeros beckoned. Ned Stark's memory beckoned. Winter was coming, and they had lingered far too long in the desert sun. In the weeks that followed, Daenerys set about building a stable government to function in her absence. She formed a council of freedmen leaders along with a few repentant old nobles who had proven their loyalty. At its head stood a freedman scribe named Gale, a thoughtful man who'd worked closely with Barristan in drafting laws. Grey Worm would remain as commander of the Unsullied garrison. Some of the Freedmen Watch would stay behind, forging an official city guard. Envoys were sent to Astapor and Yunkai, offering them similar arrangements if they desired. No more puppet rulers, only councils of freedmen. Some, including Yora, feared it was idealistic. But Daenerys insisted. "If it fails," she said, "it won't be because I refused them the chance." Skeptics abounded, especially among the old families, but they were fewer now. Sons of the Harpy attacks had dwindled to near nothing. Some conspirators fled to other cities, ceding Meereen to Daenerys's freedmen. Others accepted amnesty in exchange for strict loyalty oaths. The day came when Daenerys stood before a packed plaza, announcing her intention to sail for Westeros, leaving the city in the hands of its own people. Cheers and tears mingled in the crowd. Some freedmen begged to sail with her, to fight under her banner. Others wept that their Misa was leaving. She consoled them, promising that her spirit remained in every freed soul. At dawn one morning, the harbor was alive with activity, ships being prepared, sails mended, cargo loaded with provisions for a long crossing. The Dothraki grew restless at the docks, complaining of the salt air. The Unsullied marched in disciplined columns, forming ranks on the shoreline. Freedmen volunteers milled about, carrying meager belongings. Daenerys stood on the quay, speaking final words to Gale and the Freedmen Council. Barristan gave quiet instructions to his chosen subcommanders who would remain. Yora oversaw the loading of siege equipment. Dario strode among the second sons, preening in his new golden cloak. Gendry lugged crates of forged weapons aboard. Jon helped secure the final inventory of food and water, mindful of how easy it was to run short at sea. The dragons circled overhead as if sensing departure. Drogon swooped low, letting out a piercing cry that echoed across the water, stirring excitement and dread alike. Fisherfolk paused to watch the black beast streak by. Even after all this time, the sight of a full-grown dragon was as wondrous and terrifying as the day Daenerys first soared above the dunes. When at last the moment came to board, Daenerys turned to Jon on the quay, the morning sun behind her. She wore riding leathers beneath a flowing cloak of Targaryen red. Her silver hair caught the breeze. "A new chapter," she said, voice thick with emotion. "I've never been to Westeros. I was born on Dragonstone but taken across the sea as an infant. Now I return not as a beggar but as a queen with armies and dragons. Will they welcome me as a liberator or fear me as an invader?" Jon met her gaze. "They might fear what they don't understand. But you bring justice. Those who remember the Mad King might need proof that you are not him. We'll show them. And if we must fight, we will." She inclined her head, swallowing hard. "And you come not as a bastard, but a Targaryen princeling and yet a Stark as well. We shall see how the North reacts to that. Perhaps your father's memory will help." Jon's voice was low. "The North is proud, but if we can free them from the Boltons, they might accept me. If they learn that Rhaegar was my father, though, some will recoil. They remember all the old wounds. Still, I have to try." They clasped hands. Then Daenerys turned to the freedman crowd who had gathered on the docks, calling out in a ringing voice, "I leave you as friends, as children of freedom. Rule yourselves with wisdom, stand against those who would enslave you again. If you ever need my aid, send word. One day I may return." A roar of cheers went up. Flowers were thrown in the water, bright petals floating on the ripples. Drums rolled, sounding across the harbor. Daenerys nodded to her companions, voice trembling slightly. "Board the ships. It's time." They made their way up the gangplan. Chaos. Jon was among the last, looking back at Meereen one more time, the sprawling city that had cost them so much sweat and blood. Freedmen thronged the piers, tears and cheers mingling. He saw Grey Worm standing at the edge, loyal to the end, staying behind as garrison commander. The man lifted his spear in a silent salute. Jon answered with a hand on his heart. Then he turned and stepped onto the ship's deck. Sails were unfurled, capturing the desert wind. Slowly, the vessel pulled away from the quay, waves lapping against its prow. Daenerys stood at the bow, cloak fluttering, Drogon circling overhead. Rhaegal and Viserion soared nearby. The rest of the fleet spread out behind them, dozens of ships filled with unsullied, freedmen volunteers, Dothraki riders who had never before set foot on a ship. The air rang with their excited shouts and uncertain prayers. Gradually, Meereen shrank to a distant silhouette. The harbor, the city walls, the great pyramid's pinnacle all receded until they were just shapes on the horizon. Jon found himself beside Daenerys, gazing at the diminishing coast. He recalled how they had once fled King's Landing with next to nothing, how they had crossed to Pentos, found Illyrio, joined Daenerys, conquered Slaver's Bay. Now they left it behind, forging west to the land of their births, a land that might greet them with swords or with open arms or both. Daenerys inhaled the sea air, lips parted in what might have been a smile. This time she said softly, "We sail not as beggars or exiles. We sail as a queen and a prince with dragons in the sky. Let the realm prepare." Jon closed his eyes, imagining Winterfell's battlements caked in snow, a dire wolf prowling the godwood. "For my father," he whispered. "For the Starks. And for the dragon's blood we share." She placed a hand on his shoulder. "The old songs speak of fire and ice meeting. Let them see that it can save the realm, not destroy it." Overhead, Drogon screeched, wheeling in the bright blue sky. The sea stretched before them, vast and shimmering. Behind them lay a liberated but fragile empire of freedmen. Ahead, the Seven Kingdoms, battered by war, threatened by winter's approach. Daenerys Stormborn and Jon Targaryen stood at the prow, each carrying the legacy of Rhaegar and Lyanna, each forging a destiny that would shake the foundations of thrones. Sails snapped in the wind, the fleet surging onward. No more waiting. No more forging alone in the desert. Together, they would face the storms of Westeros and the greater darkness lurking beyond. The words of House Stark whispered in Jon's mind, "Winter is coming." And the blood of the dragon flared in Daenerys' eyes, a promise of fire against the cold. The crossing had begun. They departed Meereen with the morning tide, sails billowing under a warm and cloudless sky. Dozens of ships spread across the harbor, rolling with the gentle swells. A cobbled-together fleet that carried unsullied in disciplined rows, Dothraki restless on the unfamiliar decks, freedmen volunteers hungry for further glories, and a scattering of mercenaries under Daario Naharis's flamboyant command. At the prow of the flagship stood Daenerys Targaryen, her silver-gold hair twisting in the sea breeze, eyes turned west. Jon Targaryen stood beside her, dark curls tousled, remembering the moment he had left King's Landing so many years before. Their lives had drifted far from that day. Now they returned to the Seven Kingdoms with a force shaped by war and faith. Where once they were exiles, now they were conquerors, or so the world might call them. Overhead, Drogon's wings cast a fleeting shadow across the deck. He roared, a thunderous note that startled the horses in the hold. Rhaegal and Viserion circled higher, more cautious. The dragons were near full-grown now, though Drogon dwarfed the others. In the months since Slavers' Bay had bent to Daenerys' rule, they had stretched their wings over the deserts, learning to hunt in packs, devouring entire herds of goats in a single day. Now, with open ocean below, the dragons seemed almost uneasy, scanning the gleaming waves for unknown threats. Occasionally, Drogon would stoop to the surface, snapping up a leaping fish in his jaws. Each time he rose again, water streaming off his scales, the freedmen cheered. In their eyes, these winged beasts were a sign of the Queen's unstoppable power. Jon shared a glance with Daenerys. Since they had left Meereen, she had been both bright with anticipation and weighed by worry. The time to cross had finally come, but Slavers' Bay was far from wholly stable, and the fate of Westeros was an even darker puzzle. Still, she had set her course. "The realm must know I am no mere rumor," she had said on the eve of departure, standing in Meereen's great pyramid. "We come to restore justice, not to burn the innocent. But we will fight if we must." Jon had given her the same pledge he always had, to stand at her side, to protect her and their shared cause, to remember the lessons of Ned Stark even as they wielded the flames of the Targaryens. The open sea inched beneath them hour by hour, day by day. The first nights were almost tranquil. The freedmen, many of whom had never been aboard a ship, gritted their teeth against seasickness and tried to find some equilibrium. Daenerys spent her mornings in council with Yora, Barristan, Daario, and Jon, charting their route west. They had decided to aim for Dorne, or failing that, Dragonstone, depending on the winds. News from across the narrow sea was patchwork at best. They knew King Joffrey was dead, King Tommen ruled under Cersei's regency, and House Tyrell had gained influence in King's Landing. They knew the Greyjoys were raiding the north, that the Boltons now held Winterfell, that Stannis Baratheon was rumored to have gone north to the Wall, seeking an obscure war of his own. But how any of this might shape their arrival was guesswork. The war had ground on for years, forging alliances as brittle as fresh-forged steel. On the second week at sea, a storm blew in from the northeast. The skies darkened to an iron hue, winds howling around the masts. Rain came in sheets, thundering on the decks, while waves smashed against hulls with savage fury. The Dothraki wailed that water demons stalked them, some freedmen retched with seasickness, and even the seasoned Pentoshi sailors looked anxious. Daenerys' flagship, larger than most, fared better, but a few of the smaller cogs took on water. Jon and Gendry worked frantically to help bail out the hold, passing buckets in endless relays. Above deck, Daario cursed the storms as though he could charm them into submission. Ser Jorah bellowed orders to lash down the horses, to reef sails before the masts snapped. Through the chaos, Daenerys clung to the wheel, water streaming from her hair, her expression rigid with determination. Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion circled overhead in the roiling clouds, screeching as lightning lashed the sky. For 2 days the fleet fought the storm. When the skies finally cleared, exhausted men and women emerged to find the battered ships scattered. A handful were missing entirely. Daenerys' first act was to dispatch scouts to search for survivors. 3 cogs turned up by dusk, ragged but afloat, 2 more straggled in the next morning. One was never found, lost with over 100 freedmen aboard. The grief weighed heavily on Daenerys, who insisted on naming each man and woman if they could be identified. "They died for this dream," she said to Jon that night, voice raw. "I cannot fail them now." They pressed on. Dolphins occasionally followed in the fleet's wake, a welcome sight, though the freedmen whispered that the sea was hungry for more. As the wind shifted west, Regal and Viserion ventured farther, sometimes vanishing for hours on the horizon. Drogon alone remained close to Daenerys' flagship as if he sensed her tension. They had lost precious time in the storm, so Yora pressed the captains to make better speed, coaxing them to hoist more sail. Bit by bit, the water changed from that deeper shade of the summer sea to the colder tides of the narrow sea. They spotted more merchant vessels, sometimes hailing them in passing. Few recognized the Targaryen banners streaming from the masts, but rumors spread quickly that a strange force of sellswords and freed slaves was crossing from Essos. Whether word had reached King's Landing, none could say. On the 28th day, a small fishing boat came alongside. Dario's men questioned the fishermen, who babbled that the fleet was nearing the coast of Dorne. The next morning, a haze of jagged cliffs and sun-baked hills rose on the horizon, the southernmost kingdom of Westeros, known for its fierce deserts and proud Martell princes. The approach was cautious. Daenerys and her advisors knew that House Martell had once been allied with the Targaryens centuries before, but recent history was more complex. Prince Doran Martell might resent the Iron Throne for the murder of his sister Elia and her children during Robert's rebellion. That simmering hatred might be turned into alliance. Or it might not. Still, to attempt a landing in the Crownlands or Stormlands would be suicidal, as the Lannisters and Tyrells controlled those coasts. Dorne was the best option, or perhaps the only option that made sense. They steered the fleet into a natural cove a few miles west of the Green Blood River's estuary, raising white flags beneath the Targaryen sigils as a sign they did not intend to raid the coastal villages. Sunlight dazzled the red cliffs and rocky beaches. Daenerys, Jon, and a large contingent of Unsullied rowed ashore first, leaving the bulk of the ships anchored a short distance offshore. The sand was hot beneath their boots, the air scented with salt and desert scrub. Dothraki riders guided their uneasy horses onto the beach. The freedmen who had never set foot on Westerosi soil looked around in awe, touching the sands as if it were a holy relic. Even Jon had to swallow a surge of emotion. Westeros. He had not set eyes on its coast since King's Landing, and this was Dorne, not the north, yet it still felt like returning to a long-lost dream. A hush fell when Daenerys stepped onto the beach, flanked by Drogon's leathery bulk. The dragon craned his neck, sniffing the air. Barristan cleared his throat. "Do we march inland at once, your grace, or attempt to parley with the local lords?" Daenerys gave Jon a quick glance. "We are no invaders from across the sea, even if some might see us that way. We have come to claim the Iron Throne that is rightfully mine, but if we can gain Dornish allies peacefully, we should. Prince Doran Martell has reason to despise the Lannisters for what happened to his sister Elia." Yora nodded. "Best to send an envoy, though we must be wary. If the Martells are loyal to the crown, they might treat us as enemies." Dario laughed softly. "I prefer forging alliances in the same manner as forging steel, by fire and pressure. But as you say, my queen, parley first." They posted a defensive encampment near the shore with a ring of unsullied pikes to ward off any surprise attack. Under Daenerys' orders, they did not pillage the nearby hamlets. She forbade her Dothraki from harassing the local farmers, insisting they trade fairly for food and water. Word spread quickly among the populace that an army had landed under a dragon banner. The reaction was a mixture of excitement, fear, and curiosity. A handful of bolder villagers approached in timid groups, bringing clay jugs of water or baskets of fruit to sell. When they saw the Unsullied and the dragons, they gasped. Daenerys paid them in copper coins minted in Meereen, explaining that her treasury would convert to local currency soon. She repeated that her cause was not to destroy Dorne, but to free the realm from the Lannisters. Over the next few days, small skirmishes erupted. A band of mounted Dornish scouts tried to chase off the intruders, only to find themselves outnumbered by Unsullied pike lines. There were no casualties. Daenerys ordered the scouts to be allowed to retreat so they could carry word back to Sunspear, the seat of House Martell. She hoped Prince Doran would see reason. Meanwhile, she began assembling a proper fort on the coastline, driving wooden stakes and constructing watchtowers. If they were not welcomed, they might at least have a foothold on this land. Jon found himself overseeing the freedmen who labored, though he made sure they were paid a soldier's wage. "We are not slavers," he reminded them. "You can refuse, but if you choose to work, you'll share in the spoils when we march." Most freedmen seemed eager enough, thrilled by the chance to help their Misa. News reached them on the 5th day. A Dornish herald arrived, escorted by 24 men in burnished half-helms. He carried a letter sealed with a sun and spear sigil. Daenerys met the herald in her command tent, surrounded by Yora, Barristan, Daario, Missandei, and Jon. The herald offered a courteous bow and introduced himself as Ser Armand Santagar, a sworn knight to House Martell. "Prince Doran is aware of your arrival, your grace," he said, addressing Daenerys with cautious deference. "He invites you to Sunspear to discuss the terms of your presence here in Dorne. He wishes no war with House Targaryen, if your claims are genuine." His gaze shifted to the 3 dragons gliding overhead, then quickly back to Daenerys. "He only asks that you refrain from further fortifications or raids." Daenerys inclined her head. "I welcome Prince Doran's invitation. We intend no harm to your people, but you know the state of Westeros. I come to claim my birthright. I ask the prince's neutrality, or better yet, his alliance. The Lannisters have wronged your house as deeply as mine." Santagar nodded stiffly. "Prince Doran is prepared to speak on such matters. He invites you to come to Sunspear under a flag of safe conduct, but begs you not to march your entire host beyond the Greenblood. A select retinue, no more than 100 men, may accompany you." Daario opened his mouth to protest, but Daenerys raised a hand. "I accept. We will come in peace with a small escort. My ships remain anchored. My main host camped here. Prince Doran need not fear." She stood. "Please convey to him that I look forward to meeting soon." That night, Daenerys conferred with her council under torchlight. Some wanted her to ride to Sunspear on Drogon's back, an unmistakable show of power, but she feared it might be seen as a threat. Barristan counseled caution. "Prince Doran is known for his subtlety. He rarely wages open war, preferring to outmaneuver foes with patient cunning. If we appear too forceful, he may conclude we cannot be trusted." Yora agreed, tapping a map of Dorne laid out on a makeshift table. "Sunspear is formidable, but the entire southern desert is lethal to an invading force. If the Dornish turn on us, the sun and the sand alone might destroy half our army. Let's proceed diplomatically." Jon stood near the table, arms folded. "If Prince Doran truly loathes the Lannisters, he may be open to an alliance. We should appeal to that. Remind him that Elia Martell and her children were murdered on Tywin Lannister's orders. The mountain that rides carried out the deed for House Lannister. That alone could sway him." Daenerys nodded, expression pensive. "We'll see if old wounds still bleed. Meanwhile, let us prepare for the journey. I will take you, Jon, as part of my retinue. Yora, Barristan, Daario, Missandei, and a handful of Unsullied for security. The rest remain here under Grey Worm's command to hold our beachhead." They set out at dawn 2 days later. 100 men and women in all, Unsullied, Freedmen Watch, and a few Dothraki who insisted on riding with their Khaleesi, though Daenerys cautioned them to keep their savagery reined in. The winding roads of Dorne were harsh, rocky soil, scattered thorny bushes, the occasional stunted olive tree. The sun beat down, a scorching heat that rivaled the deserts around Meereen, though the smell of dust had a different tang. As they traveled inland, small villages peeked from behind ridges, guarded by short walls of stone. The local folk often watched from a distance, uncertain whether to cheer or hide. More than one sign of Lannister presence had been torn down by the locals, replaced by Martell banners. Jon noted that the people did not seem oppressed. Dorne had largely escaped the ravages of the War of Five Kings, though it had not gone untouched by smaller conflicts. They reached Sunspear after 4 days of slow travel, crossing the Green Blood by ferry. The castle rose at the tip of a spear-shaped peninsula that thrust into the sea, the walls red gold in the late afternoon sun. Ahead, a line of Dornish spearmen in swirling cloaks waited. At their head were knights in polished breastplates, each bearing the Sun and Spear sigil of House Martell on their shields. Daenerys paused, signaled her party to halt. Yora and Barristan rode to her side, flanking her. Jon sat astride his horse just behind her, scanning the walls. He could see watchers on the battlements, curious faces peering from high windows. Regal and Viserion soared in lazy circles far overhead, kept at a distance so as not to provoke alarm. Drogon had chosen to remain with the main host on the coast. Daenerys had urged him to follow, but he was willful and had balked at leaving the beach. Perhaps it was for the best. Arriving with 3 massive dragons might send the wrong message. A man in rich yellow robes stepped forward. He was middle-aged, with a pale complexion for a Dornishman, a neatly trimmed beard shot with gray. His arms bore a slight trembling. He introduced himself as Captain Ricasso of the Palace Guard. On behalf of Prince Doran, welcome, he said in a careful tone. He awaits you in the Hall of 100 Hearths. We have prepared rooms for your retinue. The prince asks you to accept our hospitality. Daenerys inclined her head, grateful. Lead on. Thank you. They rode through the gates into the outer ward of Sunspear. The architecture was distinctly Dornish, arched windows, domed towers, bright tiles forming geometric patterns on the courtyard walls. Palms and orange trees clustered in patches of shade. A few passing servants glanced at the strangers with wide eyes. Daenerys dismounted, handing her reins to an Unsullied. Jon did the same, trying to mask his swirling thoughts. Despite the dryness, an undercurrent of ocean breeze drifted through Sunspear's corridors, a reminder that they stood on the edge of the sea. They were shown into the Grand Hall, a space that was neither as large as the Red Keep's throne room nor as high, but warm with the glow of golden glass panels overhead. True to its name, the Hall of 100 Hearths had smaller alcoves set along the walls, each with its own brazier or fireplace. The air smelled of incense and citrus. Sitting in a tall, cushioned chair near the center was Prince Doran Martell. He appeared older than Daenerys had expected, his shoulders stooped, his skin sallow, thin hair receding. A cane rested against his chair. Flanking him were several men and women wearing Martell colors. One was a striking young woman with a face that spoke of cunning. Another was a shorter, stocky man who kept his hand on his sword hilt. A pair of palace guards stood behind the prince, halberds upright. Doran rose with some effort as Daenerys and her companions approached. Welcome to Sunspear, Daenerys of House Targaryen, he said, voice slow but clear. And to your company. I have heard many tales of the Mother of Dragons. His gaze flicked to Jon. And rumors speak of a second Targaryen in your retinue. Are you the one they call Jon Targa? Ryan. Jon bowed his head, feeling the prickle of scrutiny. I am Prince Doran, son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. A ripple of reaction moved through the Martell onlookers, some uncertain, some intrigued. Everyone in Dorne knew the story of Rhaegar's marriage to Elia Martell. Then the scandalous mention of Lyanna Stark. That war had ended in Elia's brutal murder. Jon could feel the tension shift, as though Doran weighed him with an inner scale. Did this boy represent another betrayal of the Martell name, or a chance to right old wrongs? Daenerys curtsied, a gesture that might have seemed odd for a queen, but she wanted to convey respect. Thank you for receiving us. We come not as conquerors of Dorne, but as potential allies. We know that House Martell has reason to despise the Lannisters for their crimes against your sister Elia. I, too, have cause to hate them for the murder of my brother Rhaegar's children. I mean to end Lannister rule and sit the Iron Throne as the rightful queen. Doran considered her words. Then he sank back into his seat, gesturing to cushions placed around. Be seated, please. We have cool wine for this meeting, if you wish to take it. As they settled, a serving girl brought flagons of pale Dornish wine, sweat beading on the pottery. Daenerys accepted a cup. Jon, Yora, Barristan, and Dario likewise. Prince Doran took a measured sip, then spoke with slow deliberation. I have long nursed a quiet hatred for those who slew my sister and her children. Yet Dorne has not openly rebelled. The realm has been at war for years, with half a dozen kings rising and falling. My people have endured enough strife. I will not plunge them into destruction unless I see a clear path to justice. His gaze settled on Daenerys, then flicked to her retinue. Tell me, your grace, how do I know that your war will not ravage Dorne as so many others have done? Daenerys leaned forward. Because I have come with an army that I will feed, not by plundering your lands, but by the resources I have brought from Essos. I do not want to fight you, nor do I want to march through Dorne-burning fields. I want to unite the realm against the Lannisters. If you join me, you will have my protection, my dragons, and the end of Lannister dominion. Once I am queen, Dorne will have the justice it has long been denied. I will name you Warden of the South, or any title that suits the dignity of House Martell. You shall govern yourselves freely, as you have always wished. A faint smile tugged at Doran's lips. Bold words. And your dragons? Are they truly as mighty as the songs claim? Dario chuckled, swirling his wine. Mightier, Prince. You have seen only one circling overhead. Another two wait along the coast. and we have thousands of unsullied freedmen and Dothraki. The Lannisters cannot stand against that might. Doran's mild eyes narrowed. The Lannisters have the Tyrells, a powerful alliance. King's Landing is not easily taken. The city is well stocked, protected by thousands of gold cloaks. More than one army has battered itself to ruin on those walls. Barristan's voice was calm. Your Grace, I served in the King's Guard for decades. I know how the Lannisters think. Their power is real, but it is brittle if faced with dragons. And the small folk suffer under their taxes, their hunger, their fear. A rightful queen with living dragons might find the city turning in her favor. Doran tapped his cane gently on the floor. Perhaps, but I must consider the cost to Dorne. If we raise our banners for you and the Tyrells flood the Dornish marches with their knights, my people suffer. You say you want no war in Dorne, but war rarely spares any land. Why should I subject my folk to such risk if your victory is not assured? Daenerys let out a measured breath. Because if I fail, the Lannisters remain, and they will never forget that Dorne even considered helping me. The war might come to you regardless. Better to strike first, with me, and see it ended swiftly. I intend to ride for King's Landing once I have established a stronger footing. Or I could move north and rally other disaffected lords. But if you join me, the realm will see that House Martell stands with the rightful queen, uniting old lines of Targaryen and Martell. Elia Martell was Rhaegar's wife. Those children lost might be avenged at last. Silence hung. Jon studied Prince Doran's face, noting the sorrow etched there, the memory of his sister's death. My father Rhaegar was betrothed to Elia, Jon said quietly, and the war that followed claimed her life, as well as her children. I have no wish to dishonor that memory. If we succeed in ending Lannister rule, the name Martell will rise with the Targaryens. We can begin a new era, one in which Dorne is not forced to bow but stands proudly. Let that be the legacy that redeems the past. The older man's expression flickered with pain, or perhaps yearning. You speak well, boy. You look like Rhaegar in some lights, too much for me to ignore. Very well. I must think on this further with my counselors. For tonight, you will be my guests. We shall feast in your honor, then weigh the matter in private. Do me the courtesy of patience. You have come a long way. Another day or two can do no harm. Daenerys inclined her head. We are grateful for your hospitality. Doran summoned a guard, instructing him to escort the Targaryen party to the guest wing, see that they were provided with baths, food, and rest. He turned to one of the women in his retinue, an elegant figure with sharp eyes. Obara, show them around Sunspear if they wish. Let them see we have nothing to hide. The woman bowed curtly, though her expression suggested reluctance. So the meeting ended. Daenerys thanked Prince Doran once more, then they followed their guide through a colonnade into a cluster of adjoining rooms that smelled of fresh rushes and citrus. Dario was all swagger and bored confidence, but Yora's brow remained furrowed. He's cautious. I can't fault him, Yora said. At least he didn't reject us outright. Barristan agreed softly. Prince Doran is known for slow decisions. But when he acts, it can be deadly. Let us be mindful. For the rest of the afternoon, the Targaryen party explored Sunspear. Though the Martells were not the wealthiest house, the palace was designed for comfort in the Dornish heat. Airy rooms, shaded courtyards with tinkling fountains, mosaic floors depicting snakes and suns. Obara Martell led them briskly through the twists of corridors, offering clipped commentary on each statue or tapestry. Jon observed her carefully. She looked strong, her arms corded with muscle, a spear strapped across her back. One of the famed sand snakes, he realized, bastards of Oberyn Martell, the late prince who had died in King's Landing. Her voice carried an undercurrent of bitterness. He suspected she wanted vengeance for her father's death at the hands of the Mountain. Perhaps that anger could be turned against the Lannisters, or perhaps she resented that Jon's father Rhaegar had undone Oberyn's sister's marriage. It was a tangled history. Near sunset, servants led the Targaryen party to a courtyard feast. Tables laden with Dornish peppers, spiced wines, roasted goat, olives, flatbreads drizzled in oil. Musicians played stringed instruments while the sweet scent of night-blooming flowers drifted on the air. Daenerys wore a simple gown of black and red, her hair coiled in a single braid. Jon had donned a plainer tunic than most might expect for a prince, but Daenerys had insisted they not flaunt needless finery. House Martell's lords and ladies arrived in waves, wearing bright-colored silks. Prince Doran appeared last, leaning on his cane, accompanied by a younger man who looked suspiciously at Daenerys, Quentyn Martell, the prince's own son. Quentyn gave a stiff bow, though his eyes flicked to Daenerys's hair, perhaps recalling old rumors that she had once been promised as a bride to someone in Dorne. The details were muddled. This was not the betrothal Rhaegar had arranged, but some other scheme overshadowed by war. The game of alliances never ceased. Doran welcomed them all politely, ordering the wine poured. Despite the tension under the surface, the feast began with a show of courtesy. Daenerys thanked the prince for his kindness, praising the generosity of Dorne. Jon mostly listened, gauging the mood. The Dornish lords eyed them with curiosity or guarded interest, while the ladies whispered behind painted fans. Yora tried to be sociable, but Dario's wry humor rubbed some the wrong way. Barristan had the sense to remain quietly dignified. Missandei observed everything like a scribe collecting notes. In the middle of the meal, Doran spoke softly to Daenerys, glancing at Jon. "I would speak with your nephew if you permit it." Daenerys arched an eyebrow. "Of course." Doran signaled for Jon to walk with him along a tiled walkway. They passed a small fountain, the water lit by moonbeams. The sound of laughter and music faded behind them. Yora started to follow, but Daenerys gestured for him to remain, trusting that Doran meant no harm. Jon felt an undercurrent of nerves but kept his composure. When they were alone in the moonlit courtyard, Doran leaned on his cane. "You claim Rhaegar Targaryen as your father and Lyanna Stark as your mother. Yet Rhaegar was wedded to my sister Elia. The scandal of that union sparked Robert's rebellion. If you carry Targaryen blood, does that not make you part of the reason my sister was cast aside?" Jon took a careful breath. "I know that your sister was wronged. I do not seek to excuse Rhaegar's choices. My father, if he truly loved Lyanna, brought great grief to House Martell. I regret it, but I cannot change the past. All I can do is stand with Daenerys, strive to bring justice, end the Lannisters who ordered Elia's murder, and try to unify the realm." Doran studied him with unreadable eyes. "You realize that to some in Dorne, you are the living reminder of that heartbreak. Elia's children were slaughtered while Rhaegar's other child survived. A child by another woman." Jon felt a pang of guilt. He had known it academically, but hearing it stated so plainly cut deeper. "I didn't ask to be born. Lord Eddard Stark shielded me, perhaps to honor his sister's memory. Robert Baratheon wanted all Targaryens dead. If not for Ned Stark's mercy, I would have been butchered alongside Rhaegar's other children." Doran let out a sigh. "Life is rarely so neat. I do not blame you, Jon Targaryen. I blame Tywin Lannister and Gregor Clegane for the butchery that robbed me of my sister and her heirs. Yet the resentment from some in Dorne runs deeper, believing Rhaegar cast Elia aside for Lyanna Stark. That is an old wound. Still, if your presence can help free us from Lannister tyranny, that might be enough of a salve." Jon met the prince's gaze earnestly. "That's what I want, my lord. I want the realm free of tyrants. And I want to see the North safe again. My mother's family lost so much in these wars. My father's family lost everything. Let's break the wheel that crushes us all. Daenerys believes we can do it with help." A faint smile ghosted across Doran's lined face. "You speak with passion. I believe you mean it. Very well. I will speak with Daenerys again tomorrow. I make no promises. My son Quentyn has ideas of his own, and my nieces Oberyn's daughters have their own thirst for revenge. Dorne is not an easy beast to harness." Jon dipped his head. "I understand. Thank you for hearing me." Doran turned, cane tapping on the tiles. "One last question. Do you truly believe your aunt, this Daenerys Stormborn, will avoid becoming another Mad King? She wields dragons and unimaginable power. Power can twist even the noblest hearts." Jon thought of how Daenerys had refused to punish innocent Meereenese without proof, how she had toiled to keep freedmen fed, how she had endured heartbreak at every step. She is not her father. She is mercy and she is justice. She's neither cruel nor weak. You have my word. Doran nodded, eyes distant. "Good night, then." They returned to the feast. Doran resumed his seat, saying little for the remainder of the evening, though his watchful gaze never left Daenerys. After the final courses of spiced peppers and fruit, the prince dismissed the gathering. Daenerys and her retinue were shown to comfortable chambers with soft beds, perfumed linens, and cooled wine. Jon lay awake that night, mind racing with the swirl of old resentments, new alliances, and the question of whether Dorne would truly commit. He thought of Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Rickon scattered or dead. He thought of the White Walkers rumored beyond the wall, the nightmares he'd seen in ghostly visions. So much to do, and time slipping away. Sleep crept in at last, uneasy but inevitable. By midday on the morrow, Prince Doran summoned Daenerys and her closest advisors to a smaller solar with shuttered windows that let in the sea breeze. The prince's heir, Quentyn, was there, along with Obara Martell and 2 other young Dornish nobles. Doran wasted no time. "I have weighed the matter," he announced, cane resting across his lap. House Martell will not oppose Daenerys Targaryen's claim to the Iron Throne. We despise the Lannisters for their crimes and we have no love for King Tommen. But whether we openly march in your name depends on how you will repay us for the risk. Daenerys let out a slow breath. Name your terms, Prince Doran. The older man glanced at Quentyn. Dorne has long yearned to see a Martell on the throne or near it. I propose a marriage alliance, my son Quentyn to you, Daenerys, uniting Martell and Targaryen. That bond would solidify Dorne's support. Alternatively, if your nephew is unattached, perhaps a match could be found there. Jon's heart thumped at the suggestion. He glanced at Daenerys. She maintained a calm face but shot Jon a flicker of a look. Their bond was closer than many suspected. They were aunt and nephew in truth, but Westeros might still see them both as Targaryens of the same generation. Marrying within House Targaryen was not unknown in the old days, but Daenerys had never seemed keen on that path. And now Prince Doran offered a Martell alliance. Daenerys responded carefully, I understand the value of such alliances. But I cannot promise my hand in marriage lightly. There may be other potential alliances to consider, houses that might rally if I wed one of their sons. And my nephew, Jon, he is of Targaryen blood but also a Stark. He may find a different path entirely. For now, let us not fix a betrothal but keep the door open to the possibility. If we can agree on a provisional alliance with the promise of formal marriage negotiations, might that suffice? Doran stroked his chin. A betrothal is not a small thing to set aside. However, I see your caution. Very well, let us say that House Martell will remain neutral for the moment, offering discreet support, safe passage, some supplies, perhaps even gold. If your cause gains momentum, I will raise Dorne's banners behind you. But I would have a promise in writing that you will give serious consideration to a marriage union, my son Quentyn or another Martell, once you have secured the throne or once the war is nearer its end. Yora interjected softly, that is not quite the ringing endorsement we might hope for. Will you commit your spears and knights if the Lannisters march on us in Dorne? Doran's voice remained mild. If the Lannisters march here first, I will defend my homeland. But I will not send an army outside Dorne's borders until I see proof that the Targaryen cause can win. Once King's Landing falters, once the Tyrells waver, then we shall strike. It is the only wise course. Dorne has lost too many good men in fruitless wars. Dario stifled an impatient huff, but Daenerys nodded. We will accept your terms, Prince Doran, though we hope that once you see our dragons in battle, you will realize how quickly the Lannisters might crumble. A small, rueful smile touched the prince's lips. Perhaps. We shall see. Until then, Sunspear's gates are open to you if you need rest or counsel. But I prefer if your main army remains near the coast. My people will provide you what food we can spare at fair price. You may gather your forces. If you choose to move north or sail further up the coast, that is your prerogative. Daenerys bowed her head graciously. Thank you. We will remember Dorne's courtesy and hope to repay it soon. The next day, letters were drafted and signed. A discreet arrangement, Dorne would quietly supply grain and safe harbor for the Targaryen fleet, while Daenerys would not press for an immediate alliance. The question of marriage was left vague, a promise to readdress the matter. Quentyn Martell spoke politely to Daenerys about the possibility, though he seemed shy. Jon, for his part, felt a weight lift. He had feared more open conflict, but this uneasy pact was perhaps the best they could hope for now. House Martell had been burned once before, they would not leap blindly into a second alliance with Targaryens. That evening, Prince Doran hosted a smaller farewell gathering on a shaded terrace. The sea glittered in the distance. Daenerys and Jon, along with Yora, Barristan, and Missandei, took a final meal with the Martells. Quentyn tried to engage Daenerys in polite talk about dragons while Obara stood silent, arms crossed, her dark eyes flicking from Jon to Daenerys with an unreadable glare. Doran ate sparingly as if age had robbed him of appetite but offered a toast to a better future for the realm. Daenerys responded with a vow that House Lannister would pay for its crimes. Jon caught a glimpse of grim satisfaction in Obara's face at that. At dawn, the Targaryen party departed Sunspear, riding back to the coastline. Many of the same Dornish spearmen watched them go, though this time with slightly more acceptance in their eyes. On the journey, Daenerys was quiet, thoughtful. Dario coaxed her about next steps. We have a foothold, sweet queen. Why not march into the Stormlands, test our dragons on Storm's End? Or sail up to the Blackwater and strike at King's Landing while they least expect it? She shook her head, not yet decided. Yora urged caution. The Tyrells are strong, the city is well defended. Let's see if we can peel away any bannermen first. Or perhaps we land at Dragonstone, the ancient Targaryen seat. That might be symbolic. Jon said little, his thoughts torn. The path to the north was still blocked by 1,000 leagues of Lannister or Bolton territory. And if they marched on King's Landing quickly, might that spark the entire realm to rally behind Tommen? They needed to be strategic. In his heart, the desire to free Winterfell burned like a constant ache. Sansa might be in the wind, he had only vague rumors. Arya, Bran, Rickon, all question marks. The Boltons had seized the Stark seat. The idea that Ramsay Bolton or his father walked the halls of Winterfell made Jon's blood run hot. But an impulsive dash north would do no good if the Targaryen cause was not yet secure. He reminded himself that his father's sense of honor would demand measured steps. They arrived back at their coastal camp to find Grey Worm had constructed a small palisade of sharpened stakes with patrols scouring the nearby farmland. The freedmen had raised tents along the dunes. The 3 dragons ranged overhead, ruffling the horses. The sea remained filled with the Targaryen fleet anchored just beyond the surf. Daenerys greeted them with a weary smile. "We have an understanding with Dorne," she told Grey Worm and the other officers. "Nothing certain, but we have their neutrality and some supplies." She cast a glance at the horizon, mind churning. "No. Do we move from here by land or sea? That is our next choice." She called a council in the largest tent. Yora, Barristan, Daario, Missandei, Grey Worm, Jon, a handful of freedmen officers. Maps of Westeros were spread across a rough table. The freedmen stared at the outlines of the 7 kingdoms with wide eyes, many never having seen such a place on parchment. Daario tapped the Stormlands region. "We could cut across the Boneway and strike Storm's End. It's a fortress, but perhaps not prepared for dragons." Barristan pointed at Dragonstone's little island shape. "Historically, Targaryens would muster at Dragonstone, the seat of your ancestors. From there, the Blackwater Bay is within reach." Yora frowned. "But if Stannis Baratheon has men at Dragonstone, or if the Lannisters garrison it, that might be a tough fight. Then again, a single dragon might do the job." He gave Daenerys a pointed look. She folded her arms. "Attacking Storm's End or Dragonstone might rally the Stormlanders or Crownlands to either side. I must weigh how to appear not as a destroyer, but as a rightful queen." Missandei spoke up gently, "Your Grace, the small folk do not always see nuance. They might only hear that a foreign army came, burning castles with dragons." Daenerys pursed her lips. "True. But time presses. The longer we wait, the more the Lannisters secure their hold. Or we risk them hearing of our presence and sending an overwhelming force to Dorne's border." Grey Worm said nothing, merely stood at attention, trusting his queen's judgment. Eventually, Daenerys turned to Jon, who had been silent. "What do you think? You know Westeros better than most here, aside from Ser Barristan. Where should we strike first?" All eyes fell on him. He shifted, exhaling. "I was raised in the north, so I know little of the south's intricacies, but King's Landing is the ultimate goal, yes? The city's heart might well turn if they see the Lannisters falter. However, a sudden assault might unify them. Maybe a symbolic seat, Dragonstone, would be best. It's close to King's Landing, but not the city itself. If we seize it swiftly, the realm sees that the Targaryens have reclaimed their ancestral stronghold. That might draw other lords to your cause." Daario grinned. "And if they won't bend the knee, we burn them." "Simple enough." Jon's frown deepened. "I said nothing of burning them wholesale. Only that we should show them we're serious." Daenerys tapped her fingers on the map. "Dragonstone? Yes. My brother Viserys once said we should have begun our return there, but we had no means at the time. Now, with dragons and ships, it seems plausible." "Very well. We sail north along the coast, circumvent the Stormlands, land on Dragonstone. If the Lannisters hold it, we take it by storm. Once it's ours, I can proclaim my right openly, beckoning lords who chafe under King Tommen to join me. Meanwhile, Dorne stands watch on the southern border. We can find fresh allies, perhaps in the Riverlands or the Vale." She lifted her gaze to the men around her. "Let us prepare. We sail in 3 days." A flurry of activity followed. The freedmen loaded crates of fresh provisions purchased from local Dornish merchants. The Dothraki grumbled about returning to ships but obeyed Daenerys' will. Yora oversaw the process while Barristan and Grey Worm arranged the embarkation. Daario boasted of how quickly the Second Sons could board, eager for real action. Missandei penned letters in neat script announcing Daenerys Targaryen's presence in Dorne, calling upon noble houses to remember the crimes of House Lannister. Jon helped coordinate the freedmen's muster, ensuring no one was left behind on the beach. On the dawn of departure, Daenerys mounted Drogon for a brief flight, letting him stretch his wings over the Dornish coast. Rhaegal and Viserion followed, and the freedmen on the shore cheered at the spectacle. From the deck of her flagship, Jon watched the black dragon sweep past in a rush of wind and heat. His chest tightened with admiration and a trace of fear. The power of these creatures was beyond anything Westeros had seen in centuries. If used carefully, they might indeed topple the Lannisters. If misused. By midday, the Targaryen fleet set sail once more, hugging the coast of Dorne before angling northeast past the cape. The sun beat down as the ships caught the wind, banners snapping at the masts. The freedmen braced themselves for the open seas again, though some found the calmer coastal waters easier. The Dothraki eyed the horizon warily, longing for stable ground. The dragons soared overhead or perched on ships' sterns, the sharp tang of salt air mingling with the acrid smell of their breath. Daenerys stood at the prow of the lead vessel, wind tugging at her cloak, scanning the faint shapes of distant headlands. Jon remained nearby, thinking of the next steps. If Dragonstone fell, they would be a stone's throw from King's Landing. But would they have the allies needed to avoid a bloodbath? That question echoed in the days that followed. The fleet skirted the southern tip of the Stormlands, then turned north across the narrower portion of the sea, heading for Blackwater Bay. They encountered a handful of merchant ships that gave them wide berth, presumably having spread rumors that a monstrous force of foreign ships with dragons was on the move. Jorah predicted that by the time they reached Dragonstone, the city would know. Perhaps Cersei Lannister herself would be fortifying the bay. But King's Landing also had its own intrigues. The Faith Militant, the Tyrell Alliance, Littlefinger's machinations, no one truly knew the shape of the city's politics. On the 10th day of the voyage, a shout went up from the crow's nest, land sighted. Daenerys and Jon hurried to the prow. Barristan squinted into the distance, spotting the outlines of a mountainous island. Dragonstone, once the seat of House Targaryen. The air grew cooler, clouds drifting overhead. The freedmen muttered about the change in climate. Some had never felt such chill in the wind. The Dothraki spat over the rail, saying this land smelled of cold stone. Yet the sight of the looming fortress roused a hush. Towers and walls perched on black crags, shaped by ancient Valyrian stonework. A steep causeway led down to a rocky beach. Steam vents hissed from the rocky cliffs, telling of volcanic heat beneath. The banner flying from the highest tower was the crowned stag of House Baratheon, or so it appeared at first glance. The watchers squinted. No, Jorah murmured. It's the crowned stag combined with a flaming heart, Stannis' sigil. Daario smirked. So Stannis Baratheon left a token garrison behind? Barristan shook his head. Possibly. Or he might have lost it to the Lannisters by now if they seized it after Stannis marched away. We must assume there's a garrison. Daenerys' face grew resolute. Then we will give them a chance to surrender. If they refuse, we strike. My ancestors built that fortress. It belongs to House Targaryen. They lowered sails and drifted closer, forming a wide semicircle of ships. The sea was relatively calm, though wind tugged at rigging. Daenerys ordered a rowboat to be lowered, manned by Unsullied and a herald carrying a white flag. The small craft pulled toward the grim gates on the lower causeway. On the walls, watchers in old Baratheon helms stared down. Some brandished crossbows. A silhouette shouted to the boat. The Targaryen herald bellowed that Daenerys Storborn had come for her rightful seat, demanded their surrender, promised clemency if they yielded. An argument ensued at the parapet, men gesturing. Then a crossbow bolt whistled, embedding in the boat's prow. The herald hastily retreated amid jeers from the walls. So it was war. Daenerys turned to Jon, Jorah, and Barristan. We take it with minimal loss. Drogon can break their gates, but I don't want to burn the fortress to rubble. We need it intact. Barristan suggested focusing the dragons on the main gatehouse. The Unsullied could storm the breaches once the dragons melted the iron portcullis. The freedmen would circle around to the beach, scaling from a less guarded flank. Jon nodded. I'll lead the freedmen up the rocks. If they're busy with the dragons at the gate, they might not expect a second assault. Daario boasted that the Second Sons could climb any cliff. Within the hour, the operation began. Daenerys soared overhead on Drogon, black scales gleaming in the pale sun. Rhaegal and Viserion followed, swirling in the sky. The fortress defenders loosed a barrage of crossbow bolts and scorpion shafts, some bouncing off the dragon's thick scales. A few found softer spots, making the creatures shriek in fury. But Daenerys directed Drogon with practiced skill, diving on the gatehouse. Flames roared from his jaws, turning wooden battlements into an inferno. Soldiers scattered, screaming, as the iron portcullis glowed red-hot and buckled under the heat. Viserion joined, blasting a tower. The defenders shrank back, forced to abandon their positions. Below, unsullied longboats landed on the narrow strand beneath the fortress. Rank by rank, the eunuch warriors advanced, shields raised. Arrows rained, but discipline held. They reached the charred gatehouse, battered the half-molten gates aside, and poured into the courtyard. Shouts and clangs echoed. Some of Stannis's or the Lannisters' men, whoever held the keep, rallied near the main door to the castle's keep. But their formation crumbled when the dragon swooped again, breathing fresh bursts of flame at the outer walls. On the fortress's eastern flank, Jon led a band of freedmen and second sons up the jagged rocks. Salt spray lashed them, boots slipping on mossy stone. Crossbowmen tried to repel them, but the vantage was poor. Jon swung himself onto a ledge, sword in hand, rallying freedmen behind him. A soldier lunged, steel clashing with Jon's blade. Jon parried, heart pounding. The soldier cursed, tried to push Jon back over the edge, but Jon twisted aside and drove his sword through the man's mail. Blood spattered the rocks. Freedmen clambered up, cutting down another guard. Soon they found a postern door leading into an old storeroom. Jon battered it open with a hammered pike. They spilled inside the fortress. Shouts echoed in narrow corridors. They fought a handful of garrison men who tried to form a shield wall, but freedmen archers loosed arrows at close range, shattering the defense. The path to the main hall opened. Within an hour of the first flame, the entire fortress was in chaos. The defenders, outnumbered and terrified of dragonfire, began to throw down their weapons. Some tried to barricade themselves in the keep, but the Unsullied forced entry, capturing the castellan. Daenerys landed Drogon in the courtyard, stepping off his back with regal composure. Smoke rose from scorched stone, the bodies of a few defenders scattered, but the damage was not as great as it could have been if she had unleashed unrestrained fury. Freedmen took the walls, raising a black banner with the red three-headed dragon. Cheers erupted across the fortress. Regal alighted on a tower, roaring triumph. Jon emerged from a side door, panting, sword spattered with blood. He spotted Daenerys and inclined his head in respect. She nodded, relief shining in her eyes. The fortress's castellan, an aging knight with a scorched surcoat featuring Stannis's flaming heart sigil, knelt before Daenerys. "We yield," he rasped. "Have mercy on my men. We only held this castle in Stannis Baratheon's name, but he abandoned us months ago, riding north." Daenerys commanded him to stand. "You will be treated fairly if you swear no further resistance," she said. "This is my seat now, by blood right." The knight bowed, trembling. "As you say, your grace." So Dragonstone fell to the Targaryens with minimal bloodshed. Fire smoldered in the courtyard, but Yora's men quickly set about dousing them. Daario crowed that it was almost too easy. Barristan, however, scanned the horizon, worried about any Lannister fleet that might come sailing from King's Landing. Daenerys bade her freedmen to hoist new banners from the highest battlements. She walked through the black stone corridors that her ancestors had built centuries ago, passing carved dragon gargoyles and dusty halls. She reached the chamber of the painted table where Aegon the Conqueror had once planned his conquest of Westeros. The great wooden table shaped like the Seven Kingdoms lay covered with old maps, stubs of candles, the echoes of many who had used this place, from Targaryens of old to Stannis Baratheon. Daenerys rested her hands on it, exhaling. "We have reclaimed our home," she said softly. Jon stood beside her, heart pounding at the significance. A piece of it, at least. In the days that followed, Daenerys and her retinue secured Dragonstone thoroughly. The freedmen and Unsullied cleared rubble, posted guards at every tower, inventoried the stores. They discovered casks of dried fish, salt beef, some old barley, enough to feed a modest garrison for a few months. The defenders who surrendered were permitted to leave under oath not to fight Daenerys again, though some asked to join her, impressed by the dragons. Daenerys allowed them if they swore loyalty in front of witnesses. A few refused and took a boat to the mainland, presumably to warn King's Landing. The weight of their success was tempered by the knowledge that time was short. If Cersei Lannister learned of Dragonstone's fall, she might attempt an immediate naval assault. Daenerys called a council in the painted table chamber. Yora, Barristan, Daario, Jon, Missandei, Grey Worm, and a handful of freedmen captains. The painted table showed the shape of Westeros in remarkable detail, though some sections were outdated by centuries. Daenerys placed her hands on the carved edges. "Now we hold a fortress overlooking Blackwater Bay. The question is, do we strike at King's Landing soon, or try to gather more allies?" Daario grinned wolfishly. "March on the city. Show them the dragons. The gold cloaks will fold." Barristan cautioned otherwise. "King's Landing has population in the hundreds of thousands. A direct assault with dragonfire could kill many innocents. That might turn the realm against you. Better to blockade the city, starve out the Lannisters, or encourage the populace to rebel within." Yora nodded. "And we might also consider the Riverlands or the Vale. If we can peel away a few major houses from the Lannisters, King's Landing might surrender without a fiery siege. Grey Worm spoke in his measured tone. We can hold Dragonstone. But if Lannisters attack from the sea with a large fleet, or from land with many men, we must be ready. Our freedman army is strong, but we are strangers in this land. Daenerys turned to Jon. What do you counsel? He answered slowly, eyes on the carved rivers. The city is well fortified, but not beloved by all. The small folk have suffered from famine, war, and the High Sparrow's zeal before. They might turn on the Lannisters if they see hope. But I recall how quickly the gold cloaks can shift loyalty. Also, your father, my grandfather, was the mad king who left a bitter memory. The people won't automatically hail you. We must show them we are not here to destroy. Perhaps we do blockade the city, or send ravens to key lords. The Tyrells might waver if they see real advantage, or if Marjorie's hold on Tommen is not secure. But time is pressing. If the Boltons in the north entrench further, it might be harder to free Winterfell. And we still have no word about the White Walkers. We stand at a crossroads. Daenerys listened in silence, her gaze flickering over each face. Then she drew a breath. We will hold Dragonstone as our base. We'll send ravens to Highgarden, to the Eyrie, to Riverrun, any house with reason to resent the Lannisters. We offer them an alliance with House Targaryen, the rightful queen. Meanwhile, our fleet will patrol the bay to discourage a quick Lannister assault. If Cersei wants to dislodge us, she must come personally. Her voice hardened. When she does, we'll show her that her father's legacy cannot save her from fire and blood. A murmur of agreement spread through the room, though Barristan looked solemn. Missandei took notes, ready to dispatch messages. Dario joked about forging victory soon. Yora asked about the north, glancing at Jon. Daenerys paused. Once we secure King's Landing, we can address the north. Or if we see a chance to rally the north sooner, we might take it. But let us see how these next moves play out. She placed both palms on the painted table, as though claiming the 7 kingdoms with her bare hands. We are here. The Lannisters will know soon enough. That night, torches glimmered along Dragonstone's battlements. The freedmen patrolled with tense vigilance. Dothraki huddled in courtyards, uneasy in the damp sea air, but still proud to follow their Khaleesi. The dragons roost on the highest towers, silhouetted against a half-moon. Daenerys gazed from the parapets, arms wrapped around herself. Jon came to stand beside her, the wind tugging at their cloaks. Below, waves smashed against black rocks, sending up plumes of white foam. She spoke softly. Here we stand, as Aegon the Conqueror once did, poised to claim a realm. Do you ever feel the weight of history pushing us on? Jon nodded. All the time. Rhaegar's choices, Ned Stark's promise, the fate of Elia Martell, the war that changed everything. It led us here. Daenerys shivered in the chill breeze. We can only do better than those who came before. Or try. I will not be my father, nor do I want to be Aegon. I want to break the wheel, but so many wheels keep turning. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. We have each other, we have the freedmen who believe in you, we have unsullied Dothraki dragons. If anyone can break it, it's you. She turned, looking at him in the moonlight, a fleeting warmth in her eyes. Thank you for everything. Sometimes I wonder if I would have given up in Meereen if not for your counsel. Jon swallowed, sincerity in his voice. We needed each other. We still do. In the distance, a thunderous roar echoed Drogon, announcing his presence from the tower's peak. The wind carried the sound across the fortress walls. Daenerys smiled faintly. He senses a change coming. So do I. Jon followed her gaze out to sea, imagining the Lannister fleets that might soon appear on the horizon. The next phase of their war had begun, and the realm would never be the same. He could almost hear the howling of the northern winds in his memory, a reminder that even if they won the Iron Throne, a darker threat lurked beyond the wall. So many battles yet to fight. But for this night, they stood on Targaryen stone, forging a new future from the ashes of old tragedies. Together, They watched the moon's reflection shimmer on the black water. They had reclaimed a seat of their forebears. Soon, the Seven Kingdoms would reckon with the return of House Targaryen. No longer scattered exiles, but a queen and a prince, with armies and dragons, poised to tilt the balance of power. Daenerys's final words that night lingered in Jon's mind as they parted for their chambers. Let them see we are not vengeance alone, but the hope of a realm that's forgotten what justice feels like. He could only pray Westeros was ready to learn. The first days on Dragonstone were spent consolidating power in the ancient castle and feeling out the shape of the realm. Daenerys allowed herself a brief moment to savor the black stone corridors carved centuries ago by her ancestors. The vaulted ceilings lit by smoky sconces, the undercurrent of volcanic heat that wafted through certain passage. Warming the floors beneath her feet. Here and there she found old remnants of past Targaryen rulers. Faded dragon sigils on tapestries. Chipped reliefs depicting conquering dragons over kneeling kings. It felt both exhilarating and heavy, like stepping into a grand shadow left by those who had come before. Yet she could not linger in awe. The war demanded her time. Jon noticed the shift in her bearing from the moment they claimed the castle. She moved with a tempered confidence, speaking decisively during councils and prowling the battlements like a commander surveying her domain. When she called her war council each morning in the painted table chamber, the sense of momentum gathered. Missandei, Barristan, Yora, Dario, Grey Worm, and Jon joined her around the massive table shaped like Westeros, while freedmen captains stood by the walls, listening intently. Maps were overlaid with tokens showing approximate positions of known Lannister forces, some in King's Landing, others in the Westerlands. Word suggested that the Tyrells maintained strong presence in the Reach, nominally allied with the crown through Queen Marjorie's marriage to young King Tommen. Already, Daenerys had dispatched swift ships north along the coast, carrying letters to lords rumored to be discontent. Lady Anya Waynwood in the Vale, Lady Barbary Dustin in the north, Lord Tytos Blackwood in the Riverlands, and others. She wrote of her birthright, reminded them of Lannister crimes, promised fair governance and respect for ancient customs if they would stand with her. For all she knew, half those letters would be intercepted or ignored, but she had to try. There was also the matter of the Tyrells. A raven soared south, bearing a missive to Highgarden. Daenerys offered them the chance to abandon Cersei Lannister, hold the Reach unmolested, and join her cause to end the old tyranny. She sweetened it with mention of the Targaryen blood once mingled with that of House Tyrell in centuries past. Yora was skeptical that Lady Olenna or Lord Mace would defect so easily, but agreed there was value in the attempt. Meanwhile, patrol ships scoured the waters around Dragonstone, watchful for any sign of a royal fleet or mercenary armada. If Cersei meant to strike first, she would do so swiftly. But days stretched on without an assault. That uneasy lull gave Daenerys time to resupply and reorganize. Freedmen set up stables and storage in the old castle vaults, mending the damage from Stannis' tenure. Grey Worm personally oversaw the watch rotation, posting unsullied on every curtain wall. The Second Sons, led by Dario, patrolled the perimeter of the island, half eager to clash with any foes who might come creeping ashore at night. Jon split his days between training freedmen recruits in the courtyard, teaching them discipline with sword and shield, and conferring with the others about the north. Each piece of news that trickled in fed his restlessness. The Boltons still held Winterfell, rumored to be forcing northern houses to submit. The Ironborn ravaged the coastline with some suggestion that Balon Greyjoy's heirs were at odds. Stannis Baratheon, last anyone knew, had marched somewhere near the wall, perhaps hoping to rally the northern clans. But nothing was certain. When at last a battered merchant vessel arrived bearing a traveling bard from White Harbor, Jon pressed the man for details. The bard spoke of snows burying the north earlier than usual, of Lady Manderly's quiet defiance, of rumors that Stannis had fought a great battle in the snow but disappeared in the wilderness. Nothing about Sansa or Arya. No mention of Rickon or Bran. Jon forced himself not to dwell on nightmares, simply hoping that if any of his siblings lived, they would endure until he could come for them. Late on the 5th day after seizing Dragonstone, Daenerys ascended the highest tower at sunrise, accompanied by Jon and a handful of freedmen watch. Rhaegal and Viserion perched on the crenellations, shaking off the dew from their wings. The day was crisp, a chill wind from the north that felt like a ghostly whisper of winter. As they gazed over the black cliffs and swirling sea, a horn's call drifted up from the outer ramparts. Moments later, a scout clambered up the stairs to bow before Daenerys. "Your Grace, a lone ship approaches under a flag of truce. Lannister colors, but also white banners." Daenerys's eyes narrowed. The Lannisters have found their courage, it seems. "Very well. Fetch Ser Jorah and Barristan. Bring the herald to the painted table. We'll hear what King Tommen or his mother has to say." An hour later, the war council assembled. Torches smoked against the basalt walls. Guards escorted a single man in fine black and red breeches into the chamber. He was middle-aged with a trim beard and wary eyes. On his breast he wore the golden lion of House Lannister. He introduced himself as Ser Talon Hill, a sworn retainer to Cersei Lannister. Daenerys studied him coldly across the painted table. "Why have you come?" she asked. Ser Talon dipped his head. "Her Majesty, Queen Cersei, offers terms. She knows you have seized Dragonstone, but she wishes to avoid needless bloodshed. She proposes that you renounce your claim and swear fealty to King Tommen, who rules by rightful law. In return, you and your followers will be granted pardons and allowed to depart Westeros unmolested, so long as you do not make war on the crown again." He glanced sidelong at the dragons, which snorted hot breath near the high windows. "She also extends an invitation for negotiations in King's Landing should you find these terms unacceptable." A tense silence followed. Daario smirked, exchanging a glance with Jorah. Grey Worm's mouth tightened in disgust. Barristan fixed the messenger with a level stare as if trying to gauge the depths of Lannister arrogance. Daenerys looked at Ser Talon. "And if I refuse?" He swallowed. "Then you will be declared traitors and rebels to be put down by any means necessary. The crown has powerful allies, houses that will not stand by while you attempt to overthrow a boy king's rightful throne. My queen, Cersei, bids me remind you that the Tyrells stand with the crown, that the Red Wine fleet controls the sea, that the forces of the West are numerous. She hopes you will see sense." Daenerys laughed, a sharp sound. "Powerful allies? My father had a realm of powerful allies once too, yet it all collapsed in the face of rebellion. If King Tommen is so secure, why bother sending you with threats? The Lannisters know I have dragons and that the realm yearns for relief from their greed." She leaned forward, voice low. "Here is my answer. I reject Cersei's terms. I have not come this far to bow to the butchers who slew my niece and nephew and cast my house into exile." Ser Talon licked his lips, anxiety plain. "Then might you accept her invitation to negotiate a more peaceful arrangement in King's Landing?" Daario snorted. "Walk into the lion's den? We'd sooner leap off these battlements." Daenerys raised a hand to hush him. "I know Cersei Lannister's cunning. She would have me murdered the moment I set foot in the city. No, I will not be lured by false promises. Return to your mistress and tell her that Daenerys Storeborn of House Targaryen is here to claim the throne and she will not yield to threats." She gestured to Grey Worm. "Escort Ser Talon back to his ship. Let him see that we do not harm envoys unless they give cause." The herald bowed stiffly, relief warring with dread on his face. "As you command. May the gods watch over us all." He was led away. The moment he was gone, Daenerys's expression darkened. "So the lines are drawn more clearly. The Lannisters will not yield, nor did I expect them to. But now they must know I plan to move on King's Landing eventually." She looked around the painted table. "We must accelerate our plans. I want an immediate blockade of the bay, cutting off the city from seaborne supplies. If the Tyrell fleet tries to break it, we'll see how our dragons fare against their warships." Barristan inclined his head. "A blockade is prudent, but King's Landing has land routes from the Reach as well. The Tyrells control harvests in the south. We can starve the city only if we disrupt the overland supply lines. That might mean a direct confrontation on the roads or forging alliances that hamper Tyrell supply convoys." A tall order. Jorah tapped the table. "We can deploy some freedmen to harass wagons in the Rose Road corridor, but that might incite battles we're not ready for. Still, if we do nothing, the city won't feel our grip." Daario spoke up, voice brash. "Let me lead the Second Sons up the coast. We'll raid anything bearing the Lannister or Tyrell banner, sabotage roads, create chaos. By the time the city begs for relief, your blockade at sea will tighten the noose." Daenerys nodded thoughtfully, though she shot Jon a glance. "What do you think of that, nephew? If we move too harshly, we risk turning the small folk against us. But if we are too gentle, the city remains fed and strong." Jon weighed the options. "War always hurts common people, no matter how careful we are. But if we allow King's Landing to remain fully provisioned, we'll be facing a long siege, and that means more suffering in the end. I'd suggest targeted strikes. Show the realm we do not punish small folk who yield. Focus on Lannister or Tyrell forces, not random villages. The city might begin to question whether the Lannisters can protect them. Daenerys exhaled. Yes. We do this precisely. Dario, you will harass Lannister convoys along the road from Rosby to King's Landing, but spare any small folk who have no weapons. Yora, coordinate with the freedmen captains to ensure we keep a fair code of war. No rapes, no wanton slaughter, no burning farmland that feeds innocents. I will not become the monster they claim me to be. Miss Sandai took notes, her quill scratching. Barristan said quietly, and what of the Tyrells themselves? If they see King's Landing faltering, Lady Olenna might turn on the Lannisters. But if we strike too close to the Reach, we force them deeper into alliance with Cersei. Daenerys's eyes hardened. I will send another raven, reminding Lady Olenna that House Tyrell's fortunes might be better served by joining me. If that fails, we prepare for the worst. Let them come. So the plan was set in motion. Over the next week, the freedmen fleet reorganized, sending squadrons of swift-sailing cogs to patrol the waters off the Blackwater Rush. Any merchant ships bound for King's Landing were politely turned back or seized if they flew Lannister colors. Daenerys posted Rhaegal or Viserion on the ocean cliffs, ready to respond if a Lannister navy arrived. Meanwhile, Dario marched out with a contingent of Second Sons and freedmen scouts, crossing to the mainland in small skiffs under cover of night. They would strike up the coast, seeking to disrupt shipments destined for the capital. Jon remained in Dragonstone, tasked with continuing the training of freedmen and Dothraki for future battles. It did not take long for the first skirmishes to unfold. Within days, a battered freedman rider galloped onto the strand near Dragonstone, reporting that Dario had ambushed a caravan of Lannister wagons. The caravan's guards fought fiercely but were unprepared for the freedmen's swift approach and withdrew, leaving behind crates of grain and supplies. Dario's men seized them and burned the wagons. The locals, mostly forced labor under Lannister hire, surrendered, and Dario let them go with a stern warning: Daenerys Targaryen seeks no quarrel with peasants, only with the Lannisters. Rumors spread that the Dragon Queen's men fought with discipline, not pillage. Some smallfolk looked upon that with cautious relief. King's Landing soon felt the pinch. Ravens soared overhead, carrying frantic messages from outlying villages to the city, complaining of attacks on supply lines. Cersei responded, by all accounts, with fury. Scouts reported that the Gold Cloaks manned the gates heavily and calls went out for more soldiers from the Westerlands. The Tyrells, for the moment, did not mobilize in large force, apparently waiting to see how the situation developed. But the city's anxiety grew. Each merchant captain turned away at sea whispered that dragons patrolled the waves. Amid the slow tightening of the noose, Daenerys sought ways to show the realm she was not the Mad King's heir. She directed freedmen envoys to approach local fishing towns, offering coin for goods instead of plunder. She commanded Yora to ensure captured Lannister men were treated decently as she had done at Dragonstone, releasing them if they took oaths. Some accepted. Others spat curses at the Dragon Queen before stomping off. The Freedmen Watch, more disciplined now, enforced these orders. Jon saw the look of gratitude in some of the local fisher folks' eyes when freedmen paid honest coin for salted cod, though others only stared in fearful wonder. A Targaryen queen in black and red, with savage Dothraki, disciplined eunuchs, and ex-slaves who could know if this was truly better than the Lannisters. But the realm was listening. Scouts reported that certain Stormlord houses, once sworn to Stannis, were quietly sending word that they would not fight Daenerys if she marched inland. In the Riverlands, pockets of resistance to the Lannisters lingered. And in King's Landing itself, rumors floated that the High Sparrow's influence had waned, that the populace seethed at high taxes and whispered that the rightful queen with dragons might be a savior. Daenerys read each dispatch at the painted table with calm satisfaction. Soon, she murmured to Jon one evening, stepping onto the balcony that overlooked the sea. Soon enough, the city itself may rise. I need only show them a sign of mercy, a sign that I won't bring horrors as my father once threatened. He stood beside her, resting his forearms on the black stone parapet. When the day comes, we should be prepared for anything. Cersei might burn the city if she believes all is lost. Daenerys's gaze flickered, remembering her father's last madness. Wildfire caches beneath King's Landing, or so the tales said. I will not let that happen. My dragons can burn the city gates if needed, but I'll never torch the innocents. If Cersei tries to ignite wildfire, we must be swift. Jon nodded. Barristan knows those tunnels well. If we can slip men inside before the final assault, we might secure the wildfire. We can talk strategy with him. We won't allow a repeat of the past. Their war dragged into the following weeks. The freedmen blockade stifled merchant ships carrying grain or goods to King's Landing, forcing them to turn back or risk confiscation. The Second Sons harried roads, capturing small Lannister outposts, collecting spoils. No great battles erupted, but the tension mounted. Cersei's fury likely seethed behind the city walls, and it was rumored that she had demanded the Tyrells send their forces to break the blockade. So far, Lady Olenna stalled, citing the need to protect the Reach from possible Ironborn raids. That gave Daenerys precious time. At dawn of the third week since the blockade began, a cry went up from the ramparts. A sail sight to the south. Jorah, Jon, and Barristan hurried up the battlements, scanning the horizon. A half-dozen ships emerged from the haze, flying the golden rose of House Tyrell. Daenerys quickly summoned the freedman navy to form a blockade line. But as the Tyrell vessels drew nearer, it became clear they were not war galleys, only merchant cogs escorted by a single warship. Barristan frowned. What game is this? Within hours, a small boat approached Dragonstone's wharf, bearing a Tyrell envoy who presented a sealed letter to Daenerys. She read it with parted lips. Lady Olenna Tyrell had sent a disguised peace offer, a token shipment of grain to feed the freedmen, accompanied by an invitation to treat with her envoys in secret. The letter made no promises of open alliance yet, but the old queen wrote that she saw the Lannisters for what they were, and would not spill Tyrell blood in a hopeless cause. If Daenerys could guarantee certain privileges to House Tyrell after the war, Lady Olenna might be coaxed into turning the Reach's might against the Iron Throne. Daenerys handed the parchment to Jon, letting him read the delicate script. He noted the cunning phrasing, the refusal to mention Tommen as rightful king. "This is how House Tyrell maneuvers," Jorah commented. "They see which way the wind blows, positioning themselves so they can claim they never truly betrayed the crown. But if we handle it carefully, we might get the alliance we need." Daenerys brushed a thumb over the Tyrell sigil wax. "We'll accept. Any help from the Reach could starve King's Landing more effectively than my blockade alone. Missandei, draft a reply thanking Lady Olenna for the grain, ensuring her that House Tyrell will retain all its lands and rights under my rule. Invite her to send an envoy or to meet on neutral ground if she prefers." That same day, freedmen and Unsullied helped unload the Tyrell grain from the cogs, a timely bounty, for Daenerys's growing host needed supplies, and local fishing alone could not sustain them indefinitely. Freedmen soldiers carried heavy sacks up the steep paths into Dragonstone's storerooms. Dothraki eyed the fresh flour, joking they'd rather eat horse, but they did not complain when warm flatbreads were made available. The Tyrell warship remained at a distance, flying flags of neutrality, then departed once the cogs were empty. Another piece shifted on the board. Meanwhile, the Second Sons under Daario pushed closer to the city's perimeter. They took a minor Lannister-held fort near Rosby, capturing its garrison of 30 men. Daario wrote back in high spirits, claiming a swift victory with minimal losses. However, this success sparked a sharper reaction. Within days, a Lannister force of 200 knights under the banner of the Red Lion marched out from the city, clashing with Daario's outriders. The freedmen retreated after a skirmish. A handful were killed, a few more were taken prisoner. Daario reported that the Lannisters now patrolled more aggressively, trying to secure farmland around the city. Tension tightened. That spurred Daenerys to a decision. One morning, she gathered her top commanders at the painted table, the sea wind rustling torches. "We must escalate. I will sail across Blackwater Bay with a portion of our army and land near Massey's Hook, thus threatening the city from the east. Meanwhile, Grey Worm will maintain a strong force here at Dragonstone to guard our seat. Barristan, you'll command the freedman navy in the blockade. Jorah, you'll accompany me with the main thrust, along with Jon." She swept her gaze across them. "We won't assault the walls blindly, but we will take strategic positions, show the city we're near. Let them look on the horizon and see my dragons. Perhaps that will force Cersei or the small council to treat with me more earnestly." Jon nodded, sensing that the time for half-measures was nearly spent. "We'll be within sight of the city's towers. If the gold cloaks sally out, we can choose favorable ground for a battle." Daario, who had returned from his raiding, bared his teeth in a grin. Finally, a real fight. "Let them come. Daenerys quieted him with a raised hand. "I want no senseless slaughter, but I will not shrink if they come at us with steel." 2 days later, the plan took shape. Ships loaded with unsullied, freedman spears and Dothraki horses in wide-bellied cogs set out under a gray dawn. Daenerys again took flight on Drogon, flanked by Regal and Viserion, while Laporte of the freedman navy trailed behind, carrying supplies and catapults. The crossing was short. They landed near an abandoned fishing village southeast of King's Landing, the surf churning around their hulls. The Dothraki galloped ashore first, howling with the thrill of potential battle. Unsullied in crisp ranks advanced, establishing a perimeter. Overhead, Drogon roared, gliding in wide arcs. Civilians from the local huts fled at the sight, but Daenerys's men gave chase only long enough to ensure the area was secure, then let them go. Within hours, a makeshift camp took shape on a broad stretch of dunes behind the village. Banners bearing the three-headed dragon sprouted from the sandy soil. Jon helped coordinate the freedman lines, ensuring a rotation of watchmen near the woodline. The sun emerged from behind ragged clouds, revealing the distant silhouette of King's Landing's walls across the Blackwater Rush. Even from miles away, they could see the great city perched on its hills, the red keep's towers dark against the sky. Daenerys ascended a small bluff, scanning the city with Yora and Jon at her side. Barristan had remained behind to command at Dragonstone, so it fell to them to interpret the city's posture. Smoke rose from countless chimneys. Tiny shapes moved along the battlements, gold cloaks, no doubt. The broad water of the Blackwater separated them from direct assault, but the threat was plain. If the freedmen built rafts or found a crossing, the city might soon face an attack from the east. Yora pointed at a cluster of green fields near the river. Likely the city's farmland and orchard groves. We can deny them those supplies if we hold this vantage. But we must watch for any Lannister troops crossing from inside the city. Jon turned, glimpsing Daenerys's profile in the bright sun. She wore her black and scarlet leathers, a short cloak pinned by a dragon brooch. The wind whipped a few tendrils of silver hair loose from her braids. He saw the weight of responsibility in her eyes. 4 years they had moved from one victory to the next. Astapor, Yunkai, Meereen, the Crossing, Dragonstone, and now stood at the threshold of the capital. In the back of Jon's mind, he wondered if Sansa or Arya were out there somewhere, hearing whispers of the Dragon Queen's approach. He prayed it gave them hope. That afternoon, Daenerys decided on another display of strength. She mounted Drogon and flew a wide circuit around the city, Regal and Viserion trailing behind. People on the walls pointed, some screaming, others simply staring in awe. She did not spit fire on them, nor descend close enough for archers to take easy aim. It was a show of force, not an assault. Jon, watching from the ground, could well imagine the panic the city felt. These were not stories or rumors. The dragons were real, and they circled overhead with seeming invincibility. But as dusk approached, horns blared from the city. A column of cavalry, red cloaks shining in the last sunlight, rode out from the King's Gate, crossing the Blackwater by a stone bridge that spanned a narrower bend. Scouts rushed to report that hundreds of Lannister horsemen were heading south, presumably to confront Daenerys's encampment. Daenerys wasted no time. She ordered the freedmen to form ranks on a low ridge near the shore, with unsullied pikes in front, freedmen archers behind. The Dothraki roamed the flanks. She herself prepared to take the sky if a battle began. Jon stood in the lines with his sword belted at his hip, adrenaline rising. He remembered how, so long ago, he had stood in the courtyard at Winterfell, thinking war was a distant thing. Now he was at the gates of the capital, ready to fight. Gendry was there too, adjusting the fit of his boiled leather, eyes darting with nervous energy. Freedmen held their spears, some trembling but determined. Overhead, Drogon soared in a lazy pattern, Daenerys scanning the horizon. The Lannister cavalry drew into view, a mass of scarlet and gold, banners with the lion rampant snapping in the wind. They halted some distance away, forming a line. A single rider emerged, bearing a white flag. Daenerys landed Drogon, dust swirling, and the freedmen parted in awe. The Lannister rider approached enough to shout, "I am Ser Jaime Lannister, Lord Commander of the King's Guard. I come to demand the Dragon Queen withdraw her forces and submit to the rightful king, Tommen Baratheon." His voice carried across the field, though they could see the tension in the Golden Knight's posture. Daenerys stepped forward, Drogon snarling behind her. "Ser Jaime, your father slaughtered my family. Your sister sits on a stolen throne. I will not bend, but I give you this chance to yield. Surrender the city, and no more blood need be shed." Jaime reined in his charger, face taut. "You speak of mercy after unleashing Dothraki on our roads? You blockade a city of starving innocents. Your father burned lords alive. Why should anyone trust your vow of mercy?" Daenerys's expression was rigid. "I am not my father. I freed slaves in Essos, ended tyranny there. I come to cast down your sister's tyranny. The small folk will find me just. Ask your peasants who have encountered my freedmen watch. We do not butcher them." Jaime's voice dropped. "The city is prepared to fight. If you think to take it in a day, you're wrong. Thousands will die." Daenerys inhaled slowly. "That is on your sister's head, not mine. I offer you personally a chance to defect, Ser Jaime. You know the truths of what your sister has done. Join me or stand aside." A flicker of agony crossed Jaime's face, but his tone hardened. "I swore to protect King Tommen. My sister rules in his name, whether I approve or not." He lifted his sword, shining in the dusk. "Then you leave me no choice. If you do not withdraw, we will strike." He galloped back to his lines. Daenerys turned, mounting Drogon in a fluid motion. She addressed the freedmen, "Form up. If they charge, hold your ground." Unsullied pikeheads glinted in the lowering sun. Dothraki riders readied themselves, muttering oaths to the horse gods. Jon's heart hammered. This was no small skirmish. The Lannisters had hundreds of mounted knights, far fewer than Daenerys's total force, but cavalry was deadly on open ground. The freedmen's discipline would be tested. Trumpets sounded from the Lannister line. Hoofs pounded the earth as Jaime's knights launched into a thunderous charge. Red banners whipped overhead. Daenerys urged Drogon aloft, screeching a command to Regal and Viserion. The dragons streaked across the sky, black shadows against the dying light. Freedmen archers loosed a volley of arrows. A handful of knights fell, but the main mass pressed on. Unsullied dropped to a braced pike formation, shields locked. The cavalry slammed into the left flank, where freedmen with less training struggled to hold. Screams rang out as lances drove home. Daenerys wheeled Drogon around, unleashing a jet of flame that tore across the trailing knights. Horses reared, shrieking in agony. Men scattered, armor blackened. Jon rushed forward to support a freedman cluster, sword lashing out at a dismounted knight. Sparks flew as steel met steel. The freedman behind Jon stabbed the knight in the thigh. The knight collapsed, howling. Another hammered at Jon from the side, forcing him into a frantic parry. Jon twisted, drove a boot into the knight's chest, then brought his blade down. In the sky, Regal and Viserion spat smaller bursts of flame at pockets of cavalry, mindful not to scorch the freedman lines. Even so, friendly fire was a risk. Some freedmen cried out as waves of heat rolled across the battlefield. Yet the bulk of the Lannister charge wavered under the onslaught. Unsullied discipline held in the center, spears gutting horses and toppling knights. The Dothraki thundered in from the right flank, howling, swinging rocks that sliced into the cavalry's rear ranks. Jaime Lannister himself rode at the center, fending off freedmen with deadly skill. His golden hand glinted in the gloom, but he controlled his stallion with his good hand, slashing with the other. He cut down two freedmen who tried to corner him, then turned to see Drogon swooping near, jaws blazing with orange flame. Panic twisted Jaime's features. He spurred his mount, trying to escape. The wave of dragon fire missed him by yards, scorching half a dozen knights behind him. The stench of burning flesh filled the air. Chaos reigned for several minutes. Screams, crashing steel, roars of dragons. Jon found himself side by side with Gendry fighting a cluster of Lannister stragglers. They overcame them after a brutal exchange, freedmen piling onto the survivors. Those knights who could fled, galloping back toward the city. The Dothraki gave chase, hacking at stragglers. Drogon soared low, blocking the main path of retreat with a wall of flame, forcing many to surrender rather than perish. At last, a ragged hush fell over the field. Smoke drifted across heaps of the dead, the moans of the wounded echoing. Daenerys guided Drogon to land among the battered lines of freedmen. Blood, blackened corpses, and shattered lances lay scattered across the grass. Unsullied stood panting but victorious. Dario, who had joined the fray mid-battle, crowed about capturing half the Lannister knights. But many freedmen had died too, especially on the left flank. Jon counted dozens of bodies in freedman garb, their spears broken. They had not fled, and that bravery cost them dearly. Amid the gloom, a swirl of cheers began as freedmen realized they had driven back the famed Lannister cavalry. Daenerys dismounted, tears smoldering in her eyes at the carnage. She lifted her voice, "You have fought bravely. The realm sees that we stand strong against Lannister tyranny. May these dead rest in peace. Treat their wounded with mercy, for they are men of Westeros forced to fight for a rotten cause. Let them see we are no butchers." As freedmen began tending to the battlefield, Jon joined Daenerys at Drogon's side. The dragon's flanks heaved, small crossbow bolts and spears protruding from his scales here and there, though he appeared only lightly wounded. Daenerys stroked his neck, murmuring in Valyrian, "You did well, my child." Then she turned, scanning the field. "Jaime Lannister?" Dario approached, wiping blood from his curved blade. "He fled toward the city, I think. I saw him riding away with a few knights." Daenerys exhaled. "So he lives to fight another day. Or perhaps to consider the futility of it." She looked at Jon, expression full of tired resolve. "We've struck our first real blow. The city cannot ignore us now." He gazed over the devastation, freedmen collecting battered helms, unsullied piling Lannister shields. "It's a costly blow," Jon said softly, "but one that shows we won't be turned aside." She nodded. "Yes. The next step is up to Cersei. She can try again, or she can talk. Meanwhile, we fortify this position. We give the wounded water, and we bury the dead, freedmen and Lannister alike." Through the night, the moans of the wounded mingled with the crackle of distant flames. Freedmen carried injured on makeshift litters, applying salves and bandages as best they could. Daenerys herself walked the rows of wounded freedmen, offering words of comfort, praising their courage. Some gazed at her with adoration, calling her Mysa even though they stood on Westerosi soil. Others were too far gone to respond. She ordered them to be cared for until they died or recovered. By dawn, word had surely reached King's Landing of the defeat. The freedmen expected a retaliatory strike, but none came that day. They fortified a ring of trenches around the camp, posted archers in the village's upper floors, and kept the dragons circling overhead in shifts. A hush fell across the battlefield, thick with the stench of death. On the second morning after the battle, a single rider approached under a white flag. A hush went through the freedmen lines. Daenerys, mounted on a pale mare this time rather than Drogon, rode out to meet the envoy, flanked by Yora, Jon, and Grey Worm. The envoy turned out to be Bronn, a sellsword rumored to be Jaime Lannister's companion. He greeted them with a cocky grin, though there was tension in his eyes. "My lords, my lady, or should I say my queen? Ser Jaime sends a message. If you wish to spare the city further bloodshed, he's willing to meet you on neutral ground. No more than a few men on each side. He says King Tommen doesn't want half his city burned to ash." Daenerys listened, face impassive. A meeting with Jaime Lannister? Does he speak for Cersei as well? Bronn shrugged. Might be that he has the queen's ear. Might be that he's acting on his own. I can't say. But I do know the Lannister army is none too eager to taste more dragonfire. And Ser Jaime's concerned about the small folk, surprisingly enough. Maybe you two can talk sense, maybe not. But he's offering a chance. Jon frowned. He retreated days ago. Now he wants to parley. Bronn smirked. War changes quick, friend. The gold cloaks are muttering that Daenerys Targaryen's unstoppable. Some lords aren't pleased about riding out to face dragons again. Food's tight in the city. Maybe it's one last attempt to avoid a siege. Daenerys exchanged a look with Yora, who gave a faint nod. Very well. I will meet Ser Jaime. If it spares further slaughter, it's worth the risk. But only if he comes unarmed, with no more than 4 men. I'll do the same. Bronn inclined his head. Done. He suggested a spot near the burned wagons, halfway between your lines and the cities. Tomorrow at midday, if that pleases you. She agreed. Return and tell him I accept. And know that if there is treachery, I have dragons overhead. Bronn offered a roguish salute, then galloped back toward the city. Daenerys watched him go, tension gathering in her posture. We shall see if Jaime can sway Cersei. or if he even means to try. Jon placed a hand lightly on her bridle. Either way, we must remain on guard. The Lannisters might see this as an opportunity. She nodded, eyes on the city's distant walls. Then we'll be ready. Let them come with treachery, or let them come to talk peace. We'll face whichever it is. All night, the camp buzzed with speculation. Freedmen whispered that perhaps the war would end before a full siege. Others suspected a trap. Jon patrolled the perimeter, stepping over fresh trenches, verifying watchman positions, ensuring the Dothraki remained disciplined. He found Gendry near a smith's tent, forging arrowheads for the archers, sweat dripping from his brow. Gendry said little, but Jon read the worry in his friend's eyes. War was a harsh teacher. At midday, Daenerys rode out with Yora, Jon, Grey Worm, and Missandei, 5 in total. Drogon soared overhead at a distance, a menacing silhouette. They reached the agreed-upon clearing, littered with the debris of the earlier battle, scorched wagon frames, blackened bones, tattered Lannister banners. A breath later, Jaime Lannister emerged from the north side, accompanied by Bronn, a grizzled knight, and a standard-bearer with a white flag. Jaime's golden armor looked battered, his face etched with fatigue. But he carried himself with stoic dignity, reins in his left hand, his golden right hand glinting in the sun. They halted a few yards apart. Silence stretched, broken only by the wind rustling the tall grass. Jaime inclined his head to Daenerys. "Your Grace." His gaze flicked to Jon. "And you, the Targaryen prince. I hear you parted ways with the Night's Watch." Jon maintained a neutral face. "I was never truly of the Watch. That was my brother's command. And I was never truly a bastard, as it turns out." Jaime's mouth twitched. So many illusions. He turned to Daenerys. "Let us be frank. I'm here because war is on our doorstep. The city can't endure a siege if your blockade and your freedmen tear apart our supply lines. But we'll fight if forced, no matter how many dragons you have." Daenerys' voice was steady. "We can end this peacefully if the Lannisters yield the throne. Have you come to offer Cersei's surrender?" Jaime shook his head. "My sister will never surrender. She believes Tommen is the rightful king, and she won't rest until you're driven out or dead." Yora scoffed. "Then why parley?" Jaime exhaled. "Because I want to spare the city from flames and spare my men from a hopeless charge. If you can find a way to let Tommen keep his crown while you, I don't know, rule by his side or accept some other arrangement, perhaps we can avert the worst. The small folk pay the price for these games of kings and queens." Daenerys felt a surge of impatience. "I will not be a consort to a boy king who claims my throne. I am the last Targaryen rightful to the Iron Throne." Jaime's jaw tightened. "Then you leave us no compromise. Are you so sure the city will bow to you if you come with dragons? The gold cloaks are thousands strong. The Red Keep has hidden wildfire. The cost will be unimaginable." Jon stepped in. "Then why not remove Cersei from power yourself? Save the city. Your father, Tywin, orchestrated the murder of innocent children, Elia Martell's babes. Your sister reaps that legacy. You know she's driven by madness as much as ambition." Jaime stared, conflict etched in his features. A muscle in his cheek jumped. "I am not a kinslayer. I killed one mad king, must I kill another family member? I cannot." Daenerys' tone was grim. "If you do not, we will press on. The people may turn on Cersei themselves once the city starves. One day soon, the gates will open and I will ride in. How many must die for her pride?" Silence stretched, heavy. Jaime looked down at the scorched grass. Bronn and the other Lannisters eyed Drogon's distant shape in the sky. Grey Worm maintained a stoic guard posture. At last, Jaime cleared his throat. "My sister, she'd burn the city before letting you have it. She nearly burned it once during her quarrel with the High Sparrow." That revelation hung in the air. Daenerys' face hardened. "I will do what I must. If she lights wildfire beneath the city, that madness is on her head. My men and I will do everything possible to stop her, but we won't turn back. The Iron Throne is mine. King's Landing is mine." Jaime grimaced. "What then is the point of this talk?" Daenerys looked at him with unexpected pity. "To give you a chance to walk away. Lead your men out of the city. Refuse to fight for her. If enough do so, the city might yield without a slaughter. That is the best I can offer." Jaime's face twisted with resignation. "And if I try, she'll name me traitor, strip me of everything, or kill me. My father is gone, my son Joffrey is gone, my other children. I serve Tommen now." He swallowed. "But I will think on your words, your grace. If a day comes when I see no other path, perhaps I'll do what must be done." He tugged his reins. "For now, we have no bargain. Accept this. I ask that you spare the small folk as best you can. Show them you are not the Mad King's daughter. If we meet in battle again, I'll do my duty. But I'd rather we parted without more men dying here." Daenerys inclined her head. "I'll spare any who lay down arms. That much I promise. You know the cost of defiance." She raised a hand and Grey Worm signaled the freedman to stand down. "Go back to your city, Jaime Lannister. When next we meet, it may be under a green banner or a red one. The choice is yours." He gazed at her, then at Jon, before turning his horse. Until that day, he galloped off with his escort. Daenerys watched him vanish. The hush of the field settled in again, the same hush that came after so much blood. They returned to camp. Jon walked with Daenerys, reading the unease in her posture. "He's torn," Jon remarked. "But he won't betray Cersei easily." She nodded. "We push forward then. The city waits behind walls and wildfire, but I have dragons and time on my side. They cannot outlast our blockade forever." She paused, eyes lingering on the smoky silhouette of King's Landing. "For the sake of the innocent, I hope they yield soon. If not, the realm shall see how dragons break a city's gates." For the next week, the Targaryen camp tightened its hold. Scouts reported a large Lannister force camped behind the city walls, but no sign of the Tyrell army. Freedmen skirmished with gold cloaks who ventured out, always pushing them back behind the gate. Food in the city reportedly grew scarce. Refugees sneaked out at night, seeking the queen's protection. Daenerys allowed them to pass, feeding them meager rations if they swore no loyalty to the Lannisters. Rumors abounded that Cersei raged in her tower, threatening to burn traitors. Jaime was rarely seen. King Tommen, still a boy, was overshadowed by his mother's cunning. And so the stalemate deepened. Each day Daenerys soared overhead, the city's watchers trembling at the sight. Some nights, freedmen near the walls heard chanting from inside, the small folk cursing the Lannisters or crying for relief. Tension crept closer to eruption. Yet still no decisive battle came. Neither side quite ready to cross the final threshold. Late one afternoon, as Jon oversaw archery drills on the dunes, Gendry approached, eyes urgent. "Word from the north," he said. "A messenger found your tent. Says the Boltons are facing rebellion from northern lords. Something about men loyal to the Starks. They say White Walkers have been sighted near the wall too." The message is garbled. Jon's chest tightened. He dismissed the freedmen archers, hurrying with Gendry to Daenerys's command tent. The messenger, a ragged man claiming to hail from Eastwatch, repeated what he knew. Rumors that Stannis Baratheon had died in a great storm, that some northern bannermen were rising against the Boltons. White Walkers had attacked Harhome, decimating wildlings. Uncertainty churned the entire region. Jon listened, knuckles white. "This is more urgent than ever. The dead are real and they creep south. My aunt," he stopped, remembering that the messenger did not know his secrets. "Your Grace, we have another war beyond these petty conflicts. Winter is here. If we do not unite the realm, the living will be devoured." Daenerys's face was grave. "Then let us end the Lannisters swiftly. The moment King's Landing falls, I can rally the realm to face this threat. I'll send ravens north at once, urging the lords to hold strong. If the Boltons fall, the north might welcome me as a liberator. We must expedite the final blow." That final blow, however, still hovered just beyond reach, withheld by the city's tall walls and the unknown wildfire caches. Each day, Daenerys held council at the painted table or in her tent near King's Landing, planning, adjusting. She strove to be merciful, to starve the Lannisters rather than immolate the city. But time was not kind. The White Walkers marched. The north burned. Sansa Stark's fate remained obscure. And all the while, the freedmen grew restless. Some demanded an all-out assault. The Dothraki yearned for plunder, though they kept their queen's peace. The Unsullied obeyed without complaint, but their silent vigilance spoke volumes. At sunset one evening, Jon found Daenerys on a low hill overlooking the black water of the Rush. The city's walls rose in the distance, torches flickering along the battlements. She stood with arms folded, cloak drawn tight, her silver braid trailing down her back. Drogon perched on a rocky outcrop behind her, growling softly at the gloom. Jon approached, footsteps muffled by the sand. She did not turn but spoke as if sensing him. "The time is nearly at hand. Cersei does not yield. Food runs short in the city. Soon disease will spread. They'll riot or we break the gates." Jon nodded grimly. Yes, if only Jaime would have done something. Or if the Tyrells pressed them. But no sign. She gazed at the city's distant silhouette, her tone laced with sorrow. So many will die. I came here to free them, not to burn them. And yet each day that passes, more starve. Would it be kinder to storm the gates with dragons? End it quickly? Jon set a hand on her shoulder. No. If wildfire caches ignite, the city could perish. You do what you must, but keep your heart. That's why the freedmen follow you. That's why I stand by your side. She sighed, leaning into his touch. We do not have the luxury of easy choices. But I will not be the Mad King's daughter. She turned, meeting his gaze. We will wait a short while longer. Let them see the end approach. Perhaps they will overthrow Cersei themselves. If not, her eyes glinted with a steeled resolve. Then I will claim my throne, one way or another. In that hush, Drogon lifted his massive head, nostrils flaring at the sense of dusk. The camp lights spread along the shore behind them, an army at the gates of a once great city. The realm trembled, perched on the cusp of a new age. Jon felt the chill of the coming winter behind every breath of wind. The endgame with the Lannisters was near, and beyond that loomed the real war. He held Daenerys's arm, feeling the tension thrumming in her frame. Together they stared at the walls, wondering if tomorrow would bring peace or slaughter, and whether the realm could survive what came after. They stood under the deepening sky, where pink and gold wisps of cloud reflected in the waters of the Blackwater rush, and waited for dawn that might bring either surrender or new slaughter. In the camp, torches bobbed through the dusk, freedmen going about their duties, Dothraki horses restless and stamping at the unfamiliar soil. Daenerys had gazed across the plain for a long time, silent. Jon could sense the weight pressing on her, a precarious hope that King's Landing might break from within, that the small folk might cast aside Cersei, that the Red Keep might unbolt its gates rather than force a second field of fire. She had not spoken for minutes now, only turned her face to the city's walls as if searching for some sign of change. Far overhead, the three dragons wheeled in the final glow of sunset, dark shapes against the rich tapestry of purpling sky. Drogon's roar occasionally cut through the hush, a reminder that the might of old Valyria perched mere miles from the seat of power in Westeros. The freedmen had carved themselves a defensive ring of trenches and palisades around the base of the broad dunes ringed by watchfires. The blockade at sea still held, led by Barrist and Selmy from Dragonstone, ensuring no relief ships reached the harbor. Even so, the city endured, locked behind those towering walls. Cersei had not yielded. No fresh news had arrived from Jaime's camp, if he even controlled any portion of it. The swirl of rumor and inertia roiled in everyone's minds. When at last Daenerys turned, her eyes gleamed with reflection from the torch that Jon held. She seemed on the verge of speaking, then parted her lips only to hesitate again. He saw the conflict in her expression, the desire to claim what was hers, the dread of repeating her father's cruelty, the knowledge that each day the city starved more. She let out a long breath, forcing a calm she did not feel. Tomorrow, she said softly. If there is no progress by dawn, if no word from within, we move forward. I cannot watch them slowly die behind walls while Cersei tightens her fists. The realm is bigger than the city, and the White Walkers will not wait forever. Jon nodded. We do what we must, but carefully. The wildfire is still a risk. If we set the city's gates aflame, she could detonate half of King's Landing in the chaos. Daenerys's gaze lingered on him. Barristan once told me that Aerys had hundreds of hidden caches. Some might have been cleared when Robert took the throne, but no one knows how many remain. I will not let that fear stop me. We'll take each gatehouse by force, not by dragonfire. We can scale the walls or break them with siege towers if we must. My dragons will only strike if absolutely necessary. Jon sensed the tension in her posture. He shifted his torch, lowering his voice. We'll be ready. If we must fight a major battle, we do so on our terms, not hers. And if something inside the city breaks first, so be it. Daenerys forced a weary half-smile. I can only hope that the common folk have the courage to cast her out. Jaime's talk of her readiness to burn everything, part of me wonders if he truly might intervene. Yet he remains her brother, father to her children. Family is complicated. Jon understood that all too well. Rhaegar was his father, but Ned Stark had been the man who raised him. House Targaryen was his heritage, but House Stark shaped him. Now, so many responsibilities converged. He gave Daenerys's arm a small squeeze. Get rest. If tomorrow you must command an assault, you'll need your strength. She nodded, letting him lead her back through the lines of freedmen posted around the dunes. Men saluted or bowed as she passed, murmuring Mysa or Queen Daenerys. She acknowledged them with the courtesy of a tired mother. The central encampment was lit by flickering braziers, the tents pitched in neat rows. Dothraki sprawled on the edges, forming their own circles of watchfires, while the Unsullied patrolled methodically. It seemed half a world away from the vantage on that hill. Daenerys parted from Jon near her tent, urging him too to find rest. He agreed, though he doubted any of them would sleep well. The city was so close, the war so near its climax. Night passed slowly. Jon lay in his bedroll, hearing the faint rustle of canvas in the mild wind, the occasional snort of a horse, the soft footfalls of freedmen on patrol. His mind drifted to Winterfell, the memory of frost-laden weirwoods, the hush of snow that muffled the yard. Could he truly help the North if this final confrontation devoured them all? If Cersei triggered wildfire, if Daenerys lost the freedmen's trust by unleashing the dragons too fiercely, or if Jaime Lannister died and no one was left to reign in Cersei's madness, what then? Exhaustion pulled him under eventually, into a swirl of restless dreams. He was back at Winterfell, wandering empty corridors that smelled of ash, hearing ghosts of dire wolves howling. Then the howls faded, replaced by the thunder of dragon wings overhead. He did not know if that heralded salvation or doom. He woke before dawn, sweat beaded on his brow, the sky still a star-flecked canopy. In the distance, the city lamps glowed, and he saw a strange flicker from the southwestern walls. He shoved aside the bedroll, grabbed a cloak, and slipped out. Grey Worm was in the center of the encampment, quietly dispatching an unsullied patrol. Jon approached, pointing at the faint glow near the walls. Grey Worm nodded. "We see fire, but no attack from them. Possibly some disturbance inside." They exchanged worried looks. Jon decided to find Daenerys. She was already awake, too, pacing near her tent, hair loose around her shoulders. A freedman scout had come running, breathless, to report that from the vantage of the dunes. He'd seen torches bobbing along the southwestern battlements. A large group, possibly a riot or a confrontation. Daenerys's eyes were bright with concern. "Something is happening. Let's see if we can approach closer without triggering a battle." She summoned her small guard. Jon, Grey Worm, and Yora escorted her along the dunes, up toward the viewpoint they'd used the previous night. Dawn was a slow pink glow in the east. As they reached the crest, they peered across the plain. Indeed, near the Gate of the Gods on the southwestern side, shouts carried faintly on the breeze, and the flicker of many torches seemed to form a cluster. They glimpsed shapes behind the walls, movement that suggested fighting or heavy commotion. Could it be the small folk rising against the gold cloaks? They waited, breath-held. Then, abruptly, the massive gates creaked open. From that distance, it was hard to see clearly, but a swirl of silhouettes poured out onto the open field. Some brandished weapons, others carried no more than clubs or pitchforks. The freedman scout panted that it looked like peasants fleeing or attacking. Daenerys let out a tense breath. "We go, but carefully. If they're unarmed small folk seeking refuge, I won't cut them down. If they're gold cloaks, we'll see." She descended from the hill with a retinue of Unsullied, instructing them to show caution. Jon followed, sword sheathed, heart pounding. In the half-light of dawn, the freedmen parted to let Daenerys pass. Word spread that something was amiss at the city gates, and a hush fell over the camp. They advanced across the plain, perhaps 200 strong, led by Daenerys. Above, Drogon's sword, alerted by her will. The watchers on the city walls, if any remained loyal to Cersei, must have seen them. But the swirl of torches near the gates did not recede. Instead, a motley crowd advanced from the city, ragged shapes, some hobbling, some on horses. They approached the midpoint between the walls and Daenerys's lines, then halted as if uncertain. "Your Grace," Yora murmured, "we should prepare for treachery." But Daenerys shook her head. "Let me approach. Keep watch, but do not strike first." They rode forward at a measured pace. As they drew near, details came into view. Many wore tattered clothes, smudged with soot or dirt, clearly common folk. Some bore scratch-made banners that depicted a red three-headed dragon scrawled in charcoal or paint. Others carried no banner at all, only a desperation. At their heads stood half a dozen men in battered armor who did not look like gold cloaks. They parted, revealing a cloaked figure astride a black horse. Jon recognized the lion sigil on that horse's bridle, Lannister. A hush fell as Daenerys halted a short distance away, flanked by Unsullied. Who comes from the city at this hour? One of the men in battered armor shoved his visor back. We're your men if you'll have us, your grace. These folk rose up last night, storming a portion of the gates. The gold cloaks tried to suppress us, but half of them turned cloak or fled. There's chaos inside. He gestured to the cloaked rider. Show her. The rider pulled back the hood, revealing none other than Jaime Lannister. His face was drawn, hair disheveled. A bruise marred his jaw. He looked at Daenerys with weary eyes. I left the city with these people because Cersei, my sister, has decided the small folk are enemies if they so much as speak your name. She tried to rally the gold cloaks to burn entire districts that were rumored to support you. A portion of the city rose in revolt. I intervened, but the situation unraveled too fast. The crowd parted for me when they realized I wasn't supporting her. They demanded we come to you, asked for mercy, for help. We have old folks, children, we're starving. We can't abide her madness. He paused, letting out a ragged breath. I told them you might spare them if they surrendered. Daenerys exchanged a startled glance with Jon, then stared at Jaime. Why not stand your ground and remove Cersei? You hold a high rank. The city might have followed you. She knew it was an oversimplification, still, hearing it in her own voice made her heart pound. Jaime looked hollow. I tried. Some men still follow me, but the queen is holed up in the Red Keep with kettle black guards and zealots. She threatened to unleash wildfire if anyone approached. She set fires in the Flea Bottom district to root out suspected traitors. This revolt spread spontaneously, spurred by hunger and fear. There's no single leader. The gold cloaks are divided. Some remain loyal to Tommen, some to Cersei, some to none. It's chaos. He gestured to the crowd behind him. 200 or 300 souls, mostly peasants, carrying pitiful bundles. These are only a fraction of those who tried to flee. More might try if the gates remain open. Or Cersei might order them sealed again. I came out to beg you not to slaughter them. Let them live in your camp. They want you to be queen. The city is in flames. Let the innocents out. Daenerys' throat felt tight. I want them spared. By all the gods, I never meant to starve them or see them burned. She slid off her horse, walking toward Jaime. Her Unsullied bristled, but she waved them down. Jon trailed behind, watchful. When she stood but a few paces from Jaime, she spoke softly. What of Cersei? Will she truly burn the entire city? She threatened it once. Is she so far gone? Jaime closed his eyes. I believe it's possible. She's lost everything else, her father, her power, her children, aside from Tommen. And if Tommen's authority is overshadowed by you, she might have no purpose left except vengeance. She has caches of wildfire. Old rumors say they lie hidden in the city's underbelly. If she triggers them, tens of thousands could die. A cold hush. Daenerys felt her hands tremble. She drew a calming breath. Then we must end this quickly. Jaime Lannister, do you stand with me now or remain loyal to Tommen? Because I can't have uncertain alliances as I face your sister's final madness. He shifted, golden hand gleaming in the dawn. I swore to protect the realm once before. I killed the Mad King to prevent him from burning King's Landing. Now I see it happening again in my own sister. I cannot let her do it. If that means betraying my house, so be it. He looked up, jaw tight. I stand with you. I will do whatever it takes to stop her. That includes handing you the city if I can. Daenerys studied his face, the lines of regret and resolve. It was a dangerous gamble, trusting the Kingslayer. Yet she saw no deceit in his eyes. She turned to the crowd behind him, children with hollow cheeks, mothers clutching babes, older men brandishing makeshift clubs. Their expressions were raw with desperation. If she turned them away, they'd have nowhere to go. They might starve in the fields or face Cersei's retribution. She raised her voice so all could hear. You have my word, no harm will befall you. If you submit to my rule, if you do no violence to the freedmen, you are free to remain under my protection. The same is true for any who leave the city. I ask only that if you can, help me in what's to come. We must end Cersei's reign of terror. A rustle of relief and sobbing spread through the refugees. Some fell to their knees, tears streaking dusty faces. Others muttered, thank you, my queen, or bless you. Daenerys signaled Grey Worm to have freedmen and Unsullied guide them into the camp, find them temporary shelter. There would be cramped conditions, but they would manage. The freedmen parted with a murmur of compassion, having once been slaves themselves. They understood the face of desperation. That left Jaime. He dismounted stiffly, his horse snorting. He offered the reins to a freedman, then turned to Daenerys. What now, your grace? If the city is half mad with revolt, you could take advantage. March inside, overthrow Cersei before she sets anything ablaze. But you must do it carefully. She may have stationed men at key points, ready to light the wildfire if an enemy is spotted. Yora slid from his saddle, expression guarded as he eyed Jaime. Can you guide us to these points? Or do you have knowledge of them? Jaime sighed. The only caches I knew of were the ones the Mad King threatened to ignite. They were said to be under the Great September, under the Red Keep, under the Guildhall of the Alchemists. But my father had them cleared after the rebellion, at least some of them. Cersei might have discovered new caches or left some unaccounted for. If she has alchemists loyal to her, they might be placed anywhere. We must root them out or ensure they cannot be lit. That's no easy task in a city this large. Daenerys's throat constricted, recalling how close the city had come to burning under her father. We have no choice. We either let the city burn from within or we risk a direct approach. Jaime, if I let you back inside with a small band of freedmen, can you secure the Red Keep? Stop your sister from lighting any fuses. Jaime's lips thinned. I might, but I'd likely need more than a small band. The Red Keep is heavily guarded even if the gold cloaks are divided. And we risk stirring panic if freedmen are seen storming in. Another wave of violence might erupt. The city is a tinderbox already. I'd have to find the men who remain loyal to me, or to Tommen at least, and try to coordinate with them. But it's possible. If we can seize the key vantage points, we might avoid a pitched battle on every street corner. Jon interjected softly, what about your nephew? Tommen. Is he still in the Red Keep? Could Cersei use him as a shield? Jaime shrugged, pained. Likely. The boy is a puppet in her hands, but if we can get him away from her, show the city he's safe, the gold cloaks might lay down their arms. That would give you a claim to having ended the war without slaying the rightful king. He's a figurehead at best, but some might cling to him. Daenerys drew herself up. I want the least bloodshed possible. If that means letting Tommen live out his life quietly somewhere, so be it. But I will not share a throne with him. The throne is mine by every right. If removing him from power is enough to break Cersei's hold, that's what we'll do. Jaime, can you do it? He squared his shoulders, though he looked bone-tired. I can try. I must gather men who trust me. The refugees here, many of them are from the poorest districts. They might help us slip in through certain gates or posterns. The city watch is in disarray. If we're swift, we could dethrone Cersei in a single night, maybe. But if we fail, she'll ignite half the city. I'd prefer not to do this alone. Daenerys hesitated, glancing at Yora, Jon, and Grey Worm. No. You'll have help. We'll choose a specialized infiltration force, freedmen and unsullied who can move quietly. We'll come behind you in the dark. While the main host waits outside, we slip in, secure key wards. If the gold cloaks see that the Red Keep is seized from within, many might surrender rather than fight a hopeless cause. The city's revolt might intensify. She'll have no base left. We just have to ensure she doesn't spark the wildfire. Grey Worm nodded. The Unsullied can pass quietly in small groups, loyal to the mission. Freedmen Watchers can guide us, yes? Jaime said yes. But we must move soon before Cersei reasserts control or locks down every gate. This chaos from last night might be our only window. Daenerys clenched her fists. Then we move tonight. Gather your nerves, Ser Jaime. If you betray me, I swear I will let Drogon hunt you to the ends of the earth. He bowed his head, mouth twisted in a grim line. I won't. Believe me, I have no desire to see the city incinerated. They parted. Daenerys and Jon organized the infiltration, picking a force of around 100, half freedmen watchers adept at stealth, half unsullied. Jaime would lead the way with a handful of men from his retinue who still followed him. The rest of the Targaryen army would remain on alert outside, prepared to surge in if a direct assault was needed. Daenerys weighed whether she should accompany the infiltration personally. Yora argued vigorously against it, too dangerous if Cersei still had archers or wildfire. Jon also expressed caution. We can't lose you to a hidden spark. Let me go with Jaime. But Daenerys refused to remain behind. I will not cower in the rear when the fate of thousands hinges on our every step. If I can show myself as a liberator, if the small folk see me face to face, it might quell panic. I ride with you. Drogon can circle overhead or come to me if needed. Finally, they reached a compromise. Daenerys would enter in secret but remain near the city's outskirts until it was reasonably secure to push further. If things turned dire, she could call Drogon. Ser Jorah would stay by her side along with a strong guard of Unsullied, while Jaime and Jon advanced deeper to secure the Red Keep. They all recognized the risk, but Daenerys' presence might inspire the small folk to reject Cersei wholeheartedly. As twilight fell, they set out. The freedmen watchers, guided by certain refugees who knew the alleyways, led them around to a lesser postern gate near the southwestern approach, rarely used except for rubbish disposal. Jaime assured them it was lightly guarded at best, especially in the chaos of the uprising. A group of freedmen carried casks of supplies as if they were ordinary folk traveling in the gloom. Daenerys, her distinctive silver hair hidden beneath a hood, rode a sturdy brown mare, flanked by Yora and half a dozen Unsullied. Jaime, likewise cloaked, led the way on his black horse. Jon rode near the front, scanning the shadows for any threat. The rest followed on foot, perhaps 100 in total. The night was cool, a hush broken only by distant cries from within the city. Occasionally they heard a roar of flame or a faint crash, as if more rioting consumed the backstreets. Daenerys's heart pounded. If any guard recognized them prematurely, a single shout could bring an entire garrison down. But the outskirts seemed deserted, perhaps because so many had fled or locked themselves inside. Torches flared along a crumbling section of wall, though no watchers loomed overhead. At the postern gate, they discovered 3 gold cloaks lounging near a brazier, talking in hushed tones. Jaime rode up, pulling back his hood just enough for them to see. "Open the gate," he ordered. "Sir Jaime Lannister. We're on urgent business." The gold cloaks recognized him but hesitated. One half lifted a spear. Jaime's mouth hardened. "I said open it. Unless you want to challenge the King's Guard in the midst of this madness?" The men exchanged glances. Perhaps they remembered Jaime's rank or realized resisting him was suicide. They complied, pushing the heavy door open. Jaime spurred his horse forward, beckoning the freedmen to follow. Daenerys held her breath, hunched low in her cloak. The gold cloaks stared suspiciously at the line of figures with spears, but made no move. Possibly they thought them Lannister loyalists, or else they were too uncertain to act. The freedmen watchers glided in, shutting the gate behind them once all were through. And so they entered King's Landing under cover of darkness, stepping onto a narrow lane piled with refuse, the smell of decay thick in the still air. In the distance, the fires of night glowed, illuminating half-collapsed buildings, flickers of orange on the sky. Shouts echoed from other districts. Now and again they heard screams. The city reeked of tension, like a dying beast turning on itself. Jaime led them deeper. Freedmen watchers fanned out to scout the corners. A few gold cloaks stumbled across their path, but upon seeing Jaime, many simply nodded or asked for directions in confusion. The city watch was in disarray, uncertain who commanded them, terrified of some new wave of violence. They did not suspect that the cloaked group included the Dragon Queen herself. Through winding alleys they moved, heading eastward toward the Red Keep's looming shape on Aegon's high hill. The freedmen watchers had tips from refugees about lesser-traveled routes. But each street seemed alive with danger. Twice they encountered small mobs of desperate peasants rummaging for food in abandoned shops or setting fires to manors rumored to house Lannister supporters. At one point, they passed a group of men draped in rags, brandishing crude spears and chanting death to the Lannister whore. Upon seeing Jaime, these men bristled, but Jaime called out that Cersei's downfall was at hand, that he stood for the people. Astonished, they parted, letting the infiltration slip by. Daenerys found the hatred in their eyes unsettling, yet she could not wholly blame them. They had endured tyranny, famine, and fear. At length, they reached a wide thoroughfare that led up the slope to the Red Keep's outer gates. Here, the remains of a barricade smoldered, some event of the previous night's revolt. Bodies lay strewn, some in gold cloaks, others in peasant rags. The air reeked of charred flesh. Daenerys forced her stomach to remain calm. Jon caught her eye, reading her grief. She clenched her fists around the reins, forging onward. Jaime hissed a warning as they neared the main gate of the Red Keep. Normally it's guarded by a large contingent, but who knows tonight? They advanced slowly, eyes peeled. Indeed, about a dozen men in gold cloaks stood by the portcullis, tense. A few carried crossbows, scanning the darkness. A battered Lannister banner drooped overhead, the lion's face half-torn. Torchlight revealed the men's hollow cheeks and frantic expressions. Jaime stepped forward, raising a hand. "I am Sir Jaime. Open the gates. I must speak with the Queen. Quickly." One of the crossbowmen stepped forth, looking half-mad with anxiety. "The Queen said no one is to enter. No one. Especially not you, Sir Jaime. She said you betrayed her when you let the small folk run wild." The others behind him shifted uncertainly. Tension crackled. Jaime stiffened. "Stand aside. I speak with the authority of the King's Guard. If you defy me, you defy King Tommen." The crossbowman spat. "King Tommen's locked in his chambers. The Queen told us to kill anyone who approaches. That includes you." Yet he did not loose his bolt. Perhaps fear or doubt stayed his hand. Jaime glowered. Don't be fools. If you start a fight here, you'll only invite the wrath of the entire city. The people are in open revolt. The freedmen are outside the walls. Enough blood has been shed. Lay down your arms. The men shifted, exchanging glances. Some lowered their weapons. Others hesitated. Then Daenerys flicked back her hood, stepping into the torchlight. Gasps rose. Jon flanked her, sword hand ready, while freedmen watchers stood behind, spears bristling. The gold cloaks froze. She spoke, voice firm but low, "I am Daenerys Stormborn, rightful queen of the Seven Kingdoms. If you stand aside now, you will be spared. I will not kill men who choose peace." The crossbowman stared, trembling. You have dragons?" She nodded once. Another gold cloak near him dropped his spear, stepping back. A chain reaction rippled through the group. They realized how outnumbered they were, how hopeless it was to remain loyal to Cersei's final illusions. One or two might have tried to resist, but the rest glared them into submission. Soon, with uncertain shrugs, they flung down their weapons, stepping away from the portcullis. Jaime dismounted, striding to the gate's mechanism. Freedmen watchers followed, raising the iron bars in a loud clank of gears. The path into the outer courtyard yawned open. They slipped through. A hush lay over the Red Keep's yard, flickers of torchlight revealing gallows set up near the walls as if Cersei had executed traitors earlier. The heavy doors of the inner keep stood shut. Two battered knights in kettle-black surcoats paced near them, apparently the last loyal men Cersei had in the immediate area. They snapped to attention when they saw Jaime's group approaching. One demanded, "Sir Jaime, what's the meaning of this?" Queen Cersei said, "None shall pass." Daenerys stepped forward again, and the knights recoiled. Jaime's voice lashed out, "Her reign is over. Stand aside. Let us pass or face the consequences." The knights exchanged a frantic glance. One stammered, "She threatened to burn us all if we let traitors through. She's in the throne room. She has the boy with her." Daenerys flicked her gaze to Jaime. "Tommen." Jaime exhaled. "She must be cornered. That's where the supply of wildfire might be as well. The Mad King kept caches beneath the throne room. If she triggers it, we need to be cautious." Jon asked, "How do we stop her? We can't just let her detonate the entire keep if she sees us approach." Jaime pressed his lips together, mind racing. "We could approach from below, the dungeons, the route that leads to the Hall of Lamps. There might be a trapdoor or passage near the throne dais. But that's riskier if she's waiting. Alternatively, we come from the main hall, try to reason or overrun her guards before she can light a spark. We'll have to be fast." Daenerys's eyes hardened. "We cannot let her vanish into the walls with Tommen as her hostage. We go in from the main entrance. Freedmen watchers, stand ready. Keep your eyes out for any hint of green flame. If you see anything suspicious, call for me at once. Drogon can tear down the roof if it comes to that. I'd rather see the keep partially ruined than the city incinerated." The kettle-black knights looked petrified. One sank to his knees. "We have no desire to burn. If I open these doors, though, the queen may kill me." Yora shoved him aside with a snarl. "Better to live than die for her madness." Freedmen watchers advanced, forcing the knights to yield. Carefully they lifted the heavy bar securing the double doors. The wood creaked. Inside lay a shadowy hallway leading to the great hall and the throne room beyond, where centuries of kings had held court. The freedmen watchers lit torches, advancing in a wedge. Jaime, Jon, and Daenerys moved near the center. Yora and Grey Worm guarded Daenerys's flanks. The atmosphere was suffocating. Each step echoed as if the halls themselves braced for an explosion. In the distance, a single torch flickered, accompanied by the faint crackle of braziers. The scents of old incense and stone dust mingled with an undertone of something acrid, possibly from the wildfires outside or from deeper within. Gradually, the corridor opened into the vast throne room, once the seat of Targaryen power, later the hall of Robert and Joffrey. Tall columns soared up to a vaulted ceiling. Stained glass windows cast faint colors across the floor. At the far end, the Iron Throne loomed, a monstrous seat of twisted swords blackened by dragonfire centuries ago. Torches ringed the dais. Seated on the throne was Cersei Lannister, draped in black mourning garb. Her face was gaunt, her eyes ringed with exhaustion. She clutched Tommen's arm, the boy king standing by her side in trembling silence. A half-dozen guards, presumably kettle blacks or personal loyalists, flanked them. On the floor near the base of the dais, Daenerys's group spotted ominous metal canisters, likely casks of wildfire. Cersei's eyes flicked up, a savage, haunted gleam. "So you come at last, Daenerys Targaryen. Come to claim your throne, yes? A throne your father lost. Do you think I'll hand it over? Do you think I'll bend the knee?" She gave a wild laugh. I'd sooner see us all burn. Daenerys forced her fear aside, stepping forward. Cersei, it's over. The city is in revolt. Half the gold cloaks have fled. Even your brother stands against you. End this without more death. Cersei rose from the throne, spidery shadows flickering around her. Tommen tried to tug free of her grip, but she held tight, nails biting into his sleeve. You know nothing of what I've lost. My children, Joffrey, Myrcella, even that wretched dwarf's meddling. And now you, with your dragons, come to rip away everything. I'll not give you the satisfaction of seeing me grovel. She nodded to the casks. One spark is all it takes. The entire keep goes sky high. Your freedmen, your knights, all roasted. The city too, if the rest of the wildfire ignites. Behind Daenerys, freedmen watchers fanned out. Jaime hissed through clenched teeth, stepping up. Cersei, let the boy go. Don't do this. You said you loved your children more than anything. Tommen is here. He's still alive. Spare him at least. She aimed a glare of pure venom at Jaime. Traitor, you turned your cloak. You were supposed to protect your family. Instead, you consort with our enemies. Do you expect me to let you walk free? Jaime raised his hands in supplication. Think of Tommen. If you set off that wildfire, you kill him too. You kill us all. Is that what you want? To leave nothing behind but ashes. Tommen quivered, trying to speak, but Cersei's grip tightened. Daenerys carefully edged forward, measuring the distance to the dais. Cersei, there's no path for you but surrender. I promise you life if you release the boy and forsake the throne. You may stand trial or go into exile. I only want to end this war so the realm can heal. Cersei laughed again, a brittle sound. Trial, exile, you want me caged. I was queen. I had everything. You want to strip it all away for your precious birthright. Well, I choose to deny you that victory. She flicked a look at one of her guards, who hefted a torch with trembling hands, as though prepared to hurl it into the open cask. Time froze. Jon's pulse thundered in his ears. You're tensed, ready to leap. Jaime stared in horror. Daenerys clenched her fists. One wrong move and that guard might toss the torch, setting the casks alight. The entire hall would erupt. The freedmen watchers watched for an opening, but they dared not loose an arrow, not while Cersei hovered near the casks. Then, unexpectedly, Tommen twisted free with a surge of adrenaline, yanking his arm from his mother's grasp. He stumbled down a step, eyes wide with tears. Mother, please, he whimpered. No more. You can't kill everyone. I'm your son. Cersei whirled, trying to seize him again, but Jaime lunged forward, slamming aside the nearest guard. A freedman watcher darted in, hooking an arm around the guard's torch hand, forcing it down. In that split second, Cersei shrieked, grabbing for Tommen. He flinched away. Freedman watchers pressed in on either side, spears angled. The moment teetered. If she grabbed that torch, if any guard found a spark. Jaime reached Cersei before she could pivot to the cask, tackling her to the floor. Her head smacked the dais step and she let out a furious scream. Freedman watchers seized the other guards, disarming them with brutal efficiency. The guard who had the torch was disarmed as well, the brand snuffed out under a freedman's boot. Cersei thrashed, spitting curses, but Jaime pinned her, golden hand pressed against her shoulder. Daenerys rushed forward, freedman watchers clustering around the casks. Careful, she hissed. Remove them from the dais slowly, gently. Take them outside if possible. Keep them away from open flame. The watchers nodded, carefully lifting each canister. Yora hovered, helping to ensure none was cracked or leaking. The hall bristled with tension, but it seemed the immediate threat had passed. Cersei bucked under Jaime's grip, eyes wild with hatred. You wretched traitor, you dare side with her? You'd see your sister humiliated, dragged away in chains? Jaime pressed his forearm across her chest, face contorted with sorrow. It was this or watch you destroy the city. I'm sorry, Cersei. I can't let you become what I once slew. Tommen cowered near the dais steps, tears on his cheeks, uncertain whether to run or collapse. Daenerys stepped to him, gently placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. You're safe, she whispered. No more harm will come to you if you do not resist. King Tommen, the war is over. Surrender the crown and you may live. He nodded shakily, looking at her with a mixture of awe and terror. I never wanted. I don't know what to do. He was scarcely more than a child, undone by the moment. Daenerys gave him the gentlest smile she could manage. "Then let me guide you." She looked to Grey Worm and Freedman Watchers. "Take him into custody, but treat him gently. He's just a boy." They complied, coaxing Tommen away from the dais. The Kettle-Black guards who remained free sank to their knees, seeing their queen pinned and the casks removed. They offered no further fight. Meanwhile, Jaime helped haul Cersei upright, though she shrieked insults at him. Her eyes locked on Daenerys, voice trembling with venom. "You think this is your victory? You will never hold the realm. The lords will rebel, your dragons will burn. You'll be undone." Daenerys forced her tone to remain calm. "Take her away, confine her. She will face justice for her crimes." She turned to a freedman officer. "Mind the rest of the keep. Search for other wildfire caches. If you find any, extinguish them or remove them carefully. Jaime, do you know if there's more hidden below?" Jaime, breathing hard, stood with shoulders hunched. "Likely. We'll find it. Let me help. I'll see to it that no spark remains." He glanced at his sister, raw regret in his face. This must end. Cersei kept hurling curses as Freedman Watchers bound her hands. Jaime signaled them not to gag her for fear that she might choke or do something rash, but they forcibly quieted her by dragging her from the throne room. Tommen was led out more gently, escorted by freedmen who spoke soft words of reassurance. Daenerys surveyed the scattered bodies of guards in the corridor, the casks now carried away, the dais of the Iron Throne looming above. She climbed the steps, each footstep echoing in the hush. Grey Worm and Yora stood watch, while Freedman Watchers fanned out to secure side doors. On the dais, she paused, gazing at the twisted steel seat that had once belonged to her ancestors. So many had died for it, so many had lusted for it, so many had used it to commit atrocities. In the flickering torchlight, it seemed both majestic and grotesque. Jon approached from behind, blood and soot on his boots, breathing unsteadily from the tension of the last few moments. He came to stand at her side, quiet. She looked at him, saw the question in his eyes. Her heart pounded. Was this truly the moment? The city was in chaos, but the Red Keep was effectively hers. Cersei was taken. The wildfire threat was disarmed, at least in this immediate area. She swallowed hard. Then, slowly, she turned and took the final step up, settling onto the Iron Throne. A hush fell among the Freedman Watchers who remained in the hall. Yora and Grey Worm exchanged glances, tears brimming in Yora's eyes. Daenerys felt the chill of the metal beneath her, the swirl of old ghosts around her. She closed her eyes a moment, letting out a trembling breath. Then she opened them, looking upon the hall. "This is not the end," she said softly, her words carrying despite their softness. "There is still so much to do, but House Lannister's rule is broken. The city will no longer starve. The war in King's Landing is done." Jon offered a small nod, a glimmer of relief on his face. He turned to the freedman, raising his voice. "Long live Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, the rightful queen of the Seven Kingdoms." A ragged cheer rose, Freedman Watchers pounding spear butts on the stone floor. The sound echoed in that storied hall. Daenerys had to fight tears. She had dreamed of this seat since crossing the Red Waste. Yet it felt like only one more step in a journey not yet finished. Outside, the city roiled in revolt, pockets of violence. The freedmen had to restore order, feed the starving, prevent any hidden wildfire from igniting. And beyond the city, the White Walkers gathered in the far north. She glanced at Jon, remembering the warnings he had carried all this way. "I will do my best to be a just queen," she said, speaking to the Freedman Watchers, Yora, Grey Worm, and the few courtiers who began trickling in through the corridor once they realized what had happened. "Spread word. The city is under my protection. No more slaughter. If any Lannister diehards resist, we subdue them with minimal force. The war is over here. We must rebuild, not burn." Outside, dawn was breaking. The Freedman Watchers poured through the Red Keep, clearing rooms of holdout guards or frantic servants who did not know whom to trust. News spread quickly that Daenerys Targaryen had seized the throne, that Cersei was in chains. The small folk in the streets responded with a mixture of cheers, confusion, or despair if they had been Lannister loyalists. But the city's hunger overshadowed any riot. Freedmen scoured storehouses, distributing food. The gold cloaks, many of whom had deserted anyway, soon emerged to throw down weapons, swearing to Daenerys if it meant peace. By midday, the major gates had been taken by freedmen or unsullied. Dario, hearing the news, rode in with a second son's contingent to help quell pockets of banditry. Bodies littered the capital, but the fighting simmered down once rumors of Cersei's capture were confirmed. People flicked their eyes skyward, seeing Drogon perched on the Red Keep's highest spire, occasionally letting out a thunderous roar. The city realized its new queen truly had dragons. Daenerys spent that entire day moving from crisis to crisis. She ordered the dungeons opened for those who had been wrongfully imprisoned. She commanded freedmen to form patrols that fed the poor, set up soup kitchens from whatever stores were left. The city's septons, once cowering under Lannister watch, emerged to offer funeral rites for the fallen. The rank stench of char still lingered from burned neighborhoods, but no new fires sprang up. As twilight fell, Daenerys at last allowed herself to rest in the Red Keep's solar. Jon joined her, exhausted from helping freedmen watchers secure the final blocks near Flea Bottom. Blood and grime caked them both. She sank into a chair, discarding the borrowed cloak that hid her silver hair. "We did it," she murmured, voice rough, "but at such a cost." Jon crouched by the hearth, lighting a small flame for warmth. "The city stands, though. That was never guaranteed." His shoulders slumped. "Now we feed them, re-establish order. Some will welcome you as a liberator, but others might fear you. You must prove yourself quickly." She nodded. "We will." And then, the North. The White Walkers. A heaviness settled. They had not forgotten the true war that loomed beyond the southern squabbles. Daenerys said softly, "We'll send ravens to every corner of the realm. The Iron Throne belongs to House Targaryen again, but I do not plan to rest on it while an army of the dead marches south. We must unify the lords behind me, or at least behind the cause of the living." Jon exhaled. "Some may join quickly. House Bolton is hated. If Sansa and the others are alive or any northern lords hold out, they might rally once they know you hold the capital." At that, Daenerys smiled faintly, though a sadness lingered in her eyes. "We'll find a way. If the realm sees a Targaryen queen who ended Lannister tyranny without destroying the city, perhaps they will trust me to defend them from the horrors beyond the wall. And if not, we will lead them anyway. The dead won't care about politics." The day ended with a subdued feast in the Red Keep's Great Hall, less a feast than a makeshift meal for freedmen officers, unsullied commanders, and the handful of surviving courtiers from minor houses who had remained in the city. Daenerys presided from the Iron Throne out of necessity, hearing petition after petition. Common folk begging for bread, gold cloaks asking for amnesty, local lords requesting guidelines for the new regime. She granted pardons widely, provided they renounced the Lannisters. She declared that Tommen was set aside, free to live in a comfortable custody somewhere outside the city. She announced that any who had fought for the Lannisters but now yielded would not be slain or pillaged, only taxed to help restore the damage. The freedmen found joy in seeing her compassion. The city's rumored disgust at foreign invaders shifted slightly. Some saw that she was not the savage conqueror they'd been told. Cersei, meanwhile, languished in a guarded tower cell. Jaime insisted she face a fair trial, though part of him expected her to be executed for her crimes. Daenerys agreed to hold a formal hearing once the city was stable. For the moment, she had bigger tasks. Reorganizing the gold cloaks under freedman oversight, ensuring the distribution of what grain remained. The next morning, she addressed a crowd in the Red Keep's courtyard, announcing that she was not the Mad King's daughter in spirit, that she had come to break the cycle of tyranny, to feed the hungry, to unify the realm. Some in the crowd wept with relief. Others regarded her warily, but they were too weary to rebel anew. Within days, the freedmen blockade parted to allow new merchant ships entry. The war in the capital was done, though pockets of Lannister loyalists might still linger in the countryside. Daenerys planned to send Yora and Grey Worm to quell them if they refused peace. But for now, the city needed calm. Barristan Selmy arrived with a portion of the freedman navy, docking triumphantly at the harbor. He knelt before Daenerys in the throne room, tears of pride on his face. "Your Grace, the work you've done here. I never imagined I would live to see a Targaryen again on this throne without the city in flames. Thank you." She lifted him, eyes shining. "Thank you, Barristan, for your counsel and loyalty." Then she turned to the tasks at hand. The freedmen had already begun burying the dead from the riots, distributing fresh produce from newly arrived ships. Dothraki roamed the city's outskirts, ensuring no highwaymen took advantage of the chaos. The tapestry of daily life began to reweave itself. Amid this swirl of reconstruction, Daenerys summoned Jon to the throne room after a midday council. She sat upon the Iron Throne, looking small but resolute. The hall was mostly empty, except for a few freedmen watchers along the walls. Jon approached, bowing, though he still found it odd to treat her so formally. She beckoned him to stand at her side. She said quietly, "You have done as much as any to see me here, and you carry the blood of Rhaegar Targaryen, my father's heir. Some might call you an equal claimant or a rival, but I hope we can move beyond such divides. I want you recognized for what you are, a prince of House Targaryen who led freedmen to victory, who stands for the North as well." Jon felt the weight of that. He had never craved a crown. Yet if it helped unify the realm behind Daenerys, especially if it signaled the North that he was no bastard but a Stark Targaryen, then perhaps it was wise. "I serve you, Aunt, and the realm," he said quietly. "I'm no threat to your rule. I only want to save the North, and all living people, from the doom that gathers." She nodded. "Then kneel if you wish." He did so, a swirl of emotion in his chest. She rose from the throne, took up a slender sword from a freedman officer, and gently tapped his shoulders. "Jon Targaryen, son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, I name you Prince of the North and recognized scion of House Targaryen. Rise as my kin, my counselor, my sword in the battles to come." He rose chest tight. Freedmen watchers offered respectful applause, and Daenerys set the sword aside. She embraced him, murmuring in his ear, "I trust you. Together we'll face the Night King or any threat. I will not abandon the realm's true fight." Jon pulled back, nodding. "We must go north as soon as we can. At least send envoys to warn them. The Boltons may still cling to Winterfell, but if the White Walkers break the wall, none of that will matter." She stepped back to the Iron Throne, exhaling. "Agreed. Let us secure the city, arrange a proper regency for King's Landing in my absence, gather an army. Then we march or sail to the north. The White Walkers must be stopped. If the realm sees me leading the fight, perhaps they'll realize the War of Kings is ended." That was the next grand plan. Over the following weeks, Daenerys stabilized King's Landing. Freedmen Watch patrolled the streets. A modest city council formed from local guild leaders, freedmen officers, and a few lesser nobles who bent the knee. They oversaw daily affairs so Daenerys could prepare the realm for the winter threat. Ravens flew out to every lord and lady in the Seven Kingdoms, proclaiming Daenerys Targaryen queen on the Iron Throne, demanding they swear fealty in exchange for mercy. She specifically requested forces to gather for the coming winter, explaining the monstrous threat from beyond the wall. Many doubted, but enough had heard rumors to worry. Cersei languished in her cell, awaiting trial. Some demanded her immediate execution for the murder of countless innocents, but Daenerys insisted on a formal hearing to show the realm she did not simply butcher her foes. Jaime struggled with guilt, visiting his sister's cell to plead with her to show remorse. She spat at him, consumed by bitterness. Daenerys left it at that, more concerned with bigger tasks. Tommen, meanwhile, was quietly removed from the city under freedman guard, taken to an estate in the Crownlands where he could live comfortably but pose no threat. He was docile, lacking a will to resist, apparently relieved that the burden of kingship had been lifted. The realm accepted that the boy king had abdicated to Daenerys, or so the official story went. Varys reappeared, stepping from the shadows of the city with an approving smile. "I have always known your cause was just, my queen," he cooed. Daenerys greeted him with caution, uncertain how far to trust the spider. He offered intelligence from across Westeros, hints of lords who might join or resist. She used it but kept him at arm's length. Within a month, the capital was calmer than it had been in years. Freedmen brigades replaced gold cloaks in many wards, the people adjusting to a new order that did not rely on bribes and cruelty. Some complained, fearful that Daenerys was foreign, but her distribution of food and the presence of her dragons soared in the city's gossip, overshadowing the Lannisters' fallen regime. Carts of grain arrived from the Reach, hinting that the Tyrells might soon openly ally. Lady Olenna sent discreet messages praising Daenerys' capture of the city, hinting that if the queen marched north to face the White Walkers, House Tyrell might guard the capital in her stead. Daenerys found that arrangement acceptable so long as the Tyrells recognized her rightful rule. Finally, the day came when Daenerys felt secure enough to leave King's Landing in the hands of a caretaker council. The Freedmen Watchers would remain, along with some Unsullied to keep the peace. A portion of the Freedmen Navy would protect Blackwater Bay. Barristan Selmy would serve as the Queen's hand while she led the rest of her forces north. Jorah Mormont would accompany her, as would Grey Worm, Jon Targaryen, and the dragons. The official reason, to fight the White Walkers to unify the realm against the winter threat. She gave a speech from the Red Keep's balcony, proclaiming that she was not an idle queen, that she would protect the kingdom from any foe, living or dead. The city cheered, some half-heartedly, others with genuine hope. Banners bearing the three-headed dragon sword from the spires. In the weeks leading up to her departure, she gathered new recruits. The Riverlords who had seethed under the Lannisters began sending riders to join her. The Storm Lords, once divided, hesitantly approached. A few from the Vale also arrived, curious about the new queen. No great host had formed yet, but enough to bolster her freedmen, Unsullied, and Dothraki. The greatest challenge would be bridging the distance. Some could travel overland while the dragons soared overhead. Others might sail to White Harbor. But winter snows would hamper them either way. At last, with the capital stable and the realm beginning to accept her new monarchy, Daenerys set forth from the city on a cold autumn dawn. She rode at the head of a formidable column, Freedmen cavalry, Dothraki outriders, Unsullied in lockstep. Jon rode by her side, wearing Stark furs over Targaryen black. Drogon, Regal, and Viserion circled overhead as they had done outside Meereen so long ago. The city's gates parted. Common folk lined the streets, uncertain but curious, some offering cheers of Mysa or Dragon Queen. Daenerys nodded to them, a silent vow in her heart that she would not let them down. She was not Robert, not Aerys. She was something new. She had to be for the realm's sake. Once outside the walls, she looked back at the city that had cost so many lives. Now it belonged to her, yet she had not destroyed it. The proud towers glinted in the dawn. She offered a small prayer that the realm might find peace after so many years of war. Then she turned forward, urging her horse into a steady canter. They would ride north, gather more allies in the Riverlands, challenge any last pockets of Lannister loyalists, and press onward to the old seat of House Stark. Winter was upon them, but the realm could not face that winter divided. She carried the banner of House Targaryen in one hand, the memory of Ned Stark's honor in her heart. Jon spurred his horse alongside her, eyes distant with thoughts of home. "We'll find your family," Daenerys murmured. "If any are alive. We'll free the north from the Boltons, then turn to face the White Walkers." Jon gave her a grateful nod. Gendry rode behind, scanning the horizon for trouble. The freedmen parted around them, pressing forward along the King's Road. Dothraki scouts fanned out. Above, Drogon roared at the cold wind that swept down from the valleys. Soon they would see the rolling hills turn to snowy fields, the air growing sharper with each day. Raven messengers flew ahead, bearing letters that urged northern lords to meet them halfway. The Karstarks, the Umbers, would they remain loyal to House Bolton or see reason? The Manderleys might already be in quiet rebellion, waiting for a spark. The entire north was a tapestry of intrigues complicated by the looming threat of the undead. But Daenerys had faced stubborn cities before. She had freed slaves from chains. Perhaps she could free the north from its fear and unify them in time to hold off the dead. If not, all her victories would crumble into dust. They rode for weeks, crossing the war-torn countryside of the Crownlands into the Riverlands. Many villages had been ravaged by earlier conflicts, though now the freedmen's presence offered them cautious hope. Some towns offered bread or cheese in gratitude, others shyly parted with bits of intelligence about bandit enclaves or unscrupulous knights. Daenerys pressed on, forging a route that let them gather more forces. Lord Tytos Blackwood joined them with 100 men, cursing the phrase for old injustices. A scattering of Stormlander knights who once followed Stannis now pledged fealty, lured by the sight of dragons. By the time they crossed the Trident, Daenerys had 1,000 more men. A fraction of what Robert had commanded in his heyday, but each day her legend grew. Jon felt the chill deepen as they ventured north. Autumn leaves fell from the trees, swirling in red and gold drifts. At night, the wind carried a faint howling that reminded him of dire wolves. Daenerys saw him stare into the flickering flames some evenings, worry etched in his expression. She would sit beside him, rest a hand on his arm. "We'll reach Winterfell soon," she'd say. "Then we'll see how the North receives us." He'd nod, but the tension remained. The Boltons had carved a bloody path. The rumors of White Walkers near the wall grew more urgent, carried by travelers who claimed the far north lay frozen in unnatural storms. Now that King's Landing was hers, the question lingered. Had she come too late to save the realm from a greater doom? At last, they neared Moat Cailin, the ancient fortress guarding the entrance to the north. They found it held by a small band of Bolton men. In earlier wars, it had changed hands multiple times. Now it was a half-ruined shell, the men inside weary and outnumbered. At the sight of Daenerys's approach, dragons overhead, freedmen columns on the ground, they quickly surrendered. Daenerys demanded they yield in the name of House Targaryen and House Stark. Some insisted the Boltons had told them the Starks were dead, that the realm was in chaos. Daenerys let them walk away unarmed if they swore never to serve the Boltons again. Freedmen Watchers set up a small garrison there, ensuring the gateway to the north was open. Beyond Moat Cailin, the true north began. Sprawling swamps giving way to windswept moors and rolling hills, each day colder than the last. The freedmen, many from warmer climes, shivered in layered cloaks. Daenerys distributed extra furs, recalling how Gendry had once hammered together winter gear for freedmen in Dragonstone's forges. The supply wagons carried enough to keep them alive, but the winter's bite loomed. No longer was it rumor. A dusting of snow coated the ground by mid-afternoon, swirling in the stiff wind. They pressed on. Scouts reported that the Bolton presence near Winterfell was strong. Ramsay Bolton held the castle, rumored to have married some unknown girl in a pretense to secure the north. The Umbers, the Karstarks, and lesser houses had bent the knee. But discontent brewed among them, especially with the tales of Ramsay's cruelty. Meanwhile, White Harbor was uncertain. Lord Wyman Manderley might be eager to ally with a Targaryen if it meant restoring the Starks. Possibly Rickon Stark lived, or Sansa. The rumors varied. Some said they were both dead. Others claimed Sansa had married Ramsay, or was hidden in the Vale. No one seemed to know the truth. Jon's hope soared and sank by turns. When at last the spires of Winterfell rose in the distance, Daenerys and Jon paused on a ridge, gazing at that storied seat. Snow dusted the battlements. Smoke curled from a few towers, indicating occupation. Freedmen outriders had engaged with Bolton scouts earlier that day, driving them off. The Boltons likely knew a formidable host approached. Dragons circled overhead as well, visible for miles in the clear winter sky. The freedmen began constructing a small encampment, though the ground was half frozen. Jon pressed a hand to Daenerys's arm. "We're here. If the Boltons hold the gates, we may have to fight. But let me speak to any lords who might be inside. They might turn on Ramsay if they see a Targaryen queen with me at her side, promising the restoration of House Stark." Daenerys nodded. "Agreed. We do not want to slaughter the North. We want them as allies against the White Walkers." So they approached carefully. A portion of freedmen-readied pikes unsullied marched in disciplined ranks. The Dothraki muttered about the cold but kept their araks at the ready. Drogon soared overhead, letting out a mighty roar that echoed across the winter air. Near the walls, a small group of Bolton men in flayed-man surcoats formed a line with bows drawn. One stepped forward, calling out that Ramsay Bolton demanded parley. Daenerys agreed, halting her host a few hundred yards from the gate. She, Jon, Yora, and a small guard advanced. Ramsay Bolton appeared on the ramparts, a lithe figure in black leather. He wore a mocking grin. Well, visitors from the south come to freeze in the north. A Targaryen queen, is it? And some bastard who claims to be a Targaryen prince? You might have the city, but Winterfell belongs to House Bolton now. Jon's jaw tightened. I was never your bastard, Ramsay. I am Jon Targaryen and a Stark as well. Open these gates or face the dragons. The North does not belong to you. The people despise you." Ramsay laughed. "Do they? They obey my father's legacy. They kneel if they know what's good for them. I have your precious seat, your direwolf banners I burned. My father whelped me well." His tone hardened. "Leave now or I'll flay any who attempt these walls." Daenerys stepped forward, voice clear. "Ramsay Bolton, your father was a usurper, raised up by the Lannisters who themselves have fallen. The realm is under my rule. If you defy me, you commit treason. Surrender, and you may keep your life. Resist, and my dragons will reduce Winterfell's walls to rubble." Ramsay's grin widened, revealing a hint of madness. "Oh, do burn it. You'd be no better than the Mad King, destroying the seat of House Stark. Then see if the North welcomes you. I wonder if your dragons like the cold." Daenerys felt a flash of anger, but she forced herself calm. "Don't test me. The freedmen have conquered cities in hotter lands, but we'll not shy from winter if that's what it takes." Ramsay shrugged. "Well, best you try. We've ample arrows and we've salted the walls. The cold alone might hamper your siege. You'll starve out here. The White Walkers might come first. Perhaps they'll devour you while we watch from the battlements." His laughter echoed in the frosty air. Then he turned abruptly. "You want to see a Stark? I have one. She's my bride, Sansa Stark, forced to marry me. Would you like me to show you her face?" Jon's breath caught. "Sansa was here?" The freedmen watchers stirred, hearing the strain in Jon's voice. Daenerys traded a look with him, seeing the furious grief in his eyes. "You monster," he spat. "Release her." "She's done nothing to you." Ramsay gave a cruel smirk. "Come and take her, if you can." He turned away, stepping off the rampart. The Bolton men snickered behind him. The parley was clearly at an end. Daenerys and Jon withdrew, hearts pounding. If Sansa was truly inside, they had to rescue her. Jon's rage simmered just beneath the surface. Daenerys felt an echo of that anger. Enough. She had come too far to let the savage defy her and torment a Stark in the seat that rightfully belonged to them. That night, the freedmen pitched camp around Winterfell, the biting wind swirling flurries of snow across the dark sky. The dragons took roost in a sheltered grove, huffing at the cold. Daenerys convened her advisors in a large tent. Yora, Grey Worm, Daario, who had rejoined them from the south, Jon, and a handful of freedmen captains hunched over a rough map of Winterfell. The old seat had formidable walls. Attacking in winter was a nightmare. But the freedmen outnumbered the Boltons significantly, and they had dragons which might reduce the walls to rubble. The question was whether the local houses inside would rise against Ramsay if given the chance. More than once, Daenerys had used infiltration or negotiation to topple foes from within. Could that work here? Jon argued for caution. Sansa was presumably inside, a hostage. If they battered the walls with dragonfire, she might be harmed. He advocated for infiltration, or bribing the discontented northern lords. Daenerys recognized the echoes of how King's Landing had fallen. She said quietly, "It's possible many inside despise the Boltons. If we send covert messengers to the Manderleys or Umbers, they might open a gate from within. But it will take time, and the White Walkers might be days away, for all we know." Daario shrugged. "Time is short. Let me scale the walls at night with a group of second sons. We'll slip in, 'cause chaos, open the gate, and let the freedmen flood in." Yora frowned. "It's a risk. If Ramsay catches wind, he might kill Sansa or burn the entire keep." Grey Worm nodded in agreement with Yora's caution. Daenerys listened, feeling the pressure of winter's approach. They decided on a partial infiltration combined with negotiation. Jon and a freedman messenger would attempt to contact any northern lord inside. Meanwhile, Daario would gather a small infiltration squad. If a sympathetic lord opened a gate or sabotaged Ramsay's defenses, they'd exploit it. If not, they'd rely on the infiltration squad to break open a portion of the wall from inside. Dragonfire would be a last resort, used only if everything else failed. At dawn, Jon approached the gates with a freedman messenger under a white flag. They called for any Umbers, Karstarks, or Manderleys to parley. A hush from the walls greeted them. Eventually, a burly man with the Umber sigil shouted that Ramsay refused any talk, threatened to flay them if they let down the gate. The freedman messenger appealed to their northern pride. The Starks are rightful lords of the north. Join Daenerys Targaryen and Jon Targaryen to oust these butchers. We will show mercy if you turn on Ramsay. The man seemed to waver, but a Bolton guard cursed him. Jon recognized the dynamic. The men were under threat. They parted with no resolution. The freedmen retreated, hearts heavy. That night, Daario led a stealth party along the western wall, hoping to climb in near a collapsed tower. Jon waited in the shadows, anxiety twisting his gut. If Daario succeeded, they might open a sally port. If not, a direct assault loomed. Hours passed. Snow drifted, cloaking the land in silent white. Daenerys paced by the brazier, occasionally glancing at Drogon overhead. Then a freedman scout came running. A gate in the southwestern corner had opened slightly, as if from within. Daenerys scrambled, ordering Grey Worm and a contingent of freedmen to move. Jon seized his sword, Yora at his side. They advanced through the swirling snow, hearing distant shouts from the walls. Was Daario's infiltration working, or had a northern lord turned? Reaching the southwestern corner, they saw a cluster of Bolton men in disarray, fighting. Other northern soldiers wearing Karstark and Umber sigils, possibly. Daario's second sons were among them, hacking away. Freedmen watchers poured in, overwhelming the Bolton men. Someone inside had unbarred the gate. The way was open. Daenerys's forces surged in, capturing the outer yard. Shouts rang out across Winterfell's corridors. Some Bolton men threw down arms. Others fought to the death. The freedmen watchers pressed forward with disciplined ranks, while the Dothraki hooped, their horses clattering on frozen cobbles. The castle corridors echoed with conflict. Jon advanced, heart-hammering. He demanded to know where Sansa was kept. A battered Karstark man muttered that she was locked in a tower chamber. Freedmen watchers parted to let Jon through as he sprinted deeper into the castle. Daenerys, after ensuring the courtyard was secured, followed with a contingent of Unsullied, determined to see the rescue herself. They raced through corridors, occasionally crossing swords with pockets of Bolton men. Yora led the way with a shield, parrying a crossbow bolt that whizzed down a narrow hall. Grey Worm dispatched the crossbowmen. At last, they reached a tower stairwell. Freedmen watchers had forced the door. Inside, they found Sansa Stark cowering behind a battered bed, ankles chained. She turned wide, terrified eyes upon them. Jon's breath caught. He rushed forward, calling her name. She stared, recognition flickering across her pale, bruised face. "Jon? I thought you were dead or at the wall." What? Her voice cracked as tears spilled. Jon flung his arms around her, ignoring the chain. "You're alive. We found you." He looked back at Daenerys, who approached softly, face filled with compassion. Freedmen watchers pried open the shackle with a hammer. Sansa sagged, bruised ankles freed at last. She clung to Jon, sobbing. "Ramsay, I can't." She shook, traumatized. Jon cradled her head, tears in his own eyes. "You're safe now," he whispered. "He'll never hurt you again." Below, freedmen watchers poured through the castle, capturing or killing the last of Ramsay's loyalists. Ramsay himself was cornered in the great hall, cursing, a crossbow in hand. Daario disarmed him with a quick slash, smiling coldly as freedmen watchers pinned him. By the time Daenerys and Jon emerged from the tower with Sansa, the main hall was full of freedmen celebrating subdued victory. Ramsay kneeled in chains, face battered. He spat curses at them, promising retribution. Jon's eyes flared with hate at the sight of him. But Daenerys placed a hand on his shoulder, whispering, "We'll give him a proper trial. Sansa might want to see justice done." Sansa glared, trembling, but said nothing. She clutched at Jon's arm, searching for reassurance. Thus Winterfell fell to Targaryen might, aided by northern rebels who had quietly loathed the Boltons. The next days were spent mopping up pockets of resistance, releasing captives from dungeons, patching the castle's battered walls. The flayed man banners were torn down, replaced with the Stark direwolf, and a Targaryen dragon banner beneath it, signifying the alliance. Many northern lords emerged from hiding to swear fealty. Manderleys arrived from White Harbor, the Glovers came from Deepwood Motte. Each told grim tidings of White Walkers rumored near the wall. Daenerys held council in Winterfell's great hall, once the seat of Ned Stark. She declared Sansa free to choose her own path. The battered woman shyly asked if she might remain to help rebuild the North. Daenerys agreed, naming her Warden of the North under House Targaryen, if that was what Sansa wished. Sansa seemed uncertain, still reeling from captivity, but nodded. Jon stood at her side, relieved beyond words. The White Walkers threatened all. Scouts from the Night's Watch confirmed that Eastwatch by the Sea had seen whites prowling. The wall might not hold forever. Daenerys prepared for that final confrontation. She commanded the freedmen, Unsullied, and Dothraki to gather near the wall. Dragons soared overhead, a promise of fire against the cold. The entire realm now realized that the Targaryen queen who had seized King's Landing and ended the Boltons stood as their best hope. Lords from as far as the Vale or Riverlands began sending forces to join. Even Lady Olenna Tyrell wrote that she would dispatch men north, though winter roads were perilous. The realm was uniting out of sheer necessity. In the courtyard of Winterfell, one crisp morning, Daenerys and Jon stood near a brazier, watching freedmen watchers drill with northern recruits. Sansa observed from a seat on the porch, huddled in furs. Drogon perched on a half-ruined tower, causing a swirl of flakes every time he shifted. The hush of the winter wind carried a haunting sense that the final war loomed, a conflict not for crowns but for survival. Daenerys turned to Jon. "We have come so far, yet it feels like the true test is only just beginning. The living must unite or perish. Are you ready?" Her breath fogged in the cold. Jon gave a slow nod. "As ready as we can be. The White Walkers won't stand idle. We either confront them beyond the wall or wait for them to tear it down. My father used to speak of the long night. Now we live it." She took his hand, ignoring the stares of freedmen who passed by. "Then we'll face it together, Targaryen and Stark, freedmen and Northerners. I didn't come to this realm to let winter devour us all. I came to break the wheel that crushes the innocent. And if that means fighting an army of the dead, so be it." Jon's eyes shone with quiet determination. "So be it." He squeezed her hand, both turning their gaze northward, beyond the castle walls, beyond the bleak horizon where an ancient evil stirred. A hush fell, as if the winds themselves hushed to hear their vow. Down in the courtyard, freedmen practiced forming shield walls beside northern spearmen. The clang of steel was a promise that the living would not kneel to death. Drogon let out a rumbling growl from his tower perch, wings shifting as if sensing what lay ahead. Daenerys and Jon locked eyes, each remembering every battle fought, every tyranny toppled. They had claimed King's Landing without incinerating it, restored Winterfell to a Stark, and broken the Lannister Bolton grip on the realm. Now they braced for the final trial, a conflict that cared nothing for birthright or banners, only for survival. Their story stretched across the world, from Meereen's deserts to Westeros's snows, from the illusions of King's Landing to the battered walls of Winterfell. War had shaped them, but they had not let it destroy their compassion. If they could unify lords and freedmen, dragons and dire wolves, perhaps a new dawn would rise after the darkness. For now, they stood at the threshold of an endless white waste, certain only that they would meet the night with flame in hand. If House Targaryen and House Stark together could not save the realm, then none could. Daenerys took a slow breath, letting the cold air fill her lungs, letting the moment settle. She glanced at Sansa, still trembling in her furs, but now safe in her ancestral home. Then she looked at Jon, seeing the reflection of their shared burdens. "Tomorrow we ride for the wall," she said quietly. "The watchmen say the whites gather near the frozen sea. We must see it for ourselves, unify the watchers. The rest of our forces will follow in waves." Jon nodded. "We'll gather the living in one place, meet the dead as a single host. If the White Walkers want to consume us, they'll face dragons and all the might of House Targaryen. Let's see if they fear fire after all." She managed a small, fierce smile. "Yes. Let them see that the living do not yield. My freedmen overcame slavers in Essos. We overcame Lannisters here. We won't bow to an army of ice. If winter is here, then so is the fire of dragons." He returned her smile, a flicker of warmth in that frigid courtyard. Their journey had been impossibly long, winding through betrayals and triumphs, from Robert's rebellion to the liberation of King's Landing, from the snows of Winterfell to the deserts of Slaver's Bay and back again. Now, with the dawn glimmering on frozen battlements, they looked north. One final campaign lay ahead to protect all they had fought for. House Targaryen and House Stark stood as one. And if the night was dark and full of terrors, they would bring the flame and break the cold tyranny of death, or perish in the attempt. In the hush of Winterfell's courtyard, Daenerys felt a calm resolve settle over her. She was no longer the exiled beggar queen, nor the uncertain girl in the red waste. She was the queen on the Iron Throne, having claimed it with minimal carnage, forging alliances through compassion and will. The freedmen were her people, the dragons her children. Jon was her kin, forging the bond of ice and fire at her side. Beyond the walls, the realm needed them. The White Walkers threatened not just the North, but every living soul. No throne or crown was worth more than the survival of humankind. She would stake her dragons, her armies, her life itself on that cause. A breeze rippled her cloak, carrying the faint tang of pine. Her eyes shifted to the crest of the horizon, where a faint line of pale sky announced the approach of day. Winter's chill might grow deeper, but so would their determination. "Let's begin," she whispered, and Jon inclined his head. He turned, calling freedmen watchers to prepare for the march north. Sansa rose from the steps, leaning on a newly fashioned crutch, still shaken but resolute, nodding to Daenerys with guarded gratitude. The men hustled about, rolling up bedrolls, harnessing horses. In the tower above, Drogon stretched his wings, roaring a challenge to the frozen lands. The age of the dragon had returned, and winter would not stand in its path unopposed. So they prepared to leave the battered halls of Winterfell, not to linger in victory, but to embark on a final campaign that might reshape the destiny of all Westeros. Daenerys descended the courtyard steps with Jon, freedmen parting respectfully. Yora waited by the main gate, scanning a new map of the roads to the wall. Grey Worm supervised unsullied formations. Dario joked with a handful of freedmen cavalry, anxious for a new test of skill. The Dothraki, though hating the cold, bared their teeth in readiness. A sense of unity pulsed in the raw winter air, men and women of a dozen backgrounds rallying behind a single queen, a single cause. They rode out at mid-morning, leaving behind a garrison at Winterfell under Sansa's partial leadership. Snow drifted from heavy clouds, dusting the freedmen ranks. Daenerys led the way, flanked by the dragons overhead, wings beating in slow rhythm. Jon was at her side, face set with purpose. The hush of snowfall muffled their passage, but the columns stretched for hundreds of yards, an army dedicated not to conquest alone, but to the survival of the living. Each soldier had their story: bondsman from the Stormlands, ex-slave from Astapor, loyal Northmen seeking to avenge the Starks. They marched as one under the Targaryen dragon, the direwolf of House Stark, and the knowledge that a far darker banner waited beyond the edge of the known world. Daenerys paused atop a small ridge that overlooked the first of many frosted valleys leading north to the wall. She felt Drogon circle overhead, his shadow flickering on the snow below. Then, spurring her mount, she said to Jon, "Are you ready?" He nodded. She clicked her tongue, the horse stepping forward. Behind them, freedmen watchers raised a cheer, quiet but determined. The line of troops advanced into the swirling white, climbing the slope that led into the domain of the dead. Thus the tale turned its final page toward the ultimate confrontation. Yet for one shining moment, Daenerys Targaryen could claim that she had freed slaves across the sea, ended Lannister rule, and reclaimed the Iron Throne with minimal devastation. She had proven that not all Targaryens must succumb to madness. By forging alliances through mercy and justice, she stood on the brink of forging an even greater unity, one that might save the realm from the long night. If ice threatened to swallow them, they would answer with dragonfire. If the old legends rang true, an ancient evil would meet a new age of unity. And if House Targaryen and House Stark, the twin lines of ice and fire, stood together, perhaps the dawn would break once more. No matter what terrors might lurk beyond the frosted horizon, they had come too far to yield. Daenerys cast a final glance at Winterfell's distant towers behind her, the banners snapping in the cold wind. Then she faced forward, guiding her horse onward. Dragons soared overhead, freedmen marched behind, and Jon Targaryen rode beside her, forging an unbreakable alliance of two great houses. The snow fell thick, muffling hoofbeats, as the queen and her host vanished into the white gloom. If winter was truly come, they intended to meet it with the fiercest flame the realm had ever seen, and in that fire, perhaps find the salvation of them all.